Alright, so for this video, I'm gonna go through another paper. So this paper is the Melaka trial paper 2023, but it's the Addmaths, okay, and it's paper 2. Yeah, okay, paper 2. I already did the paper 1 last video, so this time I'm doing the paper 2 lah. So this is the formula, we can just skip. Okay, question number 1, let's go. Let's read the question. A fish is moving in a circular manner. So with the equation of its locus being this one, right? So this is the equation of circle. A boat is moving along a straight line of equation x minus 3y plus 1, all right? So this is the straight line equation, and it intersects with the circular locus of the fish. Find the points of intersection between the loci of the fish and of the boat. Loci means locus lah. Okay, right? So how do you do it? First of all, they already give you this equation. And what is this equation? The equation of fish, okay, which is the equation of circle lah, because the fish move in a circular manner. So this is the circle equation, and this is the boat equation, and the boat move along a straight line. And they want you to find the point of intersection between the fish and the boat. So what you are doing is you just do simultaneous, because when you find intersection point, the method you use here is to do simultaneous equation, okay, and there's two methods you can use, right? It's either the substitution method or the elimination method, penggantian or penghapusan. But for this question, I'm going to use penggantian, right? Actually, penggantian is much more easy for this, because if you look at the equation circle, they have x square, y square, xy, but this one got x, y saja, right? So using substitution is way easier. So I'm going to write down this equation, x minus 3y plus 1 equals 0, all right? And I'll try to find x from here, okay? Actually, I want to find y also can, but I'll try to find x. So how to find x? It means I'm making x the subject, and then I pindah the negative 3y become 3y plus 1 become minus 1, and then I'll call this equation 1. And then what will be my equation 2? The circle equation lah, 2x squared plus 11y squared plus 2x plus 2y equals 0. This will be my equation 2. And then I'll just write substitute 1 into 2. Okay, of course, some student will say something like, "Hey, sir, what if I start from this equation and then I cari x or y?" Can also, but it's not recommended, because if you look at this equation, it's much more complicated. The other square, like, right, it's like very hard to make the x subject ataupun y subject. But if you start from the non-linear equation means like this, where the x and y is like power 1, then it's much more easy to jadikan x single ataupun y single. It means that's why I prefer to do it like this. Okay, anyways, let's continue. Sub 1 into 2. So I will have to look at equation 2 now, and I'll write 2 bracket square plus 11y square plus 2 bracket plus 2y equals 0. Okay, why here I open bracket? Because the bracket is for you to substitute x inside, which is 3y minus 1, 3y minus 1. And now if you keep going, you can find the value of y. Okay, first thing first is you have to do power first. You cannot do times 2 first, you have to do power. So power means you have to expand. So the fast way here is to take depan square. Okay, depan is 3y, so square is 9y square. And then depan darab, belakang darab 2. So 3y times negative 1, negative 3y times 2, negative 6y. And then belakang square is plus 1. This is the fast way to expand this lah. And then plus 11y square plus, okay, 2 times 3y, 2 times negative 1, you will get 6y minus 2. And then followed by 2y equals 0. And then now only these two can expand. You can kembangkan. So 2 times 9 is 18y square. Expand, 2 times 6 is 12. And then expand, 2 times 1 is 2. And then plus with 11y square. Oh, I saw that the 6y and 2y, y dengan y boleh buat kan? So 6y plus 2y, 8y lah. And then minus 2 equals 0. And kita boleh buat lagi sebab y square dengan y square boleh buat, y dengan y boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. So 2 minus 2 is 0, number dengan number boleh buat. And then y square and y square boleh buat. So 18y square plus 11y square, 29y square. Right? And then followed by negative 12y. Okay, y hanya boleh buat dengan y. So negative 12y plus 4y, negative 4y. You can use your calculator to help you. Negative 12 plus 8 is negative 4 equals 0. And then now what you do is you factorize, right? Because this is a quadratic equation, because the highest power is power 2. So for this type of equation, you need to factorize. But you have to factorize macam mana? Okay, you want to factorize using calculator also can, or you want to factorize manually also can. Because this type of quadratic equations, dia hanya ada dua ketul. Dua ketul means like this, satu, dua ketul. When it has dua ketul you don't need the calculator actually. Tapi kalau nak guna calculator boleh juga lah. But I will show you without using calculator is like this. 29 and 4. Is there any number yang 29 and 4 boleh bahagi. Tak ada kan? Because 29 and 4 tak ada satu number yang 29 boleh bahagi, 4 pun boleh bahagi. Tak ada. So 29 and 4 I cannot factorize anything. But the y square and y they both can divide by y. Right? It means I can factorize out the y. Okay? And when I factorize out the y, I'm only left with 29y minus 4 inside the bracket. Okay? And if you don't believe me, you can try to expand this. You will dapat balik atas. That's how you know you did correctly already. So now you have your answer, y equals 0, y equals 4 over 29, right? For those who's confused about this, when we have two bracket equals 0, you can take the first bracket equals 0 and then second bracket equals 0, right? That is why if I check out y bracket 29, y minus 4 equals 0, actually there's a bracket here. That's why I can take the first bracket equals 0, so y equals 0. And then the second bracket, 29y minus 4 equals 0. And if you pin out the negative 4, it becomes 4, and then times 29 become divide 29. That is why I end up with 4 over 29. Okay, after getting two y answer, you have to find the x also, right? But since your y got two answers, then your x must be two answers also. When y equals 0, you have to find x. And then when y equals 4 over 29, also you have to find x. So you will substitute the y equation back into your equation 1 now. Find x. So what is the equation for x? 3y minus 1. But you already know your y is 0, this one. So you will get negative 1 here. Because 3 times 0 is 0, 0 minus 1, negative 1. What about here? Same thing, you sub the y, but this time you sub 4 over 29. Okay, this one you can use your calculator lah. So what is 12 over 29 minus 1? Okay, my calculator gives me negative 17 over 29. So yeah, there you go. That's the answer, right? But I recommend don't stop here because they are asking you to find intersection point, right? And we all know point we usually write in the bracket form, right? We have to write bracket and then the x coordinate. So in this case, it's negative 1, the x coordinate, and then 0, and then tutup bracket, and the other intersection point is negative 17 or 29. Remember to write the x first, okay? Because when we write point, we always write x coordinate. Then only we write the y coordinate, right? And that, what do we call these 2 points? We call this the intersection point, right? So that is the answer. Yeah, I think I did everything correctly. So is that what the question asked you to find? Find the point of intersection. So yeah, these 2 points is the point of intersection. Okay, so hope you understand. So this is worth 5 marks. Okay, let's continue. Okay, number 2, let's go. Diagram 1 shows a graph of y equals 2x squared plus px plus q. So we can see parabola curve shape here. So this equation, dia sudah bagi 2x squared plus px plus q. But the equation yang dia bagi is not complete because they only give you the value of a, but the value of b and c they never give you, right? They just put p and q here. Means the p and q they tak bagilah, but they got give us some information here, right? Which is the 2, 5, and q. Okay, can you tell me what is this 2, 5, and q? These are all the what? The x-intercept and the y-intercept, right? 2 and 5 is the x-intercept, q is the y-intercept. Okay. All right. Anyways, let's see what they want. Soalan A. If alpha and beta are the roots of quadratic equation 2x squared plus px plus q, state alpha plus beta, alpha beta. Okay, what is roots? Roots means x-intercept lah. Roots means what? Means x-intercept. Okay. I repeat, roots means x-intercept. Okay. So from the diagram, I already told you just now, they got give us some information, right? The information yang dia bagi is Q, 2, 5. And I already tell you, Q is the y-intercept, 2 and 5 is the x-intercept. So now they say alpha and beta are the roots. It means alpha and beta must be 2 and 5. Do you agree? Because alpha and beta is the x-intercept. So alpha and beta will be 2 and 5, right? And then now they want me to state number 1, alpha plus beta. So what you do, you just take 2 plus 5, and then you get 7. Then it's done already. That's the answer. And then what about number 2, alpha times beta? Then it will be 2 times 5, which is 10, right? Okay, then maybe some student will say, hey, sir, what if I take 5 plus 2? Same also lah. 5 plus 2 also, you get 7, right? Same with this. 2 times 5 also can, 5 times 2 also can. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, when you plus or darab, the order is not important. Okay, that's why you don't have to know alpha is which one, beta is which one. All you need to know is these two value, alpha and beta, they are 2 and 5. So when you plus them together, when you darab them together, it doesn't matter which one is which one. When you add them, even if you terbalik also, you get the same answer. So yeah, that's why A is the answer. So this is only worth 2 marks. So yeah, it's quite simple. So what about B? Given the roots for this equation are H and K, form a new equation which has roots H over K and K over H. Okay, is this B question, is this related to A? Is this related to A? Yes or no? No, right? Because this is like HK and then there's a new equation. So you will not be using the information from A. So you will just do it from the beginning. So let's write down the equation in general form first. 3x squared plus 2x minus 6 equals 0. Okay, the reason I move it here because I want it to be general form. I want it to be equal 0. And I already tell you what is roots. I just told you just now, roots means x-intercept, right? So if I say the x-intercept, the roots is h and k, it means the x-intercept h and k. And the way we write it is like this. x1 equals h, x2 equals k, right? It means h and k is the x-intercept. Okay, that's what it means. And then they say form a new equation that has roots h over k and k over h. Okay, this question you have to use the SOR-POR method to solve. All right, what is SOR? What is POR? SOR means sum of roots, and the formula is when you take the sum of roots, x1 plus x2, it will be equals to negative b over a. This is the first formula. And then what about the POR formula? POR formula is when you take the two roots, you times them together, you darab, you will get c over a. This is the POR formula. And there's another formula which we will only use this formula when they ask us to form equation. It will be x squared, okay, the square must write up here, minus SOR x plus POR equals 0. But we will only use this formula when the soalan got mentioned form equation. So this soalan got mentioned form equation, right? So definitely we will be using this formula. But before we use this formula, we have to find out the sum of root and product of root first. So why don't we write down the sum of root and the product of root? But can you tell me how many times you have to do the SOR POR? Two times. Two times. You know why? First time is for this equation, right? Another time is to form the new equation using different roots, right? But if you look at the new equation punya roots, it's h over k and k over h, right? It's not the same with the old equation punya roots. The old equation punya roots is h and k, okay? But even though they are not the same, you can use the first equation punya roots punya sopor to help you do the second, to help you form the equation later. Let me show you what I meant by that. So we all know that this equation, the roots is h and k. So we can use the SOR formula, which is when you take the sum of the roots, h plus k, dia akan jadi negative b over a, which is negative 2 over 3, right? And this one, dia tak boleh buat dah, right? We just leave it here. Now let's go to POR. x1 times x2 equals c over a. So when you take the product of roots, which means h and times k, they will equals to c over a, which is negative 6 over 3. So you get hk equals negative 2, right? Okay, until here you should stop already because there's two unknown. There's two unknown here, right? You cannot continue already. So you're just gonna stop here and then do a new SOPOR using the new roots just now, right? So now you just do SOPOR, you do support again, but this time you want to, how to say, you want to use the new equation punya roots, which is h over k and k over h. So you're gonna write h over k plus k over h. But this time you cannot write equal negative b over a. You cannot write equal negative 2 over 3 because you don't have the equation for these roots. You are trying to form the equation. It means this roots punya equation you tak ada sekarang. You want to form. You cannot use this equation punya BA, tak boleh. So what you do is instead of writing the equal the belakang sini, you will write depan macam ni, right? And don't forget you can use these two information to help you. Okay? So now h over k plus k over h. How can we simplify this? All right, we can make the denominator same. Okay, it means this k I will times h. Tapi kalau bawah darab h, atas pun kena darab benda sama. And then this one times k, this one times k. It means I make the denominator same. I make the denominator hk. And then what's up here? H times h is h square. K times k is k square. Okay, until you reach here, now you can substitute hk because hk you know from just now is negative 2, right? That's why you have to do support dua kali, right? So, okay, so hk is negative 2, so I'm just going to write negative 2 down here. What about h square plus k square? Okay, a lot of students will tell me something like this. Oh, sir, h plus k is negative 2 over 3. So, h square plus k square is negative 2 over 3 square. Wrong. Wrong. They are not the same. No, this is wrong. Okay, listen here. If I tell you h plus k is negative 2 over 3, h plus k is negative 2 over 3, and then I suddenly ask you what is h square plus k square, is not equals to negative 2 over 3 square. No, no, no. Okay, salah. So what is h square plus k square then? All right, for this question, you need to hafal the what do we call it? Factorization identity. So I need some space to write my notes for you. Okay, I think I'll just write here. So let's talk about the uh factorization identity. Okay, and I will mention one by one. So this is the notes. So the first one I want you to know is, if I give you a minus b square, right? A minus b square, you will get a square minus 2ab plus b square. Okay, because you will take depan square, depan darab belakang darab 2, and then belakang square. Yeah. Okay, this is the first one. Second one I want you to know is, if I give you, let's say I give you, uh, let me think, a square minus b square. Yeah, a square minus b square. What happens is it will become bracket a minus b, a plus b. Okay, tapi dia kena minus lah, right? And dia kena dua-dua pun ada square, and then must minus, dia mesti minus, then baru boleh jadi bracket. Okay, and then the third one I want you to know is, if I give you a square plus b square, it will be the same with what? It will be the same with, uh okay, let me think. A square plus b square, it will be the same with a minus b square plus 2ab. Okay, all right. This one, maybe for some of you, you were confused, like what is this, right? Because you never see this before. So I'm gonna explain. Okay, look at the first one. Look at the first one. A minus b square, when you expand this, you will get a square minus 2ab plus b square, right? So imagine if you want the a square plus b square to be, to, how to say, to, how to say it? You want it to be here, right? The a square plus b square. It means the minus 2ab can move over here. Then it will become a minus b square. The minus 2ab become plus 2ab. This formula and this formula is same, right? Yeah, so this is how the formula come from. A square plus b square equals to a minus b square plus 2ab. So can you tell me now, h square plus k square I don't have, right? I only have h plus k and hk, but I can apply this formula, because h square plus k square, h square plus k square is equals to what? H minus k square plus 2hk. Yeah, okay, because of this formula, right? It's the same thing. It's just that I changed the AB to hk, right? So what is h square plus k square? H minus k square plus 2h square. So I'm going to copy and paste and write it here. So it will be the same with h minus k square, and then plus or minus. Oops. Okay, so h minus k square, and then plus 2hk, right? Plus 2hk. And then now, can you substitute the h minus k inside? Let me think. H h minus k, but the h minus k square also you cannot substitute, right? Because you don't have h minus k. So let me think. Uh, Wait. H minus k square. Mm, okay, how to do this question? Uh, okay, actually, class, there's another one. Yeah, there's another one. If I give you h plus k square, then it will become what? H plus k square. It will become h square plus 2hk plus k square, right? It means there's also another way to write this. H square plus k square equals to h plus k square minus 2hk. So actually, I will use this formula instead of this one. Okay, actually, both these formula can use. Yeah, both these formula can use. But I will use this one because I don't have h minus k. I only have h plus k, right? That's why I will use yang bawah punya. Let me explain a bit lah. This one is like, if it's h plus k square, because when it's h plus k square, when you expand, you will get like this: h square plus 2h square plus k square, right? And if you want the h square and k square, you can leave the h square plus k square on this side, and then the 2h square move there. And when you move there, it becomes h plus k bracket square minus 2h square, like this, right? It means h square plus k square equals to this one lah. Bracket h plus k, right? And the reason why I choose this is because I don't have the h minus k here, right? So I will use the h plus k square, and then what is it? Minus 2hk punya cara, right? Okay, this is how I will do it. And then now I can substitute already because h plus k is negative 2 over 3 square, and then minus 2 hk is just negative 2, and then the whole thing over negative 2, right? And then equal, okay, this one you use your calculator to help you lah. So I'm going to press 2 over 3 square is 4 over 9, and then plus 4, and then divide negative 2 bracket. Okay, my calculator give me negative 20 over 9. So this will be the sum of roots. Got negative, huh? All right, so this is the sum of root. Then what about the product of root? The product of root is you would take the roots, multiply them together. But the roots is h over k, right? What is it? Yeah, h over k and k over h. Okay, because this one I using the new equation punya roots. So this one is the x2. Okay. Okay, so what you do, you will times the roots. So you will take h over k times with times with k over h. This one I terbalik already. This one is k over h. Okay, so how to get the product? You will times this together. So when you times, you can potong kalau atas bawah. So potong, 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 tinggal 1. So the por is actually 1. Oh, and one more thing, for the por here also, you don't have to write the C over A because you don't have the C and A, right? You're trying to form the equation you don't have. So now you have your SOR por already. Now it's time to write down the new equation. So the new equation will look like general form, and we will use this formula. X squared minus SOR x plus por equals 0. So what is the SOR? The SOR is negative 20 over 9. But when you put it in, it will become plus, right? And don't forget to write x, okay? Why become plus is because of the formula. Because the formula is minus SOR, right? So minus SOR, I become minus, this will become plus, right? And then the por, okay, the por is plus 1, right? Just write plus 1, and then equals 0. Okay, please don't stop your answer here because you can, how to say? Simplify lagi. So this one got fraction. So if got fraction, you can get rid of the fraction. Just take everything times 9. So it become 9x squared times 9, 20x times 9, 9 equals 0, right? And that should be your final answer, right? So I hope you understand, okay? And also, I hope you remember the factorization identity, okay? So all this I write here is very important, okay? So yeah, that's all. I'm going to continue with number 3. Okay, haven't finished, right? Got one more question, I think. Yeah. Sorry. There's one more question C, sorry. Okay, question C says what? Given the quadratic equation x squared plus 3h minus 1x equals to negative 2h minus 10, okay, where h is a constant, has two real and different roots. This is the keyword here, two real and different roots. Find the range of values of h. So this is under 2.2. Yeah, from 4 chapter 2, and it's 2.2. It's called type of roots, right? And whenever you see this word, two real and different roots, you will do b squared minus 4ac bigger than 0. Okay, it means the discriminant will be bigger than 0. Okay, discriminant b squared minus 4ac means the discriminant. Okay, we call this the discriminant. So now I have to take this equation and do b squared minus 4ac bigger than 0. But before that, it's not in general form. So let's make it general form first. So I'm gonna do my c here. My equation, I write it down first. X squared plus 3h minus 1 x. Okay, if I am you, I'll pindah this 2h jadi plus. 10 also I'll pindah here jadi plus equals 0. Okay, and the reason why I pindah is because I want it to be general form. Okay, general form means it has to be equal 0 lah. And now we can determine our A, B, and C. Because my A is 1, my B is 3h minus 1, and my C is 2h plus 10. And now only you can do the b squared minus 4ac bigger 0. Why bigger 0? Because two different roots. Yeah. So now it's time to substitute the B, the A, the C, and then you can get the answer already. Okay, what is the B for the equation? It will be the number in the whatever in front of x, so 3h minus 1, and then the a will be 1, the c will be 2h plus 10. Okay, let's expand this. Okay, the correct way to expand this fast is like you take depan square, and then depan darab belakang darab 2, and then belakang square. So 3h square, 9h square, and then belakang is negative 1. So 3h darab negative 1, negative 3h, tapi kena times 2. So it becomes negative 6h, and then negative 1 square is plus 1. And then for this, negative 4 times 1 is still negative 4. So no need, just leave it. And then negative 4 times 2h, negative 8h. Negative 4 times 10, negative 40 bigger than 0. So now you will get 9h square. H dengan H boleh buat. So what is negative 6 minus 8? Negative 14h. And then number dengan number boleh buat. 1 minus 40 is negative 39, bigger than 0. Alright, now it becomes a quadratic inequalities. Because got bigger, right? So for quadratic inequalities, later you have to lorate, and then you have to sketch and then lorate, right? Kalau smaller lorate sini, kalau bigger lorate sini. So yeah, But first of all, we have to get the true answer first for H, and we will use calculator lah. So I hope all of you know how to press. So the A you tekan 9, the B is -14, the C is -39. Okay, my calculator give me already the answer. The first answer is 3, and then the other answer is -13/9. Okay, but you have to write equals, cannot write bigger yet. You have to write equal, and then atas have to write bracket bracket. Okay, if H is +3, then it's H minus 3 and then if answer is negative, then you have to write plus 13. But then the 9 have to letak depan. And then here don't write equal 0, write bigger 0. You will follow whatever symbol they write here. Okay, but for the equal here, don't change to bigger. That one you have to write equal. Okay, and then now you have to sketch. Okay, you have to sketch. Okay, I don't have enough space, so how? Okay, I'm just gonna continue here, right? So you have to sketch, and when you sketch, you will draw the curve shape, and then you will draw the x-axis, and then here you put the small number, here you put the big number. So the small number is obviously the negative one, and then the big number is the positive one. And then where you locate, you have to look at the symbol lah. So if you look at this bracket bracket bigger than 0, so bigger than 0 means what? It means you have to shade this side and this side, right? It means the answer for range of H will be H smaller than -13/9 and H bigger than 3. Okay, this is what it means, right? H smaller than -13/9 and H bigger than 3. Okay, but what if it's smaller? Okay, if it's smaller, then you shade here. Okay, then you have to write in between already. Then your answer will look like this already, like this. Okay, but this one is kalau smaller lah. So I'm gonna erase this. So for this question, this is the correct way, right? So I hope you understand. Yeah. So that's all for question 2. Okay, let's continue with question number 3. Soalan A. Point R, X, Y moves. Okay, the moment you see the word move, you know this is coordinate geometry punya chapter and it's under locus, right? Because locus is about moving point. So now they already said R is the moving point. So that's why R coordinate is XY. Move such that distance from P and Q are always the same. Describe the locus of moving point R. Okay, this one you learn in mathematics also. Yeah, but in mathematics, they will ask you to draw, right? They usually ask you to draw. But this one, Addmaths, this question, they ask you to describe. Yeah, they ask you to describe. So you don't need to draw, but you have to describe. So describe means you have to tell them lah, whether it's a circle or a line or whatever. So if you look at this, the locus moves us the distance from P and Q always the same. So let's assume we have 2 points here, point P and point Q, and we want to, and there's a point R, and the point R has to move such that the distance between P and Q is the same. So the locus R will be like this lah, cut it in middle lah. This is how I teach in my mathematics video also. Okay, because in my mathematics how to say mathematic video, I also explain locus like this. I said if the question give us 2 points, just cut it in the middle, just cut it in half. So the locus will be this line, the middle line, right? And there is a name for this line. What do we call this line? The perpendicular bisector. Yeah, the perpendicular bisector. Dalam bahasa Melayu, pembahagi dua sama serenjang. So what do we call this line? Perpendicular bisector. So if you want to describe the locus of moving point R, you have to mention the word perpendicular bisector, right? That's the keyword. So I'm just gonna write a perpendicular bisector of PQ lah, right? Perpendicular bisector of PQ, right? Because the locus line will be the perpendicular bisector of PQ, yeah. So this is good enough, and it's only worth 1 marks. So yeah, like this is good enough. Okay, hope you understand. Kalau tak ada masalah, we continue. Okay, soalan B. Let's read. Diagram 2 below shows a right angle triangle. Right angle triangle means this triangle got 90 degree. And they already label for you, this is 90 degree. Right? And the opposite 90 is always the longest side in the right angle. Right? Okay, tak apa, kita tengok apa lagi dia cakap. Inscribe in a circle. Okay, inscribe. It means this all the vertices touches the touch the side of the circle. Okay. Okay, now let's do number 1. Find the equation of locus again of point P, okay, of point P that moves on the circumference of circle. So I want to find the equation of locus P when it moves along the circle. It means I'm finding the equation of circle lah. I'm finding the equation of this circle, right? And let me tell you, for equation of circle, you kena ada dua information yang sangat penting. Okay, for equation of circle, if you want to find equation of circle, you need to have two information. First, you need to have the center of circle, right? You need to have the center. And then next thing is you need to have the radius, right? You need to have the radius. If you don't have these two things, you cannot find the locus ataupun the equation circle lah. Because in this case, the equation of circle is the locus, right? So I repeat one more time. In order to find equation of circle, you need these two information: the center coordinate and the radius of the circle, right? And after you have these two things, then only you can use the distance formula to form the equation of circle, right? So since it's a locus question, there will be a moving point, point P x y, right? But then I have to get my center coordinate and radius first, and they never give me the center coordinate here, but they got mentioned that let's see. Okay, they never mentioned AB is the diameter, but you should know that AB is the diameter. You know why? Because we learned before in maths, if we have a line, if you draw a line like this across the circle and they passes through center, and then when we tarik two lines, it will be 90 degree, right? So how do we know that this line passes through the center? Well, because it's 90 degree here. It means this line must be the diameter. Yeah, it must passes through the center, or else it will not be 90 degree. It will be like some other angle. But it's 90 degree, so that's enough proof that this is the diameter. So definitely this line will passes through the center. So in order to find the center coordinate, you can actually use the midpoint. Yeah, you can find the midpoint. So in order to find the center, I will use the midpoint formula, which is x plus x divided 2, y plus y divided 2. So negative 5 plus 1 divided 2, and then 9 plus 1 divided 2, right? And you will end up with negative 5 plus 1, negative 4 divided 2, negative 2, 9 plus 1, 10 divided 2, 5. So the center coordinate is negative 2, 5. But you still need one more information before finding the circle equation. You still need the radius. Okay, how to find the radius of circle? Okay, the radius is from center, tarik to the side of the circle, right? But dia tak semesti tarik sini, dia boleh tarik sini also, right? This is also radius. So what you have to do, how you have to find the radius then? You use the distance formula lah, because you want the distance from here to here, right? So the formula for distance is square root, bracket square plus bracket square. In the first bracket, you have to write x minus x. This one you have to write y minus y. So this is the formula I'm going to use now. So square root, bracket square plus bracket square. Now you have to write x minus x here, y minus y here. So you can take O to B lah. So it will be x minus x, so negative 2 minus 1. And then the other one is 5 minus 1 like this, right? Okay, for those students that want to do point A and point A, if you want to use point A and point O to find distance, can also. You will get the same answer, right? Okay, anyways, let's continue. Negative 2 minus 1, negative 3 square, 9. 5 minus 1, 4 square, 16. Square root 25, so it's 5. It means that the radius is 5, the radius is 5, right? But it's still not the answer yet. They ask you to find the equation of locus. It means the equation of circle, right? Of circle. And I told you, right? In order to find equation of circle, you need two things: center, and radius. Okay, but I already find it just now, so now I can find my equation of circle. Okay, how do we find equation of circle? We have to use the distance formula. Okay, we have to use the distance formula. So this point P, it move along this circle, but you need to know that the point P and the distance between P and the center, which is O, is always what? It's always going to be 5 units because the radius is 5. That is why you don't have to, that is why you just write like this lah. Because when you find equation of circle, you will use distance punya formula untuk cari, right? But what you have to write first is like you have to see which one is the moving point and which one is the center, and then you get write down the distance for them will always be 5 units. And then now only you will use the distance formula to solve this. So the formula is square root bracket square plus bracket square, sama macam tadi lah. But this time it's P and O. So point P is xy, point O is negative 2, 5. So now the formula is x minus x, so it'll be x minus negative 2, which is x plus 2, and then y minus 5 here, right? And now how to continue? Well, you can get rid of the square root, okay, by squaring both sides. Yeah, just square both sides. Because when you square both sides, the 5 square become 25, and then the square root and this square, they cancel each other. They can cancel out. So left with whatever inside here lah, which is x plus 2 square. This one you can just expand quickly, x square plus 4x plus 4. This one also you can expand quickly, y squared minus 10y plus 25, right? The fastest way to expand this is like taking depan square and then depan darab, belakang darab 2 and then belakang square, okay? Okay, sampai sini, you get your equation of circle already, but you have to arrange a little bit. So usually the x square, I will tulis paling depan, followed by y square, followed by 4x, and then next thing is negative 10y, and then the rest of the numbers, we can do it together lah. So 25 minus 25 is 0, so left with 4 on this side. So this is the answer. X squared plus y squared plus 4x minus 10y plus 4 equals 0. So yeah, so this is the equation of the locus, and it's also the equation of the circle, right? So that's the answer. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, for my final part, soalan number 2, find the y-intercept of the locus. It means I have to take this equation, x squared plus y squared plus 4x minus 10y plus 4 equals 0, and I'm trying to find the y-intercept. Okay, whenever you see the word y-intercept, it means you have to ganti x equals 0. So remember, y-intercept, x equals 0. Then kalau x-intercept, then y equals 0 lah. So if they say y-intercept means what? X equals 0. Okay, it means you boleh ganti x equals 0 inside your equation, inside the locus equation. So when the x becomes 0, you left with y squared minus 10y plus 4 equals 0. Yeah, because this x and this x will hilang already, becomes 0 already, right? So now it becomes a quadratic equation. So now you should use your calculator and press the ABC inside and then see what they give you. So let me press now. Okay, what is the A? 1, the B, negative 10, the C, 4. Okay, make sure you got press with me. If you got press, you will get why? Okay, they give like ugly answer, right? So the answer yang dia bagi is like 9.5825. So 9.583 lah. So this is the answer they give me in the calculator, and the other one is what? The other one is 0.4174. Okay. Okay, but this one you cannot write this straight away inside here like that. Cannot. Okay, you cannot tell me like, oh sir, just write 9.583 and then later atas bracket write y minus 9.583. Cannot. Because you learn this in Form 4 chapter 2 already. When your quadratic equation, when you tekan inside calculator and they give you ugly answer. What is ugly answer? Ugly answer means jawapan yang tak cantik, jawapan yang tak boleh tukar jadi fraction. It means that this question cannot be solved using factorization. You have to use another method. So the correct way now, what I should do now is erase this and then use another method. Okay, and this is paper 2. You have to show them the working. You cannot just write the answer like that. Cannot. You have to show them the working. So what I have to do now is use the other method, which is called the quadratic formula. Actually, there's three method, right? Factorization, quadratic formula, completing the square. But I will only do the completing the square when the soalan got asked me to do. Okay, if they never say, I will not do it. But actually, you do that one also can. You will get the same answer. But for this question, I will use the quadratic formula. And the quadratic formula is x equals negative b plus minus square root b square minus 4ac over 2a. But of course, it's not x for this case, it's y, right? Because the variable is y. So now, I'll just put in everything inside this formula, and then hopefully I get the answer later. So negative bracket plus minus square root bracket square minus 4 bracket over 2a, 2 bracket. So for my b is negative 10, so negative 10, negative 10, and then my a is 1, so 1, 1, and then my c is 4, so yeah. All right, let's continue here. Y equals, okay, 2 times 1. So 2, so just write 2, and then negative 10 is just going to be 10 plus minus square root. Now we will press everything inside here. So let's press 10 square, I know it's 100, so just 100 minus 4 times 4, minus 16 lah. So what is 100 minus 16? Okay, my calculator give me 84. So you just write 84 here. And then now finally you can get your two answer. Okay. Okay, the first answer is you have to tekan 10 plus square root 84. And then equal and then divide 2. Okay, my calculator give me 9.583. So that will be the first answer. And then the next answer, square root 84. Tekan square root 84 first. And then 10 minus answer. And then answer divide 2. Okay, my calculator give me 0.4174. Did you realize this answer is the same with the first answer? Yeah, it's the same, right? But it's paper 2, so you have to show them the working. And also, you must use the quadratic formula for this question because the two answer yang dapat dalam calculator is like not bukan jawapan yang cantik. Dia bukan jawapan yang boleh tukar jadi fraction. So that's why you cannot use the factorization method, you have to use another method, and I use the quadratic formula method lah. So this is the answer for number 2. Okay, the y-intercept, right? So it means got two y-intercept lah, 9.583 and then 0.4174. And I always recommend students to write 4 significant figures like this. Okay, macam saya. And remember, 0 in front, we don't count as significant figure. Okay, so hope you understand. Let's go. Okay, let's do number 4. So number 4a says what? Given y equals to 2 times with square root x, right? And then question number 1, find dy dx by using the first principle. Okay, if you want to find dy dx, it's very easy one for this question, because this one is 2x power 1 over 2. And then you just take power darab nombor depan, 1 over 2 times 2, which is 1, and then power minus 1. So this is the answer. Yeah, this is the answer, right? But they got mentioned using first principle method. That means you cannot do like that. Okay. Okay, what is first principle method? First principle method, the other step dia lah. You kena ingat dia punya step, tak ada cara lain. So I'm just gonna show you the step to find dy dx using first principle. Okay, first I just want to mention dy dx will be equal to limit. Dy dx will be equals to limit. Dy dx is equals to, wait so dy dx is equals to limit delta x approaching 0 of delta y delta x. So yeah, this one I will explain one more time. Dy dx is actually limit for when delta x approaching 0 for delta y delta x. Okay. So okay, tak apa, I will try to start to do this question first, then later you will understand. So first, what we do now, we have to do first principle, right? So let me tell you how to do first principle. The y, you have to change to y plus delta y. Okay, and the delta here means small change, right? Small change of y. And then what about the x? The x also you have to change to x plus delta x, right? It means yang y tukar jadi y plus delta y, yang x tukar jadi x plus delta x. And then what you do next is you will, okay, what do we do now? Can I expand this one? No, right? But we can do this because we all know y plus delta y is equals to, okay, this one, 2 square root x plus delta x. How can we simplify this? Um, okay. Um, Okay, I think I can I can substitute the y, right? Because this y is equals to 2 square root x. It means 2 square root x plus with delta y is equals to 2 square root x plus delta x. And you will try your best to find delta y, delta x. That's what you want. So the delta y is here, but the delta x is here, right? And you cannot move it because the delta x ada square root. So how? Okay, tak apa. We pindah this whole thing to the other side first. See what I get. So it becomes 2 square root x plus delta x minus 2 square root x. Okay, so yeah, so far it's like that. Right? And then now, okay, now what you do? Mm, I think I want the delta x to duduk bawah. Yeah. You know why? You know why I want the delta x to duduk bawah? Because if the delta x, no. Let me think. 2 square root. Um, I want the delta x to be duduk atas actually, because if the delta x duduk atas, it means I can straight away pindah sini jadi bahagi delta x. Then I can use this formula already to find dy dx, right? So how can we make the delta x duduk atas? Okay, I think maybe we can rationalize. Yeah, how we rationalize is we darab dengan dia punya conjugate, and dia punya conjugate akan jadi 2 square root x plus delta x plus 2 square root x. This will be the conjugate, and then but you have to darab dengan atas bawah pun benda yang sama. So you darab with 2x plus delta x plus 2 square root x, right? It means you're basically darab dengan satu lah, because these two thing you can cut jadi satu, right? That's why boleh lah. That's why is tak salah kalau buat macam ni, right? Because you are just multiplying by 1. Okay, so what you do now, you will take this whole thing darab dengan atas, right? Because atas darab dengan atas, right? And then yang bawah just salin saja. The bawah one tak boleh buat apa. So just 2x plus delta x plus 2 square root x. Okay, done already. But this one and this one you have to darab sekali lah. So how to darab? You will take depan darab depan dulu. So depan darab depan, 2 times 2 is 4. Square root x plus delta x times square root x plus delta x, that's just going to be x plus delta x. Because when you take square root times square root, and then kalau nombor dalam sama, the square root can hilang terus, right? Okay, next thing, after I take this one darab this one, I have to, I tertinggal something, right? Wait, 2, okay lah, correct lah, correct, yeah. So I'm using this one, expand with this one, right? So depan darab depan dapat yang ni, and then this one, okay, why got 25x here? Oh, no, 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 this one is, wait, this one tak ada, right? This one tak ada, yeah. It's supposed to be just this one times this one. So the answer here is 4x plus delta x lah, correct already. Okay, the next one is, okay, after this one darab dengan yang ni, the next one is this one darab dengan yang ni. So it becomes 2 times 2, which is 4 lah. Okay, okay, and here plus 4. And then the square root x plus delta x times the square root x. Okay, what happens? Square root x plus delta x times 2 square root x. Well, actually, you don't have to do all this. Okay, I'm just gonna erase all this. Okay, when you expand, when you take this one, this red color one, you darab dengan yang ni kan? And I already say you get 4x plus delta x. The next one is you take this one, darab this one. But can you look at the next one? The next one is also negative 2 square root x times with 2 square root x plus dx, delta x. It means you are taking 2 square root x plus delta x times with 2 square root x, and then minus what? Minus with 2 square root x times with 2 square root x plus delta x. But if you realize this one and this one will just get cut, become 0. Yeah, because it's like the same thing tolak dengan dia sendiri. Okay, same thing tolak dengan. That's why this one you don't have to waste your time to expand actually. So you can just depan darab depan, and then yang depan darab belakang, belakang darab depan itu tak payah buat because they already cancel each other. You just have to do belakang darab belakang, right? So now it becomes negative 2 times 2, negative 4 square root x times x macam ni. So yeah, this is the correct one. And then after you sampai sini, don't forget the other side of the equation is delta y. And now can I find delta x? Tak boleh lagi. So macam mana? Let me think. Minus 4. Okay, I think I can expand this one, right? 4 times x. So it becomes 4x plus 4 times delta x, which is 4 delta x, minus 4x over 2 square root x plus delta x. And then 4x minus 4x is 0, right? Ayo. Okay, I need more space. Okay, I think I will write here lah, class. Yeah, right here. So delta y equals, okay, 4 times x is 4x plus 4 delta x minus 4x over 2 square root x plus delta x. And then 4x minus 4x becomes 0, and then delta y. Okay, this delta x duduk atas. So you can straight away pindah bawah jadi bahagi. And then when you pindah, it becomes, what's left here? 4 over 2 square root x plus delta x, right? And then now you can use this formula. So dy dx is equals to limit delta x approaching 0 of delta y delta x. It means you have to take, in order to find your dy dx answer, you need to take your delta y delta x punya jawapan, but you have to ganti the delta x with 0. So it becomes 4 over 2 square root x plus 0, because the delta x is approaching 0 for delta y delta x, right? And now you can find your dy dx. You just use calculator lah. Okay, what is x plus 0? X, and then square root x is just square root x lah, but you have to write dekat bawah, right? And then what about the 4 and 2? Okay, the 4 and 2 can cut 4 bahagi 2 is 2, so the answer is this, right? So 2 over square root x. Okay, did I make any mistake here? Did I buat salah dekat sini? 2 plus 2 let me think. Okay, Okay, I know I tertinggal something. So this one, when we take this fraction, I mean this number darab dengan ni, we will just take yang ini darab dengan atas kan. And then yang bawah kita salin saja. So yang bawah ada apa? 2 square root x plus delta x plus 2 delta x. So I actually missed out the 2 square root x here. Yeah. This one you just copy and paste dekat bawah. Right? Tapi yang atas you kena ambil yang ni darab yang ni, right? And I already explained just now how to darab. So my mistake here is I forgot to write the plus 2 square root x. It means that sini pun kena ada plus 2 square root x. Yeah. It means here also salah already lah. Right? Here also salah already. And here also I have to change a bit. Okay. So let's betulkan. So, okay. Sorry. What happened? All right. So what is the correct one? It will be 4. Yeah, 4 because delta x moved here already. And then this one will be 2 square root x plus delta x and then plus 2 square root x like this. And then only you write this formula. dy dx is equals to limit delta x approaching 0 for delta y delta x. So the delta y delta x is 4 over what? 2 square root x plus 0 because the delta x you have to sub with 0 and then plus with 2 square root x, right? So now it becomes what? Now it becomes okay, the 2 can factorize. So when you factorize, you left with square root x plus square root x inside like this. Because the 2 here and the 2 here I sudah keluarkan lah, right? So that's why it becomes like this, right? And then yang atas is still 4, and then the 4 and 2 cut left with 2 atas. So it'll be 2 over square root x plus square root x. But what is square root x plus square root x? 2 square root x, right? And then 2 cut left with 1 over square root x, right? Means this is the answer lah, okay? And here, these are all dy dx. Yeah, dy dx, dy dx, dy dx, right? So the answer is 1 over square root x. Okay, so I made a mistake halfway just now, but yeah, this is the first principle method. Okay, dia tak ada cara lah. You just have to remember the step to do first principle. Okay, I'm gonna continue. All right, let's do number 2. Okay, this is also a differentiation question for number 2, but this one is a small change question. So they say find the small change in y, means delta y. Whenever you see the word small change ataupun approximate change, means it's you have to write this symbol delta y. Okay, and then this says x increases from 25 to 25.04. So x, the old value for x is 25, and then the new value is 25.04. So if they give you old value and new value, you can find the changes. It means you can find the small change, right? But you have to take the new value minus the old value to get the delta x, which is 0.04 lah, because it's 25.04 minus 25, right? And later you need to know this. dy dx is almost equals to delta y over delta x, right? And the delta x we have already, which is 0.04. What about the delta y? Delta y is question mark. Question mark means this is your final answer. This is what you want to find at the end. This is what you want to find at the end. Then what you have to find now? dy dx lah. That's the one you need to find now. So do I have dy dx? Yes, 1 over square root x. From the last question I did already. So dy dx is equals to 1 over square root x, right? But the x you can sub with the old value. Remember, always sub after you differentiate, always sub with the old value, the original value, which is 25, right? So start with 25. Lepas awak sub, then only you masuk dalam sini. So what is square root 25? 5. So it's 1 over 5. And now only you sub inside here. Now you can find delta y, 1 over 5 times with 0.04. So your delta y answer, you can use your calculator. So what is it? Okay, let me press. All right, my calculator give me 1 over 125. All right, so that's the answer, right? If you want to write in decimal also can. In decimal, it will be 0.008. Yeah, so sama juga lah. All right, this is the answer for question 2. Now for my B question, let's read. The volume of hemisphere is decreasing at a constant rate of 1.02 pi. So this is a rate of change question. Yang tadi is small change, all right? So small change and rate of change, dia punya cara buat tu tak sama. They are different application. So it's not the same thing, okay? So the volume of hemisphere is decreasing at the constant rate of 1.02 pi. So whenever you see the word rate, automatic you have to write over dt, right? But atas you have to write what? Okay, since it is the siapa yang tengah decrease, volume is decreasing at the constant rate, so I can use dv dt. and I will write 1.02 pi, but I have to put negative because it's decreasing. Yeah. So that's what it means. Okay. And also, if you look at the unit, it makes sense. cm cube, yeah, volume. And then s minus 1 is the time, right? But don't forget the shape. It's volume, but it's volume of what? The hemisphere. Okay. All right. Next thing, find the radius of hemisphere. Means you want to find the r. Okay. At the instant when the radius is decreasing at the rate of 0.1 cm per second. Apa maksud radius rate 0.1? Apa maksud? Okay, whenever you see the word rate, you will do dt also, but this time is dr atas because they said the radius decreasing at the rate, so dr dt lah. Decrease 0.1, so negative 0.1, right? And then it says find radius of, okay, so sudah siap lah. These are all the information written in one baris. So now what you do is you will kosong satu space here. This is how I teach my student. For rate of change, you have to leave an empty space here and then go sebelah sini and then you draw this thing. Line equals to line darab line. And you need to know this line and this line bawah sini mesti you akan tulis dt. Okay, dt. And then as for here and here, dia kena sama. Yang ini dengan yang ini kena sama, ini kena sama. Right? So, which one yang saya belum tulis sekarang? dt sudah tulis. Tinggal apa? Tinggal dv and dr only, right? So, it's either dv, dr, or dr, dv. Okay, one of these is correct. But which one? It will be, I will tell you straight away, it will be dv, dr. Kenapa? Because the subject will be v later. Yeah, the subject will be v later. Because v is the volume of hemisphere. R is the radius of hemisphere. Okay, so obviously later you have to form your own equation, and it will be v in terms of R, not R in terms of v. If it's R in terms of v, then I'll write dr, dv already. Okay, but I know it's going to be v in terms of, that's why it's dv, dr. Okay, okay, tak apa, we don't write the equation first. We try to see apa yang kita ada dulu. dv dt sudah ada, negative 1.02 pi. dv dr so far I don't have. dr dt negative 0.1. So we can actually find our dvdr here, right? Okay, so how to find our dvdr? This one bahagi dengan this one lah. So we all know negative bahagi negative is positive. Now we just tekan 1.02 bahagi 0.1. Okay. Okay, my calculator give me 10.2, right? But this 10.2 ada pi, ada pi. Okay, but this is not the answer, right? This is not the answer because what they want is to find the radius, right? Okay, this dvdr is 10.2 pi, but I told you just now you can actually form your own equation, right? Because the volume, v is volume of hemisphere, r is radius of hemisphere. So how do we join these two things together, volume and radius, by using the volume of hemisphere formula, which is 2/3 pi r cube. This is the volume of hemisphere. This is the formula yang you belajar dekat lower form also, form 2, form 3. Okay. And this formula dia dalam maths punya exam paper ada bagi. Tapi dalam MS punya exam paper tak bagi. I tak tahu kenapa. But in the maths exam paper, they will give formula, right, during the exam, right? And this formula they got give in maths exam, but in MS they never give. Yeah. But need to remember lah. So what you do now is you find the dvdr. And then after you find the dvdr, you take the dvdr, compare with this dvdr. Then you can find the values of r. Okay. So how to differentiate? You will take the power, which is 3, darab dengan nombor depan. So what is 3 times 2/3? 2 lah, because the 3 and 3 can cut. And then the power have to -1 become like this, right? And now I get the dvdr here, but here is, this one is also dvdr. So if they are both dvdr, it means they are both the same thing. So I can take 2 pi r square equals to 10.2 pi. Pi and pi can cut. You left with r square equals to 10.2 divided by 2. I think it's 5.1. Yeah. And then you just square root it lah. Because square becomes square root, right? So my radius answer, I get it already, is 2.258. Yeah. And don't forget to write cm here because it's radius. Yeah, that's all. So this is how I would do it. Hope you understand. Let's go. Okay, let's do number 5. This looks like a circular measure question, but I'm not sure. Okay, let's baca dulu. Diagram 3 shows a cyclic quadrilateral. Hey, what is cyclic quadrilateral? Cyclic quadrilateral means when you have a circle and you have a quadrilateral inside the circle. But the quadrilateral, okay, quadrilateral mesti ada four side punya. And the quadrilateral four side, all the four vertices means the bucu, must be on the side of the circle. Then only we call it cyclic quadrilateral, right? And when it's a cyclic quadrilateral, we can use this formula. A, B, C, D. A plus C equals 180. B plus D equals 180. It means the opposite one plus is 180, the opposite plus is 180. But you can only use this formula when it's cyclic quadrilateral. Okay? Cyclic quadrilateral means all the four vertices have to be on the side of the circle. If it's not on the side, then you cannot apply this formula, right? Okay, then they say O is the center of circle. Okay, let's look at where is the cyclic quadrilateral. It's this one, right? A, B, C, D. So can you tell me, what is this angle? What is this angle? 180 minus 130, right? Which is 50, because I told you already, cyclic quadrilateral, the opposite angle plus together is 180. And I already know it's 130 here. So this must be 50 lah, right? And then what else saya boleh nampak? Okay, O to A and O to C, these are both radius. So they must be the same length. So now it becomes a isosceles triangle. And also you can find this angle, because you see this? It's like this shape. So when we have this shape, okay, why my drawing so ugly? Okay, let me draw one more time. So when you have a circle and when you have this shape like this, that look like this, and this angle, they will have a relation. This will be x, this will be 2x. Okay, when you have two radius, two chord, this will happen. So if this one is 50, can you find here? Can. It'll be 50 times 2, which is 100. Right? And after you know this is 100, you can find this and this also, because this is an isosceles triangle. You can take 180 minus 100, which is 80, and then divide 2, 40, 40. And all these things, I just find it by myself. The question never asked me to find. I just find it, right? I don't care. I just find it, right? And then what else yang saya boleh cari? I think that's all lah. So far, these are, I think, enough already. Okay. Actually, I can find more also, but I think it's good enough already. So now let's see what it says. Given that the radius of circle is 6 cm, so they actually give me radius. So OC is 6, OA is also 6 lah. And then they say ADC is 130. Okay, this one I sudah tahu, dia sudah bagi tahu. Now we just do A. So find angle AOC in radian. I already know AOC. It's 50 times 2 just now, right? But this 100 is in degree. So how to convert to radian? I have to take 100 degree times pi. Pi, they already said use 3.142, divide 180, right? So now you just press calculator lah. Okay, let me press 3.142 divide 180 times 100. Okay, my calculator give me 1.74555555. So 1.746, right? I always write in 4 significant figures. Okay, so this is how I write it. So that's your A answer, 1 marks only. Okay, now let's do B. Okay, for my B working, I'll write here. So they want to find arc length ABC. Okay, the formula we're going to use for this is S equals R theta, right? Because it's arc, right? This is the arc formula. So where is arc ABC? It's from here to here, right? And in order to find the arc from here to here, you need to have the radius. Do I have the radius? Yes, 6. And then I need to have the theta, and the theta must be here to here, right? Because the arc is here, right? So the angle must be here also. And what is the angle here? It will be, okay, the one circle is 360 degree. What is 360 degree minus 100? It will be 260 degree. But in order to use this formula, you have to make sure your theta is in radian. It means you have to convert your 260 to radian. But there's a faster way to do it. You can straight away do like this, 2 pi minus 1.746. Okay, faham or tak faham? Okay, I repeat one more time. Ada dua cara. First cara is you take 360 minus 100, then you get 260 degrees, and then convert to radian, right? But there's a faster way to do it. You already know 100 degree in radian, because 100 degree in radian is 1.746, right? And we all know one circle is 360, right? But what about radian? What about in radian? If 360 in 1 radian is what? 2 pi, right? So you can actually do it like this. It's faster. Straight away take 2 pi, which means one circle in radian minus with the 1.746 radian. Then you can straight away get the angle in radians straight away. So I'm gonna press now 2 times 3.142 minus 1.746. So I get 4.538. But of course, this is not the answer. This is just the major angle. Yeah, the angle outside here in radian. Now you have to times 6. So press calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 27.228. So that is the answer lah. And don't forget to write cm. Okay, and that's the arc, right? Okay, sudah siap? Now it's time to do C. Okay, last question. Let's go. C says find the area of shaded region. Okay, the shaded region is this blue color one, right? Okay, how to find the blue color? If you look carefully, this is actually a segment. Okay, this blue color region is actually a segment. So how to find area of segment? There is a formula, right? There is a formula we can use to find area of segment. So the formula for area of segment is, so area of segment is equals to 1 over 2 r square bracket theta minus sine theta. Yeah. Actually, this formula come from 1 over 2 r square theta minus 1 over 2 r square sine theta. Yeah, this formula actually come from this one, right? Because when you're finding segment, you're basically taking the area of sector minus the area of triangle, right? And the area of sector is 1 over 2 r square theta lah. And then the area of triangle is 1 over 2 AB sine C. But since the A and B can be the both the radius, that's why it becomes r square. And then sine C is just the sine angle lah, right? So that's why I'll be using this formula for this question. But there's two segment, right? So what you do is you just cari satu segment and then times 2 maybe, because got two segment with the same size, right? Ataupun let's see. Okay, tak apa. Let's try to find this blue region first. So how can we find this blue region? I think you can take area of sector minus area of segment lah. So it'll be 1 over 2. Okay, the radius will be 6, right? 6. So it'll be 6 square. And then according to the formula is bracket theta minus sine theta. Okay, the theta must be here to here. But how much is the angle here to here? It will be 260 divided 2. Because 260 is here, right? So it'll be 260 divided 2. And if you press calculator, 260 bahagi 2 is 130. It means that here is 130. Here is also 130, right? But do you know that this theta has to be in radian? Yeah, this theta has to be in radian. This theta baru boleh jadi dalam degree. But they are actually the same angle. They are the same angle. It's just that they're different unit. One is in radian, one is in degree, but they are the same angle. So now I have to figure out what is 130 in radian. So I'm just gonna draw some conteng here. 130 degree tukar jadi radian and see what I get. So let's press 130 times 3.142 divided 180. So I get 2.269. Yeah, in four significant figure is 2.269 radian. So now I can put in my formula. So it will be 2.269. That will be my theta. And then minus sine theta. Okay, the sine theta, the theta is 130, right? So remember, they are the same angle actually. It's just, they are just different unit. 1 radian, 1 degree, right? Okay, I think I sudah berjaya cari the area of this blue color one, right? So now in order to find the other one, I will just times 2 lah. I no need to do again already because they are the same size. Because even if you find this separately, you do it again, you will write the same thing again, which is 1 over 2, and then the radius is also 6, the angle also 130, so you will just end up getting same answer. So why not use just times 2, right? It's lagi cepat, right? And then 2 and 2 can cut. 6 square is just gonna be 36. So now I'm gonna press 36 bracket 2.269 minus sine 130. Okay, I sudah tekan. My calculator give me 54.106. So 1 lah. Because if you write in four significant figure, the 6 have to plus 1. So become 1. So this will be cm square. And yeah, that's the answer. Right. So I think I'm done. Yeah. Okay, hope you understand my explanation. Let's continue. Okay, I'm doing number 6. So number 6 says, this is a trigo question lah, obviously. So it says proof that this thing is equals to this. So first thing first, we have left hand side, we have right hand side, and we have to decide which side you want to start, right? You can either start from left hand side and then change to right hand side, ataupun start from right hand side, change to left hand side, right? But usually I will always tell students, try to start from the side yang lagi complicated, because if side yang lagi complicated, then banyak banyak benda boleh tukar, banyak formula boleh guna, then it will be much more easier. It's much more easier to tukar from the complicated side to the not so complicated punya side. So if you look at these two sides, I would prefer to start with this side because they are the fraction And also they got A plus B like that. And if they got like this, means you can use the addition angle, right? So and also they are other fraction, right? So I'm gonna start from left hand side. Yeah. So I'm just gonna write down the left hand side, which is cos bracket A plus B over sine A sine B, right? And then now my job is to equal change until hopefully my last baris is the same as the right hand side lah. Okay, first thing first, cos A plus B. I know this one can use addition angle. The formula is cos A cos B minus sine A sine B, right? The reason why I know this is because I have already. Okay, this formula actually given in the exam. I'll show you quickly. This one. You see? Yeah, cos A plus minus B is equals to this one, right? So this is where the formula come from. Okay, let's go back to the question. Okay, now what about yang bawah sin A sin B? Okay, yang bawah sin A sin B, you can just write it down. Yeah, sin A sin B. Okay, okay. Sampai sini let's not do anything. Let's see what is on the right hand side first. So as we can see on our right hand side, this is what I want. I want my final answer to look like this. So let's focus on this. It's cot A cot B minus 1, right? And we all know cot is actually 1 over tangent, right? This one is also 1 over tangent minus 1, right? But my one, I don't need my how to say, my working don't even have tangent. It's all sine and cos. So can you tell me tangent boleh tak tukar jadi sine cos macam tu? Boleh kan? Because tangent is equals to sine bahagi cos. So if I say tangent is sine over cos, then what is cotangent? Cos over sine. So if I say cotangent A is actually saying cos A over sine A. And then when I check up cot B is actually cos B over sine B equals minus 1. So basically this is the one, right? So now after we know that the right hand side can actually change to this, now we just have to try my best to change this thing here jadi yang ni. Okay, because if I can jadi yang ni, then it means I sudah proven already. Okay. Okay, but how to do this one? Nothing we can change already, right? Okay, we can separate. What is separate? Separate means like this. We separate like this. Okay, but when we separate, we have to make sure bawah ada satu term lah. Alright, it means we have to take everything. The over sine A sine B, I have to take everything like this, right? And then when I separate, it becomes like this: sine A sine B, both sides, right? And then the first one I will write cos A cos B here, and then the minus here, so I will write minus here, and then here will be sine A sine B like this, right? And then after I reach here, I realized I can cut sine A and sine A, cut, sine B, cut. So you just left with minus 1 here because this one all cut already, right? But I recommend don't cut lah. For proving question, I recommend don't cut. You just cut it in your head. Yeah. So yeah, just minus 1. And then for this one, how? This one cannot cut, right? Yeah, this one cannot cut. Then how? Cannot cut. Oh, even though cannot cut, but I know this one is the same as this, right? Because this one we can write it a little bit different. Because if I have cos A times cos B divided sin A over sin B is the same as what? It's the same as cos A over sin A darab dengan cos B over sin B, right? It's the same, right? It's just that I write it a little bit different. Okay. And why I have to write like this? Because I want it to look like this so that I can change to the right hand side later, right? So yeah, it actually makes sense. It's actually correct to write like this because when you have fraction darab fraction, you take atas darab atas, bawah darab bawah. So this and this is actually, yeah, it's like betul. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? And then now you can finally change to cotangent because cos over sine is cot, yeah, cot A. And then this one cos over sine is also cot, but this one is cot B, and then minus 1. And as you can see, this one and this one, is it the same already? Yeah, it's exactly the same with the right hand side. So this is the right hand side. So now we can write the word proven here. And sudah siap lah. That's the answer. Okay. Okay, let's make this smaller because I need some space to do the next question. Okay, so now I will do my here. Right. Okay, let's erase all this because it looks very messy. So okay, let's do number 6 B. Okay, they want me to do what here? Solve the equation. This one equals to this one for this one. Okay, so tangent 45 plus x equals to 4 tangent 45 minus x. So they want me to solve. Solve means I want to find x, I want to find x. So definitely you have to use calculator and then check whether it's normal case or special case later. Because for this type of question solve, you will pindah you have to tekan the shift sign, shift cos, shift tangent later one, right? And then for 0 until 360. So how to do this question? Hey, listen here. Whenever you see like the angle inside the bracket, other plus minus, confirm you will use the addition angle one. Yeah. And if you haven't memorized the addition angle, tak apa, because the exam ada bagi. All right. So let me show you the formula first. So this is the formula that we'll be using. Okay. This one, tangent A plus minus beta equals to tangent A plus minus tangent B over 1 minus plus tangent A tangent B. Okay. So let's go back there and write the formula. So the formula is tangent A plus minus B is equivalent to tangent A plus minus tangent B over 1 minus plus tangent A tangent B. So yeah, this is the formula. Okay. But for this case, your A is 45 and your B is X. Right? Because if you look carefully, the A in this question is 45. And then the B is X. So if you change this, if you use this formula for this part, you will get like a fraction. Okay. And then the formula you just equal saja. Tangent A. So tangent A lah. But don't write tangent A, write tangent 45. And then plus or minus. Plus. Okay, remember, if this symbol is plus minus, it means you will follow whatever they write here. Okay, if it's plus minus. But if it's minus plus, then you don't follow. Then you don't follow. It means you jangan ikut dia. Kalau dia plus, saya minus. Kalau dia minus, saya plus macam tu. But this one is plus minus. It means I will follow whatever here. So plus lah. And then tangent B in this case is X. Right? And then everything over 1. Okay, this one minus or plus? Okay, if the symbol is like this, minus plus, means you don't follow the symbol here. So the symbol here is plus, so we jangan ikut, we will go minus, right? And then tangent A, tangent B, it means tangent 45, tangent X lah. Done already. And don't forget, you have to equals what? 4 times with, and then there's another, how to say? There's another one that you have to do here, which is tangent 45 minus X. This one also you can use the addition angle again. But this time your A is 45 and your B is X macam tadi, but this time is minus, right? So macam mana? Let's go. Tangent A, which is tangent 45, plus minus tangent B. Okay, plus minus means you will follow the symbol here. So the symbol here this time is minus. So just follow. And then tangent B, which is tangent X. Lepas tu, 1, okay, minus plus. Minus plus means don't follow here. Okay, since here is minus, so don't follow means plus. And then tangent A, tangent B, tangent 45, tangent X. Right? Okay, tangent 45, you can press calculator, you will get 1. So it will be 1 plus tangent X over 1 minus. This one also can press calculator, you will get 1 also. So you just left with 1. Tapi 1 darab tangent X, the 1 tak payah tulis. Because when you darab 1, nothing happened. So it just left with this. Right? Equals 4 times. Okay, when the 4 times, okay, I don't want to times first lah. I write in the middle like this first, and then I do this one first. Tangent 45 is 1 minus tangent X over 1 plus tangent 45 is 1, and then 1 times tangent X is tangent X like this. Okay, and then how to continue? Let's see. Let me think. This 4 I can times, right? But when I times, I darab atas or darab bawah? I darab atas saja. So when I darab atas, it becomes 4 minus 4 tangent X. Do you agree? Because 4 times 1 is 4, 4 times negative 1 is negative 4. And then over 1 plus tangent X. And then here is still the same, 1 plus tan X over 1 minus tangent X. And now, how to do? Okay, I think you will do darab silang. Yeah, you will cross multiply because you have something or something equals something or something, right? So when you see this something or something equals something or something, it means you see the single fraction on both sides. And then kalau tengah-tengah equal, then baru you boleh buat macam ni, you darab silang. So when you darab silang, you will get what? You will get 1 plus tangent X square equals to 4 minus 4 tangent X multiply with 1 minus tangent X like this, right? I repeat one more time. 1 plus tangent X darab 1 plus tangent X is the same as 1 plus tangent X square macam ni, right? Okay, if you don't want to write square, you can also write like this. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, like this, right? Okay, so let's continue. Expand, see what happens. 1 times 1, 1 times tangent X, and then tangent X times 1, tangent x also. And then tangent x plus tangent x, I think I can write it as 2 tangent x, right? So I'm just gonna do fast and straight away write 1 plus 2 tangent x. And then tangent x, darab tangent x is just gonna be tangent square x, right? Okay, for this, 4 times 1, 4. 4 times negative tangent x, negative 4 tangent x. And then negative 4 tangent x times 1, negative 4 tangent x also. But what is negative 4 tangent x minus 4 tangent x? It will be negative 8 tangent x, right? So I'm just going to do fast and straight away write negative 8 tangent x, right? And then negative 4 tangent x times negative tangent x, it will be positive. Negative, negative, positive, and then 4 tangent, tangent, become tangent square x like this, right? Okay, sampai sini I saw it's like a quadratic equation already because saya nampak ada square kan. So when it's a quadratic equation, you will pindah everything to one side equals 0. But I will choose to pindah everything to the right side. Because if I pindah to left side can also, but the starting will be negative. So not so nice. So I pindah everything to the right side. So first thing first is I will write the yang ada square punya. So plus tangent square jadi minus. So 4 tangent square minus 1 tangent square. 3 tangent square. And then next thing I have to write tangent. So minus 8 tangent. Yang ni pun ada tangent. Plus 2 hantar jadi minus 2. Negative 8 minus 2 is just going to be negative 10 tangent x. And then 4 minus 1 is just going to be plus 3 like this. And now you factorize using calculator and you will get 2 answer. But the 2 answer, when you tekan calculator, the 2 answer will not be x. It will be tangent x. Okay. If you want to know whether it's x or tangent x, always prefer this one, whatever in the middle. So this one is tangent x. Okay. Okay, tak apa, we tekan calculator dulu. So let's tekan, what's the A, what's the B, what's the C? The A will be 3, the B negative 10, the C is 3. So my calculator give me 3 and 1 over 3. Okay. So it means 3 is 1 over 3 lah. But you cannot write x equals 3, x equals 1 over 3. A lot of students make this mistake one. Like they will write x equals 3, x equals 1. But it's wrong. It's not x, it's tangent x. Because this is a quadratic equation yang melibatkan tangent x. Bukan x. Tangent x. That's why it's tangent x. So yang atas kena tulis apa? Tangent x. Yang plus 3 jadi minus 3, right? Imagine if you write x here. Imagine if you write x here. Tak logic kan? If you write x here, then atas you have to write x minus 3. And then here also it will be 3x minus 1. And it tak logic pun. Because if this is x, when you expand, how can you get back yang atas? Tak dapat one. Because atas punya ada tangent. So you know why now, you have to write the tangent. So yeah, the correct way is to write tangent x minus 3. And then this one is tangent x. Okay, the plus 1 over 3, I have to write minus 1. And then the 3 I have to write in front like this. Right? This is the correct way to write it. Okay, sampai sini, you boleh buat apa? Okay, let me make it, I need more space lah. Let me make it smaller. Okay, now the rest, I think it's just use calculator, yeah. So first of all, let's look at this. How to find x? Okay, is it normal case or special case? Okay, remember, special case ada tujuh special case, right? For sine and cos, the special case is 0, 1, and negative 1, right? But for tangent, the special case is 0 only. That's why I got 7 special case. Because sine 0, sine 1, sine negative 1, sudah 3 special case. And then cos 0, cos 1, cos negative 1, 3 more. So 6 special case here. And then plus with satu lagi 7. So there's 7 special case. So this one is normal case or special case? It's actually normal case. Because if tangent bernilai 3, yeah, it's normal case. And kalau normal case, we can use calculator. Same for this. This is also normal case, so we use calculator. But after we use calculator, we have to consider quadrant, add sugar to coffee. So let's write down the quadrant first. Tangent bernilai positive. Which quadrant? 1 and 3. So this is first and third quadrant. This one is also tangent positive, so first and third quadrant. So now we can tekan calculator. So tangent hantar sana jadi tangent tangent inverse, right? So now you tekan shift tangent 3, right? But that's not the answer. Tapi you tekan dulu shift tangent 3. 71 degree, 33 minute. But actually belakang is 54. 54 sudah lebih 30, so kena plus 1. So it becomes 71 degree, 34 minutes. But don't write x here. It's wrong. It's wrong. And this is not the x. This is the RA. What is RA? The reference angle. Okay. So you cannot write x here. The next baris baru you tulis x. Right. So what would be the real x answer? You have to change to the quadrant. Because this 71 degree 34 minutes is just the reference angle. Right. And what is reference angle? Angle towards x. Maksudnya yang 71 degree 34 adalah CD dengan sini. That is the 71 degree 34. Tapi angle yang saya mau is first and third quadrant, right? So first quadrant is angle mesti kira dari sini. So it's here to here, which is 71 degree 34. And then the other one is here to here, which is 180 plus with the answer. 180 plus with 71 degree 34 minutes. So you have to plus 180 to get the other answer. All right, I already pressed calculator. My calculator give me 251 degree 34 minutes, right? So this is the first part. Okay, now let's go to the other one. Tangent x is 1/3. This is also normal case. If normal case, you can use calculator. But if it's special case, you can hafal. For all this, you can hafal. You know why? Because all the answer for the special case, the angle doesn't belong to any quadrant. I repeat one more time. For special case, jawapan yang you dapat, the angle yang you dapat for your jawapan doesn't belong to any quadrant, because the answer for all these special case, it will be 90, 180, 270, 360. It's not like this angle where you can determine the quadrant. 90, 180, 270, 0, 360, all these angle tak boleh tentu quadrant one. That's why it's special case. That's why you can't use calculator for those case. Those case you have to hafal. Okay. Okay, tak apa. Anyways, let's come back here. Tangent pindah jadi tangent inverse 1/3. So now you can find your reference angle. Remember, don't write x here. After you tekan calculator, that's not the final answer yet. You still have to buat lagi. Okay. My calculator give me 18 degree 26 minute. Right? But it's not the answer. I repeat one more time. It's not the answer. This is just the reference angle. Reference angle means angle towards x. So now you have to tengok, check quadrant, and then convert to the quadrant you want. So you want quadrant 1, right? So quadrant 1 is 18 degree 26 lah. And then quadrant 3 is 180 tambah dengan jawapan ni. Right? So you will get 198 degree 26 minute. So that's the answer, right? And for my final baris, I will write dot, 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 and I will combine all my answers together. So got 2 answers here, 2 answers here. So in total got 4 answers. But I will write in ascending order. So yang paling kecil punya jawapan saya tulis dulu 18 degree 26 minute. Followed by next one is 71 degree 34 minute. Alright. And then followed by what's the next answer? 198 degree 26 minute. And then the last one is 251 degree 34 minute. Right? I think it's very important to write this baris because they will bagi markah sini. So this last baris is important lah. Right? Okay, sudah siap. Alright, I want to cakap satu benda. Sometimes student they will write in decimal. Right? Like instead of writing 198 degree 26 minute, maybe they will write okay, let me convert. 198.43 degree. Can also. Can also. If you want to write in decimal, boleh juga. Right? It's just that I usually write in degree minute lah. Tapi kalau you nak tulis dalam decimal, boleh juga. Okay, sama saja. Right? It's the same thing. Okay. Okay, so done already. 7 marks. So yeah. Okay, let's continue. Number 7, let's read. In an arithmetic progression, so definitely a progression question, the sum of first 7 term is 511. So S7 lah. What is S7? The sum of first 7 term means from T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus T4 plus T5 plus T6 plus T7. First 7 terms all add together is 511. And then the sum of the next 12 term is negative 150. Okay, some student, they will write like this. S12 is negative 150. Hey, this is wrong. Ini salah, ini salah. Ini memang salah. Alright. Apa maksud sum of next 12 terms? It means from the 8th term until the 19th term. That's what it means, right? I don't know you understand or not. I will explain to you now. Dia sudah bagi tahu arithmetic progression, right? And then they says S7 is 511. So boleh lah because it's the first 7 term. So S7. But this one is not the first 12 terms punya sum. It's the sum of next 12 terms, right? And what is the next term? Okay, if the sum of tadi dia cakap sum of first 7 term. So the sum of next 12 term will be T8 lah. But why is it until T19? Because 7 plus 12 is 19, right? And if you count from 8 to 19, memang betul ada 12 terms. Let's count. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You see? Sum of 12 terms. It means from the 8th term, term ke-8 sampai term ke-19 punya sum is negative 150. That's what it means. So I hope you understand why I tulis macam tu. Okay. So what I'll write here is actually T8 plus T9 plus T10 plus sampai lah T19 equals to negative 150. That's what it means by sum of next 12 terms, right? But actually you can write this a little bit differently. You can also write like this. S19, but S19 is what? Sum of first 19 term, right? But you don't want the first 19 term. You only want from the 8th term onwards. So you minus with S7 lah. You can write like this also. S90 minus S7 is negative 150. And guess what? You already have the S7. 511. Straight away ganti masuk equals to negative 150. And then straight away you can get your S19. This one pindah jadi plus. So let's press negative 150 plus 511. Right? So my calculator give me 361. Okay. But this one, the question never asked me to find also. Right? I haven't even read what the A. I haven't even baca the part A. Right? I just I nampak saya boleh cari, I terus cari je. Okay, now only I read the part A. So let's see what they want. Find the first term and the common difference of the arithmetic progression. Okay, apa yang saya buat sini sudah betul. Yeah. So what I write here is already correct. Is my first step is correct already. So what is the next thing? To find the A and D, first term and common difference. So what formula you use? The SN formula lah. Yeah, the SN formula. What is the SN formula? The SN formula is n over 2 big bracket 2a plus n minus 1d. This is arithmetic progression. So of course you will be using this one. So for S7, it will be what? 7 over 2 big bracket 2a. Okay, the a you don't have. You want to find, right? Just write a plus n minus 1, which is 6. And then d I don't have, equals to 511. For S19, you will do the same. 19 over 2 big bracket 2a plus n minus 1 is 19 minus 1, 18. D I don't have. And then equals 361. Okay, 7 over 2, I will not expand inside the bracket. I will pindah to the other side. Yeah, it means it will become 511. The 2 duduk bawah, so it become darab 2 bahagi 7 macam ni. Right? I will pindah to the other side. It's better to do it like this actually. Okay, because if you darab masuk, then this number become very big already. But later you have to do simultaneous. When you do simultaneous, you want your numbers to be smaller lah. Okay, the smaller better. Yeah. So what is 511 times 2 divided 7? 146. Okay, and then I will just stop here, call this equation 1, and then I will do the same here. 19 divide 2, 19 cannot divide 2. And same thing like just now. Will I take this and expand inside the bracket? No, I won't do that. Sebenarnya boleh juga. Even buat macam ni boleh juga. But I will not do that because I don't want to make this number like ugly, the 2 and 18. So instead, I will pindah this to the other side. So it becomes 361. And then divide 2 jadi times 2. Darab 90 jadi bahagi 19. And then I straight away tekan this whole thing. Right? So let's press 361 times 2 divide 19. Okay, my calculator give... Wait, let me press again. 361 times 2 divide 19. Okay, my calculator actually give me 38. So this whole thing equals to 38. So now what you can do? You call this equation 2 and then do simultaneous lah, right? Simultaneous means you can use substitution method or elimination. But if I am you, I straight away use elimination, penghapusan, because look at the susunan, AD number, the susunan already ngam already. And also the number in front of A pun sudah sama, 2 and 2. So you can straight away take equation 2. You can straight away take equation 2 dengan equation 1 minus already, right? Because the coefficient of A sudah sama. That's why boleh hapus dah. So what is equation 2? 2A plus 18D equals 38. And then what is equation 1? 2A plus 6D equals 146. And then minus. So 2A minus 2A, 0. 18D minus 6D, I think it's 12D. And then 38 minus 146. Okay, tekan lah. 38 minus 146 is negative 108. Yeah. So now finally you divide 12. So what's the answer? Let me press. Okay, my calculator give me negative 9. Hope you get the same also. Okay, I still haven't finished. I still need to find the A. So I will ganti balik. I will sub into equation 1. If you want to sub equation 2 also can. So I'll write here when D is equals to negative 9. Let's sub into equation 1. 2A plus 6D equals 146. But the D I can sub negative 9. So it becomes 2A. 9 times 6 is 54. But got negative equals 146. And then 2A equals 146 plus 54. Let's press. My calculator give me 200. So 2A equals 200 lah. And then it means A is 100 lah. So what's the answer? What they ask you to find? First term and common difference. So sudah siap lah. So I'm just gonna write here, dot. First term A 100, and then the D is negative 9. Okay, sudah siap. Let's go. Okay, there's one more question B here. So I'm going to use this space to do B. So the B says find value of n if Tn equals -8. So Tn equals -8. Okay, the Tn formula you need to know lah is A plus n minus 1D. Yeah. This formula ada bagi juga dalam exam. Right? Okay, so macam mana nak buat? Dia bagi tahu Tn -8. Maksudnya -8 sama dengan A. Tapi A sudah tahu. Sudah cari tadi. A berapa? 100 kan? So masuk je 100 plus n minus 1. Okay, n nak cari. Tapi D sudah ada. -9. Right? The n nak cari ya, because the soalan already says find n. So what you do now is just pindah lah, alright? Okay, a lot of students will make mistake here and they will say n -1 minus 9, they will write like this. Because -1 minus 9 is -10. Hey, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is salah. This -9, dia bukan minus tau. Dia times. Dia darab. So the correct way is to expand. It will become -9n plus 9. Ini baru betul. Okay, dia bukan tolak 9. Dia darab -9. Darab. Okay, darab. And then this will be -8. This will be 100. And then now what you do, you want to find n. So try to make it positive lah. So, but now it's negative. So move it here, become positive 9n. Right? And then what's left here? 100 plus 9, which is 109. And then the -8 go there, become plus 8. So it becomes 9n equals to 109 plus 8. I don't know. Let's press. 117, is it? Yeah, and then divide 9. So finally, divide 9, what you get? 13. Right? So the n is 13. Okay, sudah siap. So this is how I would do the question number 7. Okay. Okay, now we are entering bahagian B. So bahagian B, can we choose? Yes, right. Yeah, we can choose the how many questions to jawab. So they only want me to answer 3 questions, but I will jawab all of it. For bahagian B, I will jawab all of it. Because I'm doing revision with you, so I will jawab all of it. But in the exam, you just choose 3 lah. So this is a linear law question. Let's start. Use graph paper to answer this question. Okay. The table 1 shows the values of 2 variable x and y. Okay, tak penting. Obtained from experiment, tak penting. The variable x and y, tak penting. Related by equation, tak penting. Ini penting. Yeah, equation ni penting. And then where P and Q are constant. Okay, everything here is like tak penting. Yang penting dekat sini is the equation, right? So I'm gonna write the equation down. Okay, do I have any space? I'll just write it. Okay lah, I'll just do it up here lah. So it will be y equals what? What's the equation? P over x power 1 over q, right? And then what it says here, where P and Q are constant, and then they give you a table, and then A says what? Based on the table, construct a table for values of log x and log y. Okay, I will not do that. I will not do that. Because I say many times already, when I teach linear law in my class and also in all my YouTube videos, I say the same thing. Whenever you do linear law question, you will always change the equation to linear form first. Don't do all this first. You have to change to linear form first. All right, that's the most important thing, is to change to linear form. All right, what is linear form? Linear form means dia kena jadi y equals mx plus c. Right? Kenapa kena buat yang ni? Kenapa walaupun soalan tak bagi tahu suruh buat yang ni, kenapa kena buat yang ni dulu? Because if you tak buat yang ni, later you cannot do part C. Later you cannot do part C if you don't do this one first, right? So you kena buat juga, right? So make sure you change to linear form first, right? And how to change to linear form? Okay, linear form means you kena jadikan y equal mx plus c, and it means your equation mesti sama dengan y axis. Your equation mesti sama dengan y axis. Tapi macam mana nak tahu y axis dia apa? Okay, very easy. Just tiru part B. Because part B dia akan bagi tahu plot siapa against siapa. So dia cakap log y against log x. So you can tengok dari sini, you tahu already which one is the y axis. Log y, right? Because they say log y against log x. And then what's the x axis? Log x. So now you know already. The equation, adakah dia sama dengan y axis? Tak sama. So bila tak sama means dia bukan linear form lah. So how to samakan? I have to tambah log both sides. And when I tambah log, I have to tambah both sides, right? And when you tambah log both sides, you can put any base you want. Just make sure they are the same. If you letak 7, here also 7. If you letak 5, letak 5. If you letak base E, here also base E. Make sure they are the same lah. But of course, you will put base 10 for this because you want your equation to match with the y-axis. So put base 10 lah. And then here it will be y, okay, y, and then this will be P divide x power 1 over q. Right? So as you can see, now the equation is already sama dengan y-axis, but it's still not linear form because dia tak susun, we haven't susun yet, right? because linear form dia mesti y equals mx plus v. Now you cannot see the mx plus c because everything is like all jumbled up together. So what you should do is separate this. So this one single log bahagi, you can separate, become separate log minus. So it becomes separate log. So it becomes log 10p minus. Why minus? Because bahagi, minus with log 10 x power 1 over q. But the power we can hantar depan. Power boleh letak depan like this, right? Okay, sampai sini sampai sini boleh buat apa? Susun a bit lah. Yeah, susun sikit, then you get the linear form. So log 10y, I will not write this one first. I will write negative 1 over q log x. Lepas I write this one, then only I write the plus log 10p. Yeah, so after this, then it's linear form already. Right? Now we can write y equals mx plus c. Okay, why have to susun in this specific order? Because I want linear form lah. So linear form means the y-axis has to be log y, and then the x-axis has to be log x, and then the gradient will be negative 1 over q, the y-intercept will be log p. Then it's perfect already. Then it's linear form already. And I repeat one more time, even if the question never asks you to change to linear form also, you must change to linear form. Because if you don't do this, you cannot do part C later. Okay, so remember that. Okay, now only I will jawab the part A. Based on the table, construct a table for log x, log y. Sekarang baru saya akan buat yang ini. So let's construct a table. So let's draw a table. Uh, uh, is it enough space here? Okay lah, I think enough space. So I'll just draw a table here. So this is my A. This is my A working, right? But of course during exam you draw it in the answer space provided lah. You don't draw it here. Dia ada bagi ruang dekat sini kan? You do it here lah in exam. Okay, I do it here because I want it's like much more easy to me. Because I don't want to keep scroll. I don't want because if I write down there, I have to keep scrolling, and it's very inconvenient for me. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Okay, so let's try to construct the table. So the first column will be the x-axis, which is log x, log 10x, right? And then this one is log 10y, right? And then now I have to fill in all these table lah, right? So the first one is 0.34, but I have to press log, right? So you have to press log 0.34, and you will get negative 0.47. Remember to write 2 decimal place, because when you plot graph, you can only plot until 2 decimal place for graph, right? Okay, I'm not gonna waste your time lah. I'll just straight away give you the answer quickly for all the value. So this one, you tekan log 0.43, you will get negative 0.37. The next one, so done. The next one is log 0.55, negative 0.26. And then next one is log 0.85, negative 0.07. And then the next one, log 1.08, 0.03. And then the last one, log 1.42, 0.15. Okay, what about this one? Okay, this one is log y. But in the original table, it's y. So how to find log y? You press calculator lah, but it's base 10. So you just tekan log 47.68. So I will straight away give you, I don't want to waste your time, 1.68. And then log 25.12, 1.40. And then log 12.58, 1.10. And then log 4.17, 0.62. And then log 2.51, 0.40. And then the last one, log 1.38, 0.14. Okay, I don't think there's anything for me to teach here lah. Just press calculator only. Just tekan saja. So and then remember to write in 2 decimal place. Okay, so this is how you get 2 marks for A. Siap already. Now B, they want me to plot graph, right? Okay, when you plot graph, of course you need this table, right? So we have to refer this table when we draw lah. So ada bagi graph paper tak? Alamak, tak bagi. Ayo. So memang tak bagi ah. Ayo. So how ah? Okay, I need to use another set punya graph paper lah. So you let me open up the file. Okay, so I already borrow the graph paper from another state paper. So yeah, I'll be using this graph paper lah. So let's look at the scale and then we start plotting the graph. So they say plot log y against log x. So these are the y-axis and the x-axis. We know that already, right? Because just now when we change to linear form, we already look at this B question. Okay, so they say using a scale of 2 cm to 0.1 on x-axis, 2 cm to 0.2 on y-axis. Hence, draw a straight line of best fit. Okay, let's assume this is your graph paper. right? Let's assume this is your graph paper. Can I draw my y-axis and my x-axis here? Okay, cannot actually, because for this question, there's some negative value. Okay, this is how I teach my student. Whenever we plot graph, I always tell my student, look at all the table value. If everything is positive, then your origin will be bottom left. Yeah, then you can draw it like this, right? But if there's some negative value, then you have to adjust a bit the position of the x-axis and y-axis, right? And this is how I teach them. When you draw y-axis, look at the x value. And when you draw x-axis, look at the y value. I repeat one time. We will draw y-axis first, but when we draw y-axis, we look at our x value. And our x value here, the biggest here is 0.15. The smallest is negative 0.47. So where do you think you have to draw the y-axis? Cannot be at the middle. You have to be slightly to the right. You know why? Because the scale they want me to use for x-axis is 2 cm to 0.1. So I have to make sure here is 0.1, 0.2. I need to have enough space until 0.2. But on the left side, I need to have enough space until 0.5, right? That's why a negative 0.5, right? That is why you need more space here, right? So now I will go to the graph paper and make sure I draw my y-axis uh, in the correct position, right? I need to make sure sebelah kanan ada 2 kotak, sebelah kiri ada 5 kotak. Or else later my graph cannot draw, right? So let's count. Negative 0.5, negative 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0. So I think I'll put my y-axis here. Yeah. Because in this way, I will have enough kotak, 2 kotak here, and I have 5 kotak here. So it's enough space, right? Or actually I want to draw it here also can, right? So yeah, this is the plan now. So now I know my y-axis position. So now I'm gonna draw the axis. Okay, I'm gonna make this smaller so it's easier for me. All right, so I'm gonna draw the y-axis straight away. Right? So this is my y-axis. Okay, let's erase this. Okay, let me panjangkan. Let me panjang. Okay, it's panjang enough already lah. Okay, so this is your y-axis, and it's log 10y, right? Okay, and then now the highest value for y-axis, and now only I look at the y value. So what is the biggest y value here? The paling besar punya is 1.68. And then the smallest one is 0.14, right? So what I'm gonna do is check the scale first. The scale they want me to use is 2 cm to 0.2. So it means I have to naik sampai 1.8. Do you agree? Because if you go up 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, you will eventually reach 1.6. But since this one is bigger than 1.68, so it's much more safer if you go 1.8. So now I'm gonna go there and plot 1.8, and then I have to make sure paling bawah. Okay, tapi ada negatif lah. Because paling kecil is 0.14, right? So I'll just go 1.8. Okay, the highest one will be 1.8. And then I'll just keep labeling down. Actually, it's 1.6 also can. Yeah. If you want to put 1.6 also, yeah, you can plot the graph normally. Okay, I'll just go 1.8 and then 1.6, 1.4, 1.2, just minus 0.2. And then minus 0.2, 1.0, 0.8, 0.6, 0.4, 0.2, and 0. Okay, we don't need to go until negative because I already look at the table. There's no negative value for y, right? There's no negative value for y. That's why this is good enough. And then as for my x-axis, it's going to be here. It's going to be here, right? It's going to be here. So did you see, did you realize how I draw my axis? I never draw directly, right? I look at the table when I draw because I want to make sure I I draw it at the correct position. I want to make sure all these points is like, how to say, it's not outside the graph paper, right? It's within the axis, within the, how to say, the Cartesian plane I draw. That is why it's always better to look at the table while you are drawing the axis. Bukannya lukis dulu and then padam semua because you realize you tak cukup tepat. Tambah macam tu. Look at the table when you draw. Okay, for log x just now is 2 cm to 0.1. So I'm just gonna go 0.1, 0.2. Enough already. Okay, no need to do 0.3 because I look at the table already. I know I only use until 0.2. So yeah, it's good enough. And then as for here, I have to go until negative 0.5, right? I already discussed with you. I already look at the table just now. That's why I know negative 0.3, negative 0.4, negative 0.5. So can you see this is the perfect, how to say, the perfect way to draw it, because now every point yang dia bagi dekat sini, I can plot inside here without any issue, right? So yeah, this is how I will suggest students to draw graph. Okay, now let's plot the first point. So the first point is going to be negative 0.47, negative 1.68. which is this point. So I'm just going to plot now. Negative 0.47, 1.68. Let's go. Negative 0.47, 1.68. Negative 0.5 is here. So here is 49, 48, 47. And then I have to go up until 1.68. 1.68 is 1.698, 4 kotak lah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the first point. Yeah. Right? Because satu kotak here is 0.01, but satu kotak on the y-axis is 0.02. Okay, when I say satu kotak means the small kotak. So 0.5, 49, 48, 47. So yeah, 47. And then 1.68 is just going to be 62, 64, 68. Yeah, here lah. Right. Okay, so that's it. Next point is going to be negative 0.37, which is, okay. Let me open up the graph. Okay, the next value is going to be this one. Negative 0.47, 1.4, right? So where is negative 0.47? Okay, let me open up. All right, so negative 0.37, sorry. So negative 0.37 is negative 0.4 ke kanan 3 kotak, right? Because it's 39, 38, 37, right? And then you have to naik sampai 1.4, which is exactly here, right? So 1.4 is here, but it's negative 0.37, so it's here, right? It means you have to go to negative 0.4 and then go ke kiri 3 kotak and then plot dekat 1.4. Yeah. So this is how you do it. Okay, sudah siap? Sudah siap? Sudah siap? Let's wait. Did I plot it correctly? Negative 0.47, negative, yeah, correct, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the table. Okay, for my third point, what is it? For my third point is negative 0.26, 1.1. Negative 0.26, 1.1. So let's go. Negative 0.26. 25 is here, so 26 is going to be here. And then 1.1, right? 1.1 is going to be in between 1.0 and 1.2. So it's exactly here. But I have to make sure I plot at negative 0.26, which is here. Yeah, right? So I repeat one more time. Negative 0.26 is at 0.25 ke kiri satu kotak. Okay. And then 1.1 is going to be exactly in the middle of 1 and 1.2. Okay. Okay. Sudah siap. This is good. Let's go. Okay, the next point is negative 0.07, 0.62. Negative 0.07, 0.62. Let's go. Negative 0.07 dekat mana? Dekat negative 0.1 ke kanan 3 kotak, because it's gonna be 0.09, 0.08, 0.07. 3 kotak. And then you have to naik until 0.62. 0.62, where is it? 0.62 is at 0.6, naik satu lah. Yeah, because when you naik satu kotak, it's tambah 0.02 in the y-axis, right? So I think it's here. Let me check one more time because I don't want to make mistake. Negative 0.1 ke kanan 3 is negative 0.07. And then 0.6 naik satu. Yeah, correct. So this is betul already. Now for my next point, what is the next point? 0.03, 0.40, 0.03, 0.40. I think this is easy to plot. 0.03, which is, where is 0.03? Which is 0 ke kanan 3 kotak lah. Because 0.01, 0.02, 0.03. So 0 ke kanan 3 kotak. And then you have to naik sampai 0.4, which is here. Right, so this is the point. Okay, let me plot nicely. 0.03, 0.4 here, right? Okay, so let me check one more time. 0 ke kanan 3 kotak and then plot dekat 0.4. Yeah, betul. Okay. Okay, I think I only have one more point, right? Last point. Okay, the last one, 0.15, 0.14. So let's go. 0.15, 0.14. Last one, 0.15 is in the middle lah, in middle of 0.1, 0.2, and then 0.14 is just gonna be 0.2 turun 1 is 1.8, turun 1.6, turun 1.4. So turun 3 kotak lah, right? Okay, let me plot again. So 0.15, 0.14. Okay, let's check again. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5. Okay, yes. And then 0.14. So it's like 1, 4, 1, 6, 1, 8. Yeah, correct, right? Okay, it means 0.1, 0.2 punya middle, and then 0.2 turun 3 kotak kecil, right? Okay, sudah siap. Now finally I can draw the line of best fit. So when I draw the line of best fit, I want to make sure my lines have to touches the most point. Okay, you have to touch the most point, right? And try to make it like the point yang tak the point yang tak sentuh, try to make it balance. Or try your best lah, try your best to make it balance, right? So let me show you what I will do now. I will try to put my pembaris panjang so that it joins the first point and the second point. Because I want to see what happens if I join the first 2 points. So you can see that this is really bad, right? Line is really bad because it only touches 2 points. Okay, it only touches 2 points, and also the rest of the point tak sentuh, but all of it is dekat atas, right? So got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. 6 points, you only touch 2 points, and also all the point duduk atas. Tak, like it's like there must be a better way to draw it, right? So what I'm gonna do is change the position of this line. So now I'm gonna join 1 and 3 and see what happens if I put my pembaris panjang joining the 1 and 3. So as you can see, it's also touches 2 points only, right? It's also touches. Wait, let me put nicely. So you can see it's also touches 2 points, right? But it's better than the previous one because even though it touches 2 points, we have 1 point dekat bawah, 3 point dekat atas. Just now, that one is like semua point dekat atas. So this is like somewhat more balanced than the previous one. And also the second point is so near to the line. You can count it as sentuh already, right? So this is better actually because it touches like, uh, you can count it as 3 points actually because it's like very near, right? But the rest is dekat atas lah. And then now I repeat again this experiment, but this time I'm joining 1 and 4. So I'm sure you can see what I'm doing, right? I'm just going 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, and choose the best one. Okay, choose the best one, right? So let's go 1, 1, 4 now. So if I join 1, 4, what's gonna happen? Wow, this is perfect because it touches 2 points, right? It touches 2 points, which is same with the previous one lah. The previous one also is like touches 2 points, but this is better because it's more balanced. It's more balanced because you can see that the uh 2 points dekat atas, 2 points dekat bawah. So this is, yeah, this is probably the answer already, right? But I'm gonna keep trying with 1, 5, 1, 6, right? So let's try with 1, 5 now. So this is 1 and 4, so I'm gonna try with 1, 5 now. So if I try with 1, 5, also touches 2 points. Okay, also touches 1 and 2 points, but this time it's not balance like macam tadi because this one is like 3 points dekat bawah, 1 point dekat atas, right? Just now it's like 2 point atas, 2 point bawah. That one is lagi balance, right? Okay, let's try with the last one, 1 and 6. So I think we all know what's the answer already lah. Because if I try with 1 and 6, you can see, yeah, this one also touches 2 points only, and then the rest all duduk bawah. Okay, so I think the line of best fit here is joining 1 and this fourth point, yeah. Because if I join like this, it touches 2 points, and it's balanced. Yeah, it's balanced. Okay, so 2 point dekat bawah, 2 point dekat atas. Okay, so now we can write the tajuk lah. Okay, so what is the title? Okay, the title will be graph of log y against log x. Okay, I know my answer is like very different with the schema, right? But it's fine actually. Okay, I will stick with my answer because uh the schema jawapan they should give a range for the answer because later you have to find the gradient and y-intercept, right? So they will give you a range one, and I will and the range, and if your answer is within that range, it means it's considered correct. Okay, but some schema I know they never give range in some schema, but actually they should give you a range actually. For this chapter memang dia ada satu range for the answer. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the paper. So now let's look at the question B. Sudah siap lah question B, plot graph, right? Draw line of best fit, 3 marks. So now we have 5 marks. Now another 5 marks we get from C. They want me to use the graph in B, find the value of P and Q. Okay, for this question, you need to write some working, right? So how can we find the value of P and Q? So I'm gonna do it here. So my part C, the question 1 and question 2, right? So macam mana nak cari P and Q? Okay, for this, you have to refer your linear form equation, which is this baris, right? And then you have to look at what is your gradient and what is your y-intercept. As you can see, your gradient is not q, it's negative 1 over q. So your negative 1 over q is the gradient. So I'm going to write it down like this. Negative 1 over q is gradient. Okay, but they ask you to find q in the question 2, right? So, okay lah, then this one you pindah sana lah. So the negative 1 you write in number 2 lah. Okay, negative 1 over q equals gradient, right? And then how to find p? Okay, you refer to your linear form equation. As you can see, your gradient is negative 1 over q. And what is your y-intercept? It's not p, it's log p. Tengok betul, log p is your y-intercept. So here you're going to write log 10p equals to y-intercept. But for the y-intercept, you have to use huruf besar. Yeah, because this chapter, linear law, you will always change your y-axis to something else. So you have to use big capital letter, okay? Okay, now we can find out our y-intercept and gradient from the graph. Okay, let's do y-intercept first. So let's go to the graph and see what is our y-intercept. So my y-intercept is 0.42, right? Because it's here. Yeah, so 0.42. So I'm gonna write 0.42. But maybe yours is different, right? Yours, maybe when you do it by yourself, you get like 0.44 or 0.46. Then you follow your own answer lah. I already told you this linear law chapter, dia akan bagi satu range for the answer. It doesn't have to be accurate sama dengan saya one, okay? So even though it's like a little bit different, it's fine one. Okay, so how can I find P now? I need to shift log. Yeah, I need to tekan shift log 0.4. So you can just tekan shift log 0.42. Okay, my calculator give me 2.630, right? So I'm just gonna write 4 significant figure. So this is my answer. Okay. So let's go number 2. Number 2 says negative 1 over q is gradient. So I'm going to write negative 1 over q and then I'll start finding the gradient here. The formula for gradient is y minus y divide x minus x. Okay, the y minus y bahagi x minus x. So I'm going to go to the graph now and choose any 2 points that passes through the line lah. Okay, so any 2 points and then because I want to find gradient, you need 2 points, right? So you can choose any 2 points, but if I am you, I will choose from 0.1 to negative 0.4. And the reason is because I know the jarak here to here, the difference in x will be 0.5. And 0.5 is a very easy number to bahagi, right? Because the formula for gradient is to take the difference in y bahagi difference in x. So what you can do is you try to make sure the difference in x is a nombor yang senang bahagi. What is the nombor yang senang bahagi? 1, 2, 5, 10. So these are all numbers yang easy to bahagi, right? If you make the difference is x like 3, 7, that is very hard to divide. And then you will get like very, how to say, very ugly answer, like a lot of decimal place. Then you have to round off, right? So what I will prefer is like I'll try to make the difference in x like an easy number to divide. That's why I choose negative 0.4 to 0.1 because the difference here is 0.5. And do you know divide 0.5 is very easy because divide 0.5 is the same as darab 2. Okay, it means if I say 7 bahagi 0.5, it's going to be the same as 7 darab 2. So definitely your answer will not have a lot of decimal place later. All right, I hope you understand what I'm explaining now lah. Of course, some student will say, hey sir, why not you take negative 0.5 sampai 0? Okay, can also, yeah. You can also take from here negative 0.5 to 0, can also, okay? Or you want to take negative 0.4 sampai 0.1, can also, because both their difference is 0.5. Okay, and I repeat why I choose 0.5 for my difference, because it's very easy to divide by 0.5. When you divide by 0.5, means you are basically times 2. Okay, divide 0.5 means times 2. Okay, if you don't know, then now you know. Okay, okay, so let's go. Let's just take negative 0.5 lah. Okay, from the first point I will take from here, and then the next point I will take here. Okay, it means I take the difference here sampai here. Okay, so what is the coordinate here? 0, 0.42, right? But I'm gonna put a dot here to show them that this is the point I'm choosing, right? Okay, another point is here, negative 0.5, and then the y coordinate is 1.8, minus 0.02, so 7876 yeah. So this is the coordinate. And then now student always forget to do this, but you have to do this. You have to do dotted line. Okay, you have to join the dotted line, right? And then so that these 2 points forms a right angle triangle. So it's gonna look like this. Use ruler lah, use ruler. Okay, use your ruler to draw during exam, and then put a 90-degree here. Right? So this is the 2 points that I will use to find gradient. So the formula is y minus y divided x minus x. So 1.76 minus 0.42, 1.76 minus 0.42, 1.76 minus 0.42, and then divide with x minus x. So the difference in x will be negative 0.5 minus 0. And confirm later your answer will come out nicely one. You don't have to round off one. The answer will come out nicely. Believe me. So negative 0.5 minus 0. So it's going to be negative 1 over q. Okay, the negative 0.5 minus 0 is going to be negative 0.5. And then the 1.76 minus 0.42, you can use calculator. Yeah. So let me press. Okay, my calculator give me 1.34, right? And what is 1.34 divided 0.5? I already tell you, divide 0.5 means times 2, right? So you just again times 2, right? So my calculator give me 2.68, but got negative lah. Got negative, right? Like that, right? And then here will be negative 1 over q. Okay, the negative both sides you can cut, right? Because when you pindah the negative means you tukar tanda lah. So you left with this. So now finally how to find your q? Alright, this one you can tukar tempat. Yang bawah ke atas, yang atas ke bawah. So tukar tempat. So dia jadi Q sama dengan 1 over 2.68. Right? It means bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bahagi macam ni. Like they just tukar tempat. So now you can find your Q. Just tekan 1 bahagi answer. Alright, my calculator give me 0.3731. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, some student will ask, hey sir, what if I write 0.4? Okay, I don't recommend lah. I don't recommend. I know the schema is 0.4, but I don't recommend writing 0.4 because it's like very risky, right? Because imagine when you're doing SPM, you don't know the schema. You cannot refer the schema when you do your SPM, right? So it's better to write 4 significant figures. Just write more. Okay, just write more. Okay, and same with this. I don't recommend rounding off jadi 3.0. I know the schema give 3.0 something, right? But don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Just write more. Just write more 4 significant figure. It's the safest way. Okay, it's the safest way. Don't try to, how to say, round off supaya dia satu, how to say, round off jadi satu significant figure. It's not recommended. Okay, so try to write more lah. Try to write more. That's my point. So I think, yeah, I think I did everything already. It's 10 marks, right? So yeah, this is how you do the question number 8. So I'm gonna continue. Okay, let's do question number 9. This is a vector question. So let's read the question and then start labeling. Diagram 4 shows a triangle AOX, okay, this one, first triangle, and a triangle AOY, okay, the big triangle AOY. It is given that vector OA is A. You should label this. The arrow have to point to A and then label vector A lah. So done already. OY is B, so OY, so the arrow have to point there and then B. It means, can I find AY? Can I find vector AY? Yes, right? Because I have OA and OY already. So if I want to find AY, it's going to be AO plus OY, right? But let's not find it first. If the question asks me to find, then only I find it. Okay, let's keep reading first. M is a point lying on AY. So M is a point that lies on AY. Okay, that's why M is in between. Such that AM is 205 AY. What this means is the AM ratio is 2, the AY ratio is 5. So the AM ratio is 2, the AY ratio is 5. It means this is 3. Okay, I'm sure there are still students that don't know how to butcher this. They still don't know how to convert this to ratio form. So I'm going to show it to you. If you want to convert to ratio, you can do it like this. You can pin out the 5 to here, becomes 5 AM equals to 2 AY, and this is how I teach my student. You have to baca dalam dengan dalam, luar dengan luar, right? It means that the AM ratio is 2, the AY ratio is 5. That's why AM I label 2, but I have to bulatkan because it's ratio. AY ratio is 5, but this one is MY. That's why it's 5 minus 2 is 3 lah. Okay, but maybe some student, they will do it a little bit different. They will say something like, oh sir, what if I pin out the AY here? So it becomes AM over AY equals to 2 over 5. Therefore, AM ratio AY equals 2 ratio 5. Can also, it's the same. AM 2, AY 5 is still the same, right? You want to change to fraction also can like this. Because fraction is basically ratio, right? Like this ratio sign is basically the over, right? So AM over Y means AM ratio AY. 2 over 5 means 2 ratio 5. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay, I'm gonna erase all this. So this is the correct way to label lah. Okay, now I think we can do question A, right? So let me erase all this first. Okay, let's do soalan A. Okay, soalan A says express in terms of A and B vector AY. So question number 1, vector A to Y. So in order to find AY, I will just take AO plus OY, right? Because I have both these two lines vector already. So vector AO is going to be negative A, OY is going to be B, right? When you terbalik the direction, you have to tambah negative. So vector OA is A, so AO is negative A, so negative A plus B. So this is very easy lah. I sudah set already. So that's the first question punya jawapan. Okay, second question, they want to find OM. Okay, in order to find OM, I have to go, there's two options. I can either go OA AM ataupun OY YM. Okay, but you do yang mana pun you will get the same answer. Okay lah, let's do OA AM lah. But if you want to do OY YM also can, you will get the same answer. So OA plus AM, what is vector OA? A lah. Okay. And then what is vector AM? Alamak, tak ada lah vector AM. Tak apa. Because AM is anak siapa? AM is anak AY, right? Do you agree? Why I say AM is anak kepada AY? Because AM is part of AY. AM is sebahagian daripada AY. Do you agree? Because AY is like this. AM is sebahagian daripada dia. And you have the ratio. Okay. So AM is actually what? 2 over, because AM is like 2 portion. But then the whole thing is 2 plus 3, 5 portion. So AM is actually 2 over 5. And dia anak kepada AY. Okay, bukan YA, AY. Dia mesti satu direction. So A to M is anak kepada A to Y. Right? So that's why AM I write 2 over 5 AY. Or you can refer here also can. You see, AM 2 over 5 AY. Yeah, just write it down. And then what is AY? Well, you already find it just now. It's negative A plus B. So you just masukkan lah. And then you will get A. Okay, 205 times negative is negative 205A. And then 205 times B is going to be 205B. And don't forget, A dengan A boleh buat. So A dengan A boleh buat means 1A minus 205A. So I'm going to press 1 minus 205 is 305A. And then plus 205B. So this is your final answer. All right. Okay, now we can do B. So I will try to do my B here. So let's scroll down a bit. Okay, soalan B. AY and OX intersect at M. Let's check. AY intersect OX at M. Yeah, correct. Memang betul dia intersect dekat M. It is given that OX equals KOM. Okay, this one you cannot label. Yeah, because they never give me the value of K. If let's say they give me the value of K, like let's say 3 over 7, like that, then I can label. If they give like this, it means the OX ratio is 3, the OM ratio is 7. Like macam tadi lah, macam info ni lah. But the problem with this is they never give me the K. So I cannot label the ratio. It means I don't know. So this information, I'm just going to write it down in my answer, in my working. But it's like I cannot label it in my diagram. Okay, but I'm sure I'll use this info later. So I'm just going to leave it. The next one, vector AX equals HOY. Same thing with this. This one you cannot label also because you don't have the H, right? And then number 1, they say what? Express vector OX in terms of KAB. Number 2, express vector AX in terms of HAB. Okay, when I'm doing number 1, I'm finding OX, but I must use this information. Why I cakap macam tu? Because if you find OX from the diagram, your answer will not have K. You understand what I meant by that? Because in this whole question, the only place yang ada K is dekat sini saja, because they've already said they want your answer in terms of K, right? So it means you must use this information no matter what. Because if you look at the rest of the, the diagram or soalan A or other place, there's no K. There's no K. There's only A and B here, right? So if you want your answer to have K, the only place with K is this, right? So I have to use this information. So let's look at this information. What this information says. OX equals KOM. I'm also finding OX. Yeah, the soalan also asking to find OX. So kita salin saja lah. OX equals KOM. And then the OM I'll just ganti with the answer I get just now, which is 3 over, because this one is OM, right? So 3 over 5A plus 2 over 5B. Can you see your answer will have K? If you do it like this, it will be 3 over 5 KA plus 2 over 5 KB. Yeah, that's the answer lah. This is the answer, right? So they want the answer in terms of KAB, right? See, my answer got K, got A, got B. So this is the correct answer already. Now let's do number 2. So can you tell me number 2, I have to use which information? They want to find AX, but they got mentioned in terms of H, A, and B. Okay, A and B memang ada dalam diagram, but yang tak ada dalam diagram dekat sini is H. So I have to make sure my answer kena ada H, but the diagram tak ada H. So saya tak boleh tengok diagram untuk cari ni. Saya kena tengok information yang ada H. And the whole question here, satu saja tempat yang ada H. It's dekat sini. Right? It's the only space is this. Or okay, or you want to tengok sini pun boleh, right? So how can I use this information to find AX? Okay, let's check what's the information. AX equals H O Y. But if you look at this, what they want to find? AX also. So ini pun AX, ini pun AX. So kita boleh salin terus. H O Y. And then now H bracket O Y. And now I just have to find O Y from the diagram. And then expand the H. Then my answer will have H already, right? But where is O Y? Huh? O Y. Oh, it's just B. So the answer is HB lah. That's the answer lah. That's the answer. Yeah. So tak susah. Okay, but it's not over yet. They got asked you to find value of H and K. Okay, let me tell you something about the vector question. When the vector question asks you to find H and K, or maybe A and B, C and D, M and N, you just remember this one thing. When you want to find H and K, you want the H and K to be in one equation. Alright, it means you want your equation to have many unknowns. Like lagi banyak lagi bagus. Dalam ini chapter lah, in this chapter, okay? But of course, in other chapter, you usually want your equation to have less unknown. For example, 2x plus 7 equals 6. You can find your x easily, right? But the moment I add more unknowns, let's say I add y, I add z here, then it becomes more and more difficult to find, because when you have two unknowns, you can't find the x, you can't find the y, right? But in vector, it's different. In vector, when they ask you to find H and K, it means you want your H and K to be in one equation. It means satu equation tu dia kena at the same time ada H, ada K, right? That's how we do vector, right? So, macam mana nak form satu equation yang ada H and ada K dalam satu equation, right? So, macam mana? Alright, of course, you have to refer your B1 answer and your B2 answer. So, your B1 answer ada K, your B2 answer ada H. So how can we combine these two into one equation? Well, can I write like this? Can I write 3 over 5 KA minus 2 over 5 KB terus equal HB? Can I say that? Can I say this one equals to this? Cannot, right? Why cannot? Because they are not the same vector. Unless they are the same vector lah, then you can do it like this, right? They are not the same vector. This is vector OX, this is vector AX. So they are not the same. But there is some connection between them. O to X, A to X. So the connection here is X, right? So what I'm gonna write here is I can connect them using this way. OX equals to OA plus AX. This is how I connect them together. Okay, can you see I sudah berjaya form satu equation guna OX and AX, but I have to put one more baris to make it correct, which is I have to tambah satu jalan O to A lah, right? Or maybe some student they want to connect like this. They will say A to X equals to A to O plus OX. Can also, right? Because you are also making AX and OX in one equation, right? Can also, you can connect macam mana pun boleh one. Just make sure your equation later will have H and K in satu equation. Okay, what is vector OX? Write it down, 3 over 5 KA minus 2 over 5 KB, right? And then vector OA is just gonna be A, right? Okay, because the diagram, OA here. And then the last one is tambah dengan AX, and the AX is, you do already just now, is HB, okay? Okay, sampai sini awak kena buat apa tau? If you look at your equation, it's very many unknown, right? Other H, other K, other A, other B. So it's like so many unknown, right? Got A, got B, got H, got like so many, right? But I told you in the beginning already, in this chapter vector, you memang mau your equation to look like this. Because what you can do now is you can compare. Yeah, you can compare the coefficient of A and the coefficient of A, and then compare coefficient of B and coefficient of B. So what is the coefficient of A on the left side? On this side, it's 3 over 5K. That's the coefficient. And what is the coefficient of A on the other side? It's nothing here, means 1. So you can connect them together. It means 3 over 5K equals 1, K equals 5 over 3, right? And then the next one is to compare the coefficient of B. So negative 2 over 5K, and then the coefficient of B here is H. So you can connect them together. Negative 2 over 5K equals H. And then K is 5 over 3. So you can sub with 5 over 3 here equals H. Cut. So left with H equals negative 2 over 3. Right? So this is how you do it. Okay, wait. Betul ke salah? Why is it tak sama dengan skema jawapan? Let me check. HB O to Y is B. Wait, why is it tak sama? Negative 2 over 5K equals H. Your K is 503, right? But tak sama A plus. Let me check. Okay, tunggu saya sekejap. It's tak sama dengan skema. Okay, I know where I did wrong already. So if you look carefully at this one, when you take the K expand, it's going to be 305 KA plus, yeah, plus 205 KB. But I write minus just now, like careless mistake lah. This one is supposed to be plus. Okay, so that's why tak dapat. So this one is plus, but it doesn't affect this answer. My K answer correct already. It's just my H saja, ada sikit-sikit careless mistake. So I'm gonna fix it now. So let's write again. So it's actually 205K. Yeah, 205K equals H, right? And then 205 times K, which is 503, equals H. And then cut, H equals 203. So this is the correct one. Okay. All right. Finally, my last one. C, they want me to state the ratio for OM MX, right? Okay, let's go to the diagram and cari OM MX. Ada tak OM MX? Where is OM MX? So this one is the OMMX, right? As you can see, they are, how to say it? They are collinear. Okay, collinear means dia segaris, right? Dia segaris. It means vector OM and vector MX is parallel, right? They are parallel. But even though OM and MX is parallel, they are not the same length. It means their ratio is different, right? Because you can use your eyes, you can see already OM is longer than MX, right? So panjang dia tak sama, tapi parallel. Direction parallel sama. Because when you take this MX, imagine if you cut this and you letak sebelah OM. You MX, you cut and then letak sebelah. These two lines will definitely be parallel one, right? So when two vectors are parallel, what you can do, you can take these two vectors and then sama dengan, right? So you can do like this. OM and MX, dia boleh equal. Dia boleh equal, right? Because they are parallel. Tapi you kena tambah K kat sini. Okay, actually tak semestinya guna K. You can use any symbol you want. Okay, let's use lambda, right? Okay, the reason why I don't want you to use K is because dia sudah ada K dalam soalan ni, right? That's why I use lambda. And let me tell you why you need to tambah lambda. Because dia tak sama panjang. Dia tak sama panjang. Okay, that's why the lambda, that represents the ratio lah. Okay, the lambda is the ratio. Okay, that is why you have to tambah lah. It's because OM and MX walaupun dia parallel tapi dia tak sama panjang. So the lambda will tell you the ratio later. Okay. So now can I find vector OM? Yeah, I have it already. It's here, vector OM. This one, right? This is vector OM. What about MX? MX, M to X. Do I have vector MX just now? Okay, I didn't find it right. So maybe I have to find MX first. So before I do all this, I have to find MX. So let's do it here lah. So let's try to find MX now. Okay, how to find MX? Okay, as you can see, MX is here. So I can go MAAX lah. MAAX, right? But vector MA I have already, right? Where's my vector MA? Okay lah, tak apalah, buat sekali lagi lah. Vector MA and then plus AX. Okay, vector MA I do already because just now I defined vector AM, right? AM is actually 205 AY, which is 205 times this one, which is this one, right? So this is your vector AM, right? Then what is your vector MA? It will be, okay lah, let's do it again lah. Let's not be lazy lah. Let's just do it again lah, okay? So vector M to A, oops, sorry. So you can see M to A is anak kepada siapa? M to A is anak kepada Y to A, right? Because MA is sebahagian daripada Y to A. So it's actually 205 YA, right? Because MA is 2 portion, YA is 5 portion. So it's 205 YA. Plus with AX, AX tak ada bagi vector, right? But it's okay because I remember just now got one information that looks like this. AX equals to HOY. And then what is the H? I find it already. It's 2 over 3. So AX is gonna be 2 over 3 OY. So I can use this information to put it here. AX equals to 2 over 3 OY. Okay, let me give you one tips. When we doing vector question, when you do A, you will look at the diagram. When you do B, you will look at your A answer. And then when you look at C, you will look at your B answer. So every time you get stuck, just refer your previous question punya working. Because dalam vector memang macam ni. Jawapan A akan diguna dalam B, jawapan B guna dalam C, jawapan C guna dalam D. So it means if your A salah, the whole thing salah lah. Right? That is why whenever I sangkut vector punya soalan, I will always look at my previous working one. That's why I know I have to look at my B and A for my C working. Right? I hope you understand lah. Huh? Okay, let's come back here, please. 2 over 3 OY. So now let's try to sub 2 over 5 YA. Okay, what is YA? Well, I have AY already. It's negative A plus B. So YA is just going to be A minus B. Because when you terbalikkan the AY jadi AY, you have to tambah negative. So when you tukar tanda, dia jadi A minus B. Right? So this is going to be A minus B. Tambah dengan 2 over 3 OY. Okay, do you have OY? Yes, because OY in your diagram given already is B, right? O to Y is B. So you just write 2 over 3. And then finally you will get 2 over 5A, 2 over 5A minus 2 over 5B plus 2 over 3B, right? And then B dengan B boleh buat. So the answer will be what? The answer will be 2 over 5A. Okay, this one you can press calculator. Negative 2 over 5 plus 2 over 3, right? So let me press. Okay, my calculator give me 4 over 15. Okay, so you will just write 4 over 15B dekat sini, right? And then now only you can do this working. Now only you do this one. The OM equals lambda MX, right? Because now you have vector OM, now you have vector MX already. Just now don't have, right? That's why I find MX first, right? So now I have already, now you can use this to find the lambda. And I repeat one more time, that lambda is actually the ratio, okay? So what is vector OM? Okay, I remember just now when I checked other kan, yeah, vector OM sudah ada 3 over 5A plus 2 over 5B. So that is the vector OM. So I'm just going to write it here, 3 over 5A plus 2 over 5 equals to lambda MX. MX is what? Bracket 2 over 5A plus 4 over 15B, right? But now don't forget, I'm trying to find lambda. So how can I find lambda? Well, you can take this one, bahagi this one, right? But I will do it like this. I will do it like this. I will take the lambda, I will expand. Yeah. Okay. Because I think this is the best way actually. Take the lambda, expand. After expand, you compare the coefficient of A, both sides, and then coefficient of B, both sides. So that's the plan now. Darab masuk and then compare. All right. So 3 over 5A plus 2 over 5B. All right. Equals to lambda darab masuk jadi 2 over 5 lambda A, and then plus this one darab masuk, kembangkan, expand jadi 4 over 15 lambda B. And then the next step is to compare. But when we compare, we have to make sure both sides have some similarity, right? So the similarity between the front and belakang is they both have AB. They both have AB. So now you can take the coefficient of A on this side, compare with the other side, and then connect them together. So it becomes 3 over 5 equals to 2 over 5 lambda, right? And you can find your lambda easily now. What about the coefficient of B? Tak payah buat pun tak apa. Okay, but let me show you lah. So it will be 2 over 5 equals to, connect with coefficient of B is 4 over 15 lambda, right? And kenapa saya cakap tak payah buat yang ni? Because you buat yang ni pun, you will dapat sama jawapan dengan yang ni, right? Yeah, you will get the same answer, okay? Okay, tak apa lah, let's try lah. Let's try and see. So let's do lambda here. So the answer will be 3 over 5 bahagi 2 over 5, which is the same as darab 5 over 2. Okay, times 5 over 2. And then cut, your lambda is 3 over 2, right? So that's the answer already. You don't need to do this, right? But I want to make you understand, so I'll do it for you anyway. Okay, but it will be the same one, confirm, right? So your lambda will be 2 over 5. Okay, this one bahagi 15 jadi darab 15. Darab 4 atas jadi 4 bawah. And then when you cut left with 3 here, cut left with 2 here. So you see the answer is same. Sama tak? Sama kan? So actually you don't have to do both lah. But actually I recommend to do both also lah. Because when you do both, and you get the same answer, you will be more confident. It's like you are checking your answer while you are doing it already. So it's better to do also lah. So now you know for sure your lambda is 3 over 2. So now we can go back to our original equation. OM equals lambda mx. So what is OM? Your OM is lambda mx. So the lambda is 3 over 2, right? So it's 3 over 2 mx. But they don't want to write in this form. They want to write in this form, which is OM ratio mx. So I'm going to convert this. To OM ratio mx. And the answer is going to be 3 ratio 2. Okay, for those students that how to say, don't know why is it 3 ratio 2, why not 2 ratio 3? It's because you have to okay, you can, okay, ada beberapa cara untuk explain lah, because it's OM 3 over 2 mx, right? So for my own student, usually I teach them like this. I teach them the 2, bring it here, 2 OM equals 3 mx, and then I teach them dalam baca dengan dalam, luar dengan luar. So OM 3 mx2, that's why it's like this, OM 3 mx2, right? But of course you can also change it to fraction. Okay, it means you can also pindah the mx. So dia akan jadi OM over mx equals 3 over 2. And then don't forget, this one is actually ratio. So if I say OM over mx, OM bahagi mx is the same as OM ratio mx. And then 3 over 2 is just going to be 3 ratio 2. Can also. Sama juga. Right? So it's like, I want students to know how to convert to all the forms lah. It means dia tak bagi form ni, dia bagi form lain pun you boleh baca, you pandai juga baca dia punya ratio. Okay. So yeah, this is the answer. How many marks? 1, 6, 7, 3, 10 marks. Yeah. In section B, all question is worth 10 marks one. So yeah, this is how you do the vector question. Alright, hope you understand. Okay, let's continue with number 10. This looks like a differentiation plus integration question. Yeah, it's from 5 bab 2 bab 3. Pembezaan pengameran. So this is the differentiation question, and student usually hate this chapter. Okay, let's go. Diagram 5 shows the curve y equals x squared plus 3. So this is the curve equation. Let's label. Okay, they already labeled for me, so no need to label already. And the tangent to the curve at point A, 1, 4. Hey, what is tangent? Tangent means is a straight line, but the straight line only passes through the curve at one point. Okay, it only intersects the curve at one point, and that point yang dia passes through, we call it tangent point. And in this case, they already give you the tangent point, which is point A, 1, 4, right? Okay, when we are doing this kind of question, I always tell my students, don't do ABC first. Don't do ABC first. Try to find out all the important points first. What is important points? Important points means all the x-intercept, y-intercept, intersection point. Try to find out first, right? Even though the question never asks you to do it, just do it, okay? Because it will help you later. So just find it. So let me give you some example of the important point. So this is the important point, right? Because this is the y-intercept of curve, and you can find this easily. Just sub x equals 0, and you will get 3. So rupanya, this is 3, right? And what about this point? Okay, this one is also y-intercept, but it's the y-intercept of the straight line, the tangent line, right? But since you don't have the tangent line equation, so you can't find this point. And then I think that's all, right? And then this point A, it says is 1, 4. It means if I baca bawah like this is 1, if I baca like this is 4. So yeah, this is the only thing, this is the 3 is the only point that I can find, right? So now only I proceed, now only I continue with A. Find the equation of tangent at point A. So this is definitely differentiation question lah, and it's under the first application, tangent normal. Okay, do you know got how many application in differentiation? Got 5. We have tangent normal. Okay, this is the first application, and then we have minimum, maximum, turning point. The second application, first one, second one. The third one is ROC, which is rate of change. The fourth one is small change, and then the fifth one is limits, right? So these are the 5 application, right? And this question is under the first one. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. So how do we find equation of tangent? You have to find gradient tangent first. But how to find gradient tangent? Gradient tangent, you will find it using dy dx, right? Because dy dx is actually the gradient, will give you the gradient tangent, right? So what I'm going to do is I will differentiate the curve equation. So this is the curve equation, and then I will find dy dx. Okay, when we differentiate, we will take the power darab dengan nombor depan and then power minus 1. So nombor depan tak ada benda means 1 lah. So 2 times 1 is 2. Power minus 1 is going to be 2x. And then differentiate 3 is 0. When you differentiate number, it's always 0. But this is not the answer yet. What is this? We call this the GF. What is GF? Gradient function. Gradient function. Ataupun you can call it gradient curve. So I repeat, this is gradient function ataupun gradient curve. And what we will do with this gradient function is substitute the x coordinate inside, right? So because I want the tangent of this line, so definitely I will substitute the tangent point punya x coordinate dalam sini. So 2 times 1. And the moment I substitute 1 dalam sini, we don't call it dy dx anymore. We call it gradient tangent mt. Okay. Actually, you want to write dy dx also can, because dy dx and gradient tangent is the same thing. Okay. So 2 times 1 is 2. So this is the gradient tangent. But they want equation. Equation, not gradient, equation. So find equation. How to find equation of a straight line? You can use this formula, because when we're doing Addmaths, I always use this formula. Y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. There's another method to find equation, which is the y equals mx plus c punya cara. Can also. But usually the y equals mx plus c punya cara, I use it when it's mathematic. When it's Addmaths, I always go with this formula. But you can use both actually in Addmaths. So remember the y and the x here, we don't do anything. We just leave it like this. But the m, I will substitute 2 lah, because that's the gradient of the tangent line. The gradient is 2. As for the x1, y1, you have to ganti satu coordinate yang ada passes through. So which coordinate yang ada, yang the point, yang the line ada passes through? 1, 4 lah. But dia punya formula is x minus x, so x minus 1, y minus y is y minus 4, right? It means x minus x coordinate, y minus y coordinate. So now it becomes y minus 4 equals 2x minus 2, and then y equals 2x. Negative 2 plus 4 is going to be plus 2 here. So this is the answer. Okay, y equals 2x plus 2. Okay, let me explain using another method. If you don't want to do like this, using this formula, you can also do y equals mx plus c. But the m you will put 2, and then the c is the y-intercept, right? But since you don't have the y-intercept, you will letak x and y, ganti x, y dalam to find c, right? Because imagine if you want to find c, what you need to find, what you need to have in order to find c, x and y lah. And the x and y you will ganti with this, which is 4 equals to 2, 1 plus c, and then you will get 2 also. As you can see, the c is 2. When you rewrite, it becomes y equals to x plus 2, and you see the answer is same, right? That's why I said you can use dua cara ni lah. So you nak buat macam tu boleh juga, right? Okay, but I'm gonna stick with this working lah. Okay, so let's continue with B now. So B says find the area of shaded region. Okay, by the way, I already have the straight line equation, so I should update my diagram. So y equals 2x plus 2. That's the straight line equation. So now this says area of shaded region. For this question, I think I will do it here. So area of shaded region. So there's two formula for area. Is either you integrate towards x. If integrate towards x is integrate dx and then middle y. Or if you want to integrate toward y-axis, that means you will write dy here, then this will be x, right? So tell me now, if you want to find this equation, you will integrate towards x-axis or towards y-axis? Okay, towards x-axis. If I am you, I will integrate towards x-axis. Okay, but let me tell you something. If you integrate towards y-axis, boleh juga. Okay, boleh juga. But let me tell you why I integrate towards x-axis. Because I look at the equation. When the equation is y, oh my god, what happened? No. Oh my. Wait, really? Are you okay? For the A working, I won't do it again lah. Okay, I remember the answer. Okay, I tertekan something already, and then the whole thing gone already. But the A working, I will not do it again. I will just do B lah. But if you want the A working, you can rewind the video, right? Yeah, you can rewind the video and then watch it yourself. Okay. Okay. So, anyways, let's continue my B working. So the area I said got two cara, right? You can integrate towards X pun boleh, towards Y pun boleh. For this question, actually, both also you will get the same answer. But let me give you satu tips, right? If the equation is Y equals, it means the Y is the subject. It's better if you integrate towards X, because that way your equation will be Y like this, right? And then you can substitute the equation easily. But if you integrate towards Y, then you have to substitute X already. Then you have to pindah a bit, right? But can also lah, can also. But later you will get like Y minus 3 square root, and then you have to integrate this one lah, right? But can also, you get the same answer, right? But it's easier if you integrate towards X. It's easier, okay? So I'm going to integrate towards X. But if you look carefully now, if you integrate towards X, you cannot find this from one integration. Yeah, you cannot find the area of shaded region just by integrating satu kali. You have to integrate dua kali actually, right? And you have to integrate them separately and then minus. Kenapa saya cakap macam tu? Because if you integrate towards X, this shaded region is from 0 to 1, right? 0 to 1. But if you look carefully, they are not asking you to integrate towards x-axis, right? It's only integrates here sahaja. Okay, it means dia nak sini saja. Dia bukan nak semua tau. Dia tak ambil sampai towards x-axis. It's like sebahagian saja macam ni. That's why you have to take something minus something, right? And then for the first one, you have to write 1, 0, and then you integrate the curve equation. It means you will integrate the curve towards x-axis from 0 to 1. But then you have to minus with this blue color part, which is the trapezium area, right? And for the trapezium area, if you use integration method, it will be integrate from 1 to 0 also, from 0 to 1. And you also integrate towards x-axis, but the equation for y here is the straight line equation. The equation for y here is the curve equation, right? So jangan silap ganti lah, right? And then if you do like this, then you get the answer at the end, right? Okay, there's another method to do. If you don't want to do the straight line, you don't want to integrate for the straight line, you can also use area of trapezium, which is 1 over 2 a plus b times c, where a and b is the parallel sides, and then c is the perpendicular distance between the two sides. Okay, so yeah, you can buat cara ni pun boleh, cara integration pun boleh, but I will do both. Okay, I'll do both. I will prove to you, they will give you same answer later. Okay, But in exam, don't do both lah. Just choose one. Okay, okay, let's go integrate 1, 0. The y have to ganti curve equation, which is x squared plus 3. Because you are taking the curve towards x-axis punya area tolak dengan straight line. Bukan straight line tolak curve. Curve tolak straight line. Okay? Because the curve integrate punya covers lagi besar punya kawasan. And then dx minus integrate 1, 0. This y is the straight line one, which is 2x plus 2 lah. That's the straight line equation, right? And then now you start to integrate. X power 2 become x power 3 over 3. When you integrate, the power have to plus 1. And then you have to divide with the new power. All right? And then what happens when you integrate 3? You get 3x. And then 1, 0 minus. Okay, integrate 2x. Power plus 1. Power 2. And then divide with the new power, power 2. And then integrate 2 is going to be 2x. And then don't forget the 1, 0. So now the 2 and 2 can simplify cut. Okay, this one cannot simplify already. So I will straight away substitute inside. So when I substitute inside, I will put 2 bracket. Okay, I will open 2 bracket, right? And then tengah-tengah have to minus. Okay, why got 2 bracket? One bracket is for you to substitute 1, and another bracket is for you to substitute 0. Okay, let's substitute 1. 1 power 3, 1, so 1 over 3, plus 3 times x plus 3 times 1 is 3 lah. And then what happens when you substitute 0? 0, 0, 0, 0, everything 0. Okay, yep. And then minus. Okay, what about this one? This one also you do the same thing. You open 2 bracket. Okay, and then tengah-tengah minus, right? The first bracket is to substitute 1, the another one is to substitute 0. Okay, let's sub 1 inside. 1 square is 1, so just write 1 plus 2 times x means plus 2 times 1 means 2 lah. And then what happens when you sub 0? 0 square plus 0, 0, 0 is the whole thing 0, right? So now you get 1 over 3 plus 3, which is 10 over 3. Minus 0 tak payah lah, minus 0 is like nothing happened. And then this minus, so I also minus 1 plus 2 minus 0. 1 plus 2 is 3, and then 3 minus 0 is 3. And then 10 over 3 minus 3 is 1 over 3, right? So the answer here is 1 over 3 unit square, right? Because this is area, that's why you have to write unit square. Okay, so this is how you get the 4 marks for B. Okay, let me explain using another method. You can also use area of trapezium, right? I mentioned just now. So 1 over 2 A plus B times C. So the sum will be here and here. But here you already know it's 2. Do you know why? Because this is the y-intercept of the straight line. And when it's y-intercept of straight line, you can guarantee x equals 0. You can sub x equals 0 inside the equation, and then you get y equals to 2. It means the y-intercept is 2, right? It means that the panjang here is 2, here is 4. So this one is 2, this one is 4. So the formula of trapezium is 1 over 2 times 2 plus 4 times with the distance here, the C, which is 1. And if you do this, you will get 3 also. Because 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 divided 2 is 3. And you can see, you use the integration method also just now, you get 3. That's why ada dua cara untuk buat, right? You can use area of trapezium, or you want to use integration formula also can, right? So this one I won't erase lah. I will just leave it here for you to refer. And one more thing, I repeat one more time. You can also integrate towards y-axis for this question. But can you tell me if I integrate towards y, what will I do? If I integrate towards y, what I have to take? If I integrate towards y to find the shaded region, saya kena ambil apa? Let me erase. Okay, bagi tahu saya. Kalau saya integrate towards y, I will get the same answer, but saya kena ambil apa? Bagi tahu saya. So I have to take integrate from where to where? 2 to 4, right? 2 to 4, right? But it's gonna be integrate straight line first. You integrate straight line towards y-axis. But when you integrate straight line, you are taking like the whole triangle, right? But you don't want the whole triangle. You only want like sebahagian daripada triangle too. So you have to minus with this small region, right? And that small region, you can find it by integrating the curve towards y-axis. You understand? So I repeat one more time. If you use y-axis to do this question, you will integrate straight line from 2 to 4 minus integrate curve from 3 to 4. And then you will get 1 over 3 also. Believe me, you will get the same answer. But I didn't do it like that is because I saw the equation, it's y in terms of x, y in terms of x. That's why it's easier to integrate towards x. It's easier to sub. Because if you integrate towards y, you have to pindah and do all those things, right? But can also, you will get the same answer. Okay. All right. I think I'm just gonna stop here. Okay. I think I explained a lot already. I explained good enough already. So I'm gonna continue with C. Okay. C, they want to find volume. Okay. Volume formula. If you integrate towards x, it will be pi y square. Kalau volume. And then kalau you integrate towards y dy, this will be pi x square. But when you do volume, you cannot choose. Okay, macam B tadi saya cakap apa? You want to integrate towards x pun dapat sama jawapan, integrate towards y pun sama jawapan. But for volume, you cannot choose one. The volume, if they tell you rotate y-axis, then you have to use this one already. If they say rotate x-axis, you have to use this one. Dia bukan macam tadi you boleh apa harus say very. It's like you can integrate towards x or y also can, right? You can do both also get same answer, but volume cannot one. volume, whatever they say, you have to follow. Okay, let's read the question. Calculate the volume generated in terms of pi when the region bounded by curve, so let's highlight the curve. Okay, by curve, region bounded by curve, and then the y-axis. Okay, let's highlight the y-axis, and then straight line y equals 5. Okay, y equals 5, they never draw it here, but if I draw it myself, it will be somewhere here lah. How I know is because this is 2, 3, 4, so 5 must be somewhere here. So the region bounded by curve y-axis and y equals 5, that's gonna be duduk here, right? Yeah, I think the region they are talking about is this region here. Actually no lah. I think it's, wait, let me think. I think it's here only, yeah. Yeah, dia dekat sini saja. Yeah. Because we only choose the kawasan yang tutup, right? And then they say it's rotated 180 degree about y-axis. So imagine rotating 180 degree. Okay, by the way, this formula is for rotating 360 degree. This formula is for rotating 360 degree. But this one they want rotated 180 degree. So do I have to bahagi dua? Okay, this is tricky because if the shaded region is like this, then you don't have to bahagi dua. Because if the shaded region is like this, when you rotate 180 degree, it's same as saying this part rotate 360 already. Okay, you can imagine it, right? Because if it's like this, because you are rotating using y-axis. So if the region is like this, you rotate 180 degree, you will get like a lebih kurang macam hemisphere, but it's not hemisphere, just lebih kurang macam hemisphere saja, right? But if your shaded region is like this, then you have to bahagi dua. Because if your shaded region is like this, when you rotated 180 degree, you only get like half a hemisphere lah, right? If the shaded region is like this, then you have to bahagi dua, right? So this question, where is the shaded region? Let's read one more time. Region bounded by curve y-axis y equals 5. Curve y-axis y equals 5. So I think the shaded region is not including here, because the region bounded by curve y-axis and this is, I think it's only here. Okay, yeah, I think it's only here. So if it's only here means when you rotate 180 degree, you will not get like a full cycle. It's like only half a sphere macam tu. But it's actually not a sphere lah. I just call it a sphere, but it's not a sphere. Okay, because the sphere radius must be same one. The radius here and here tak sama also. That's why it's not a sphere. Okay, but I'm just gonna start to do this question. So the volume, okay, definitely I have to go integrate. They already said rotate y-axis, so definitely I have to go. Because for volume you cannot choose which axis. Okay, you have to follow what the question wants. So this is pi x square, and then the number is from where to where? Okay, it's the shaded region is here, so it's actually from, I think it's from 3 to 5. Yeah, so 5 to 3. And you can find this easily by integrating sekali. You don't have to buat macam tadi like something minus something or something plus something, tak payah, because the region is already like this. That's why you can, yeah, straight away do it like this, right? But I have to put 1/2 in front, and the reason is very simple, because I rotate 180 degree, right? But let me tell you something, bukan selalu rotate 180 kena bahagi dua tau. Sometimes rotated 380, you tak payah bahagi dua. In what case tak payah bahagi dua? When the region is like this. Because when the region is like this, when you rotate 180 degree, it's the same as saying this region rotate 360. That's why tak payah, right? But this one kena sebab shaded region dia sini saja, right? So now let's do it. So 1/2, the pi boleh letak depan, and then integrate 5, 3, and then here I have to write x square dy, right? X square dy. But what is x square? Okay, it has to be the curve equation lah. So we already know the curve equation is y equals x square plus 3, and in order to find x square is just y minus 3, right? And then here I have to write y minus 3, and then tak payah square already. Okay, tak payah square already, because this is already x square already. If you square again, then salah already, right? So now you just integrate this lah. So it becomes 1/2 pi. Integrate y becomes y power plus 1 and pi power 2/2. And then integrate 3 is going to be 3y, and then 5, 3. And now it will be 1/2 pi. And then I will open 2 bracket. And then tengah-tengah minus. The first bracket, I will sub 5. The next bracket, I will sub 3. Okay, let's sub 5. 5 square, 25. So 25/2 lah. And then sub 5 here, 5 times 3 is negative 15. Sub 3 here, 9/2. Sub 3 here, minus 9. Okay, now the only thing left to do is press calculator. Okay, the 1/2 pi, leave it first. Let's press this one. So let's press 25/2 minus 15. Okay, my calculator give me negative 5/2. And then this one is minus, so saya pun minus. What is 9/2 minus 9? Okay, my calculator give me negative 9/2. So now it becomes minus 9/2. So you can straight away write plus 9/2 like this. So it becomes 1/2 pi. This one you will get negative 5 plus 9 is 4. 4 divided 2 is 2. And 2 cut left with pi. So the answer will be pi. But this one you have to write units cube because it's a volume, right? So yeah, that's the answer. Okay. So I hope you understand how to do this question. The reason why I take 1/2 is because rotate 180 degree. But you have to tengok soalan also. Not always rotate 180 have to bahagi dua kan. Sometimes tak payah bahagi dua. Okay. I did so many trial paper already. Like ada juga soalan yang dia kata rotate 180 tapi tak payah bahagi dua. Okay. But I forget which state paper lah. But if you want to refer, you can refer. All the videos is on my channel. Okay. Okay. So I think I'm done already. This is worth 10 marks. So yeah, that's all. Okay, let's continue with number 11. So I think this is a probability distribution question. I will write the working here lah, up here. So let's read the question first. To determine whether to accept or reject a large stock of resistor from electronic factory, a random sample of 30 resistors is selected. Okay, before I continue reading the question, I want you to know that for probability distribution question, you might need to refer the jadwal, the Z table later, right? If it's a normal distribution question, you have to refer the jadwal later. But if it's not, if it's binomial distribution, then you don't need to refer the jadwal lah. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to read the whole question first. I want to read the whole question because I want to know whether it's normal distribution or binomial distribution. So, to determine whether to accept or reject a large stock of resistor from electronic factory, a random sample of 30 resistors is tested. Okay, the stock is accepted if no defective resistors are found and is rejected if two or more resistors are found to be defective. Defective means rosak. Okay, rosak. So if the stock will only be accepted, all right, if tak ada rosak punya resistor, right? But if it's two or more resistor rosak, then it's rejected. Okay, if it's two or more rosak. And then it says, if a resistor is found to be rosak, okay, if means satu, if one resistor is found to be defective, rosak, a second sample of 30 resistors are tested again, and then the stock is accepted if the second sample does not contain any defective. Oh, maksudnya, if the sample tak ada rosak punya resistor, then it's accepted. But if it has two or more resistor rosak, then it's rejected. But what if it's one resistor rosak? Okay, if it's one resistor rosak, a second sample are tested again, and then if the second sample does not contain rosak, then only is accepted. Macam tu. Okay, so it's a bit confusing here, right? Because yeah, but it's okay. Let's finish reading the whole thing first. If the stock actually contains 1% defective resistors, so I'm sure this is the probability, right? It's percentage. So the 1% is defective resistors. Find the percentage that the stock is rejected and the total resistors accepted if 1000 resistor is produced by the factory. Okay, so I'm done reading the question already. So now we actually know whether this is binomial distribution or normal distribution. It's binomial distribution, right? Because you didn't see the word normal here. Alright, if it's normal distribution, you will see the word normal in the question. But you don't see it, so definitely it's a binomial distribution. And for binomial distribution, there's four formulas under the binomial distribution. The first formula is the NCX, P power X, Q power N minus X formula. This formula, we use it when we want to find probability, right? And then next formula is the mean formula, which is NP, and then variance, which is NPQ. That's the formula, and then standard deviation, square root NPQ. So these are all the formulas that you learn under binomial distribution. But I don't think I'll be using the mean, variance, standard deviation formula. The only formula that I'll be using in this question is the probability formula, right? But in order to use this formula, you need to determine your N, P, and Q first, right? And I'm gonna straight away tell you the N is 30, right? Because every time you test 30 resistors, right? But then what is the P and what is the Q? Okay, do you remember just now they got mentioned something about percentage, right? The 1%, right? The 1% is the defective resistor. So it means the probability of defective means rosak, the probability of defective is 1%, which is 1/100. Remember this, percentage can always link to probability. Percentage in probability, they are like benda yang sama sebenarnya. So 1% is 1/100, which is 0.01 lah. So I can find the probability of normal resistor. What is normal resistor? Means the one yang tak ada rosak lah, the one yang good condition. Defective means rosak, right? Rosak probability is 0.01. So the one yang normal, yang good condition, it will be 0.99. Macam mana saya tahu? Saya ambil 1 minus 0.01, right? But which one you want to make it the probability of success? Okay, because I need to, P is the probability of success, Q is the probability of failure, right? They are both probability, but which one is P, which one is Q? All right, if you look at the last baris, they want to find the percentage that the stock is rejected. So first they want to find percentage the stock is rejected, right? And let me tell you, if they want percentage for reject, means you have to find the probability of reject, okay? Because I told you already, percentage and probability, they how to say, they have some connection. They can link to each other. So if I check out percentage means it's probability. Okay, it's probability, yeah. And then it says if 1,000 and then they also want to find total resistor accepted if 1,000 resistor is produced by the factory. So they want to find percentage for reject and then number for accept if 1,000, right? So it's like they want to do there will be two answers lah. One is the percentage for reject, another one is the number of accepted. So what I'm gonna do now is I will jadikan the defective probability of success, right? Which is the P, I'll jadikan 0.01, Q is 0.99. It means rosak is success, right? Actually you want to jadikan 0.99 probability of success boleh juga. Actually can also. Ya, ada cara juga. Tapi kalau you nak buat macam tu, you want to write 0.99 dekat sini, then your working will be a little bit different than mine lah. But you will still get the answer. Still ada cara untuk buat. But anyways, I will just do it like this. So for binomial distribution, I always advise students to write down the X. X means all the possibilities. So out of 30 resistors, maybe 0 success, 1 success, 2 success, 3 success, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 until 30. Okay, and what does it mean by success? Rosak. Rosak means success. It means 30 maybe 0 rosak. Ataupun 1 rosak, 2 rosak, ataupun 4, 5, 6 until 30 lah. 30 means 30 pun rosak. 30 pun success. Success means rosak. Yeah, that's all the possibilities, right? And now we can read again the question because they says the stock is accepted only if there is no resistors found, no defective resistors are found, and is rejected if 2 or more resistors are found to be defective. It means, can I find my probability for rejected? Yes, right. So because out of 30 resistors, if you want the sample to be accepted, you have to make sure it's Px equals 0 and Px equals 1. Do you agree? Because if it's 2 or more resistor rosak, then it's rejected. Is rejected, right? Because if it's rejected if 2 or more resistors is rosak, and I already jadikan rosak the success. So that's why if I calculate this and I calculate this, I add these two together, I will get the probability for accepted. Do you understand? I will get probability for accepted, right? Okay, let's calculate it now. The Px equals 0, we will use this formula. So NCX, right? It will be 30C0, and then bracket, and then this will be probability of success 0.01, this will be 0.99, and the power here will be 0, and then 30 minus 0, I write here. Okay, and as for the Px equals 1, it will be 30C1, and then this is 0.01 power 1, 0.99 power 29, right? And then you just use calculator. So I will press yang atas punya dulu. So you just press 0.99 power 30, because yang ini boleh potong jadi 1. So the answer is 0.7397, right? Okay, the next one, 30C1 is 30 times 0.01 times 0.99 power 29. So my calculator give me 0.2242, right? But let me tell you something. This one, yang atas punya jawapan, is the probability for kosong rosak or kosong normal. Jawab. Yang ini is for probability kosong rosak or kosong normal? It's the probability for kosong rosak, right? Because I make the probability of success, I jadikan rosak success. It means this is the probability of kosong rosak. Understand? And then what about this one? The 0.2242. This is the probability for 1 rosak. This one is the probability of 1 rosak. So now, can I find the probability for accepted? Yeah, we can find the probability for accepted. You understand, right? What is accepted? Macam mana baru boleh accept tadi? Kalau kita nak cari probability of accepted, kita kena buat macam mana? Kita kena make sure apa? Dia mesti, kalau nak accept, dia has to be what? If 2 or more resistors is rosak, then it's rejected. right? Two or more rosa, then it's rejected. So it means it has to for accept punya, it has to be 0 rosa or 1 rosa lah. You understand, right? So to get the probability of accepted, I have to take 0 rosa punya probability, which is 0.7397, tambah dengan 1 rosa punya probability, which is 0.2242. However, it's wrong to do it like this. Yeah, it's actually salah to do it like this, because if you read the question, they got mentioned something here, right? Okay, let's read again from here. The stock is accepted if no defective resistors are found. So yes, if you want to find probably accepted, it has to be 0 rosa. So 0.7397 betul dah. But if you look here, it is rejected if two or more are found to be defective. Okay, okay, the stock is accepted if if no defective are found, and is rejected if two or more found to be effective to be defective, right? It means if 0 rosa, then you will accept. But if it's 2 or more rosa, then it's rejected already. That's why I just calculate 0 and 1 saja lah. But they also got mentioned the next line. You see here, if one resistor is rosa, it means this one. If one resistor is rosa, a second sample of 30 resistors are tested again, and the stock is accepted only if the second sample does not contain defective resistor. It means you cannot pass with 0.2242. Yeah, because they say if the sample have one rosa, okay, then you have to test again using a new sample, and that new sample has to have 0 rosa, baru boleh accept. It means this 0.2242 you have to times with 0.7397. All right, do you understand why? Because if it's one rosa, you cannot accept one rosa. You can only accept one rosa if you test again with the second sample, and the second sample tak ada rosa. That's what it means by the soalan. That's why I take 0.2242 times 0.7397, because that's the zero rosa punya probability. It means you want it to be okay. It means if the sample have satu rosa, dia kena ada, the second sample has to be tak ada rosa at the same time. Then only they can accept. That's why you have to times here. Lepas tu baru tambah dengan 0.7397. Alright. Okay. I hope you understand my explanation. Now it's time to press calculator. So let's see what we get here. So times 0.7397. Okay, my calculator give me 0.9055, but I need you to know that this is the answer for what? The answer for probability yang kena accept. Yeah, probability for the sample of resistors to be accepted. This is the probability, right? But the question never asked you to find that. The question asked you to find percentage that the stock is rejected. So I already tell you in the beginning just now, if you run the percentage for reject, you need to calculate the probability of rejected first. So I don't have enough space. I write here. The probability of rejected will be, okay, the probability of accepted is 0.9055. Rejected is 1 minus 0.9055, right? So you just press this in your calculator, 1 minus answer, you get 0.09. Okay, let's write 4 significant figures. So 0.0, we don't count it as significant figure. And then it's 9446, right? But they want percentage. Okay, percentage is very easy. If you want to convert decimal to percent, just times 100. So you get 9.446%, right? Of course, this is one of the answer, but they also ask you to find what? They said find percentage that the stock is rejected. Okay, sudah buat. This is the percentage for rejected. And then they also said find the total resistor accepted if 1000 resistor is produced by the factory. Okay, they want to find total resistor accepted. It means for this one, you will use this formula. You will use the probability formula, which is PA equals to NA over NS, right? And in this case, the 1000 is the total. That one I have to write at the NS, because NS means total, right? And then the PA NA will be what? Okay, the A will be the accepted, right? So for this part, I will let up probability of accepted, which is 0.9055, right? And then I'm trying to find the NA, which is the number of resistor accepted. All right. I hope you understand why I write like this. It's because they want to find number of resistor accepted, right? But we don't know. We don't know the number of resistor, but we know the total, right? So if you take the number of resistor accepted divide total, you will get the probability of accepted, which is 0.9055, right? That's why I buat macam ni lah. So now the only thing left to do is take 0.9055 times with 1000. Betul ke? Yeah, I think betul, right? Yeah. So now I just take 0.905 times 1000. So I will get 905.5, right? But since this is like resistor, and I don't think you will sell uh, you cannot sell 0.5 resistor, right? Because resistor usually when you jual satu, like you don't jual like half a resistor. It doesn't work, right? So I think you have to round it off lah. So since it's 905.5, you can round it off become 905, right? The 0.5, okay, some student will say like, hey sir, I thought it's 906 because this 5 have to plus 1. Okay, if you write 906 can also, okay? The reason why I write 905 is because if you think logically, 905.5, it means that we have 0.5 extra, right? So the 0.5 extra actually, if you think logically, we don't count it as 1, right? Because it's only half only. So the half, I will treat it as like it's useless. Okay, I'll just throw it away. The extra 0.5 because you cannot sell the 0.5 extra. That's why I'll just write 905. But I do want to mention that if you write 906, it's betul also. Okay, because in the schema, they remember 905 and 906, right? But I will stick with this answer lah, right? And I also want to mention another method to do this question. You can also take because 9.446 is the percentage for rejected. You can also take 100% minus this percentage, and then baru darab dengan 1000. Yeah, can also, I think. You will get the same answer. Let me try. It's 100 minus 9.446, and then times 1000. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I can also, because this is the percentage for reject, right? Okay, so if you take 100 minus this one, you will get the percentage for accepted. And then after you get the percentage for accepted, you times with 1000. Okay, wait. Yeah, yeah. Okay. But anyways, yeah, this is how I would do it lah. Okay, so I hope you understand, right? So this is my A working, it's worth 4 marks. Okay, anyways, let's continue with soalan B lah. Alright, so B, just now A is binomial distribution. So B, very high chance is normal distribution already. And if it's normal distribution, you need to refer the jadwal, the Z value table. So let's read the question. The number of Form 5 students is SMK Johan is 200. So this 200 can be the NA, it can be the NS, right? But I'm just going to write N now, 200. But I don't know it's NA or NS, all right? NA, okay, NS, if it's total, then it's NS lah, all right? But NA means it's like, it's not the total. Okay, but it's okay. I don't want to write it first. I'll just leave it here. And then it says, it is found that the mass of student distributed normally. So you see the word normal here. So definitely you need to use the jadwal later. And then it says with a mean of 50 and a variance 25. So mean is 50, variance is 25. And also you need to know that in the normal distribution, we don't use the variance. We only want the standard deviation. So that's why when they give you variance, you have to convert to standard deviation, and how to convert, just square root. So you get 5, right? And why you did the mean and standard deviation is because you need to convert, you need to change from X value to Z value later, right? Because the formula you change is take the X minus mean divide standard deviation. This is how you convert to Z, all right? Because it's a normal distribution, that's why. Okay, that's why we need the mean and standard deviation. And then it says the school cooperative needs to make an estimation to order the sports shirt according to the size, which are S, M, and L from the supplier based on the mass of students. Okay, number one, the school cooperative has ordered 20 S size sports shirt from the supplier. What is the maximum mass of students who wear S size? Right. So the keyword here is maximum. All right, maximum. So, do we have the probability? We don't have, right? And they ask us to find the maximum mass. So what I will do now is I will let the maximum mass for S size equals to K, right? Of course, you don't have to use K lah. You can use whatever alphabet you want, but I use K lah. And since the soalan says maximum, it means the symbol will be smaller sama dengan. Remember this, maximum means dia paling besar, dia kena kurang or sama dengan, right? Smaller or equal. So it means it will be probability of something equals, right? And then I will let X become the mass, but since it's maximum, it will be smaller sama dengan K. Okay, you understand, right? Because it's like I'm saying P X smaller sama dengan K, it means the probability, I'm finding the probability of mass lesser than K. And K is the maximum mass. Okay. But then they give us the 20, right? And 20 is what? 20 is the 20 S size shirt. So we know now that the 200 is actually the total. So this 200 is definitely the total because 200 is the number of Form 5 student, right? But not all students wear S size. Some wear M, some wear L size. You know, everyone is different. So this 20 is actually the NA. Okay, this 20 is actually the NA, right? So with this, we can find the probability by using this formula. PA equals to NA over NS, right? And in this case, the A represents S size. Orang yang pakai S size. So to get the probability of S size, you will take the number of S size, which is 20, divide with total 200. And if you press this, you will get, let's see, 2 divide 20, 1 over 10. I think it's 0.1, yeah. Okay, so this is the probability of S size shirt, right? But they never ask you to find probability, right? They want to find maximum mass. If it means you want to find K lah. So how you find K is first you change to Z lah, right? So X change to Z, and the formula is take the K minus mean, and the mean is 50, bahagi standard deviation 5, right? And until after you reach here, dalam sini tak boleh buat. And when dalam tak boleh buat, I always teach my student, we will let C equals yang ini, right? When dalam tak boleh buat, kita buat macam ni, right? K minus 50 over 5. And then now we write again the equation. It will be PZ smaller or equals C equals to 0.1. And now we have to sketch. Yeah, we have to sketch, right? But when we sketch, we have to sketch how many bell shape? 2 times. Yeah, we have to sketch 2 times. Why we have to sketch 2 times? Because we cannot baca jadual now. You only can baca jadual when it's Z bigger positive. Now it's Z is not bigger, it's smaller, and also you don't know the C is positive or negative, right? So that's why you have to draw 2 bell shape, and satu bell shape you will letak C negative, satu lagi you will letak C positive, alright? But you don't know which one is correct. Only one of these is correct. Okay, so we have to determine which one is correct lah. Okay, tak apa, we lorate dulu, we shade first. So this symbol is smaller. Smaller means you have to shade towards the left side. Yeah, like this, right? And after you shade like this, now you have to see which one is correct. Okay, it cannot be dia tak boleh both of these correct tau. Dia mesti one of these only yang correct. Only one of these is correct. So which one is correct? Okay, you after you shade like this, you will look at the probability answer. If the probability answer is more than 0.5, then you choose the the besar punya kawasan. If the probability is less than 0.5, then you choose the small punya kawasan. So now the probability is 0.1, so I will choose the small punya kawasan because this is less than 0.5. It means your C is negative. And if your C is negative, it means it's not this case, it's this case. And if it's this case, it means you cannot baca jadual. But when it's PZ smaller negative, you can change to PZ bigger positive, right? So remember, that's how I teach my student. Okay, if it's smaller negative, you can straight away change to bigger positive. The reason why is because this bell shape is symmetrical, and when it's symmetrical, this smaller negative C, you can flip it to the other side, then you become bigger positive already. And then now you can take out jadual already because it's Z bigger positive, right? But you have to write the negative siap like this, and then baru tengok jadual. Okay, because why I want you to write tulis siap is because you will forget later. Okay, most students, they make this mistake, they forget to letak negative, right? You okay, so my advice is always, if you know the C is negative already, you tulis siap-siap macam ni, right? Okay, when you baca jadual nanti you kena baca dari luar atau baca dari dalam. Sebenarnya you kena baca dari dalam tau, because you don't have the Z value now. Okay, you only have the 0.1. Then 0.1 is actually the probability, so you have to baca dari dalam. It means you will straight away cari dari dalam, and you will cari 0.1 ataupun lebih sikit. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the jadual now and cari 0.1 or lebih sikit. But I'll straight away cari from dalam. So this one is a bit blur, right? Okay, but I think I can see it. So 0.1 or lebih sikit. So where is it? Okay, I found it already. This is the one. 0.1003, right? The next one cannot already because it's less than 0.1. I have to take 0.1 or lebih sikit. But since it's 1003, it means I have to tolak dengan 3. So I have to go to this column tolak and then ambil 3. But I don't have 3 here. I only have 2 or 4. Okay, if it's this case, then you just choose either one, right? Because 3 and 2, the difference is 1. 3 and 4, the difference is also 1. So you choose both also is the same. So I'm going to go with 2, and then the answer will be here, here, here. It means the answer will be dekat luar, dekat outside. So baca. The answer is 1.281. So the answer is 1.281. But actually, it's not 1.281. It's negative 1.281. Remember just now you already do the experiment, right? You already determined the C is negative. So it's actually negative 1.281, right? And don't forget, you have to masuk balik the K minus 50 bahagi 5 equals to negative 1.281. And then now only you can find your K. Now you press calculator. So negative 1.281 times 5 plus 50. So my calculator give me 43.595. So yeah, you can write that 43.595. Okay, for this, you don't have to round off macam tadi. Because macam tadi is about resistor, number of resistor. Of course, number of resistor, dia tak boleh jual setengah resistor macam tu. But this one is mass. And mass is possible to have decimal one. So you don't have to round off to become 44, 43. Okay, can also lah, but personally, I won't do it. Okay, if I want to be safe, I will just leave my answer like this, right? And there's a unit for this is kg. Okay, it must be kg because yeah, it must be kg because it's mass. Yeah, it's mass of students, right? So yeah, so this is the answer. So they ask for the maximum mass of student who wear S size. That's the answer lah, for 3.59. Okay, now I'm done. Now we can go to question number two. So number two, I'll do it here. Let's read. Given that L size sports shirts are meant for students who weigh 53.73 kg and above. So they say calculate the minimum number, they want number of L size sports shirt which will be ordered by the school cooperative. Okay, you cannot find the number of L size first because if you want to find number, you will use this formula, right? And we already know the total. The total student is 200, right? And atas, I have to masuk the number of L size student, right? But did you realize if I want to find this one, I need to have the probability of L size first. I need to, in order to find the NA, I need to have the PA, right? And the PA will be the probability of L size. Because without the probability, you can't find the number of L size, right? You understand, right? So my job now is to find probability of L size. And how to find probability of L size? Very easy. Is P. When I'm finding probability, I'll write P bracket, and then I will let X become the mass. But for it to be L size, the student have to weigh more than this kilogram. So I'll write bigger lah, right? Bigger, and then 53.73, right? So meant for students who weigh, yeah, like this. Okay, but it says 53.73 kg and above, right? So actually you have to put the line here, right? Because it's like this one and above. So it's like including 53.73, so you have to put the line lah. Okay, but let me tell you something, for normal distribution, this line, you tak letak pun sama jawapan, you letak pun sama jawapan. It means this line is not that important actually for normal distribution. Even if you tak letak also, you forgot to put this line, you will end up with the same answer as me, right? Because it's normal distribution. But if it's binomial distribution, then this line is very important. But in normal distribution, this line is like very useless one. Okay, even if you don't put it also, you will get the same answer. You put it also, you get the same answer. All right, anyways, let's continue. Okay, for this type of question, later when you baca jadual, you don't have to baca dalam one. You don't have to baca dari dalam, you baca dari luar. You know why? Because you have the Z value. Dia bukan macam tadi. Macam tadi kita tak ada Z value, tapi kita ada probability. That's why we baca dari dalam. But this one, you have the Z value and you're trying to find the probability. That's why you baca dari luar terus. Okay, and your answer will be dekat dalam. Okay, but before that, we have to change to Z value first. So how to change is take the X value, 53.73 minus mean, 50 divide standard deviation, which is 5, right? So now you just PZ bigger or equals, and then just press calculator, yeah. So 3.73 divide 5. Okay, my calculator give me 0.746, right? But this is not the answer. I still have to tengok jadual, right? But when you tengok jadual, you have to make sure it's Z bigger positive. Adakah dia Z bigger positive? Yes. Z bigger positive. So now I tengok jadual. But before I tengok, let me tell you how to baca first. So baca dari luar, it means you terus cari 0.7 here, and then 4 here, and then 6 here. And then get this value and this value. So we need these two value to get the probability lah. So let's go to the jadwal now and look for this value and this value. So 0.746. So, okay, this is the jadwal. Let's go. 0.7 is here. And then 4, 4, 4. This one, right? But the other three decimal place, 6. So 6 is this one, 18, right? So it will be 0.2296. But I have to tolak dengan 18. But the tolak 18 is only the last two digit tolak 18 saja. So when I press my calculator, I will press 2296 minus 18. Okay, so 2296 minus 18. So my calculator give me 2278. So it means the answer is 0.2278, right? So now I'll just go back to the to the working and write 0.2278, and that will be the answer. Okay, not the final answer lah, but it's the probability 0.2278. So what is this? The probability for L size shirt. But if you read again the last baris, dia tak suruh cari probability, dia suruh cari number. So calculate the minimum number of L size sport which will be ordered by the school. So when they say number, you have to use this special formula. PA equals to NA over NS, right? What is this? This is the formula to find probability. Okay, PA is the probability, and then NA and S, they are both number. Okay, but the NS is total lah. Then what about the PA and A? Okay, PA and A can be anything, right? Okay, let's say I want to find probability of boy. Then what I do is I take number of boy bahagi total lah, and S is total, right? What if I want to find probability of lesbian? Then you take the number of lesbian divide by total lah. That's what it means, right? But this time I have the probability 0.2278, and this is the probability of L size shirt. So what do you think I will tulis atas? Number of L size shirt bahagi total lah. But the number of L size shirts dia nak cari, right? And then the total is 200. So that's why it's like very easy. I just put 200 here, and if I want to find the number of L size shirt, I just darab, right? So now I'll press 0.2278 times 200. So my calculator give me 45.56, right? 45.56. Okay. So this is the number of shirts, right? But if you think about it, this is the number of sport shirt. Dia bukan macam tadi. Macam tadi is mass. So mass of course can have decimal. But can you order like half a shirt? Pernah you beli Shopee, you cakap, boleh tak saya bayar harga setengah, how to say? Like let's say the harga is 20 ringgit for one shirt, and then you bayar 10 ringgit and you said, oh, I only want half the shirt only. It's like not possible. It's not possible to order half a shirt, right? Like mana ada orang pakai setengah saja baju, right? So I think if you think logically, you have to round it off, right? You have to round it off. But masalahnya you nak round off jadi 45 or 46. Okay, let me tell you, you have to round off jadi 46. You know why? Because there is 45.56 student that needs the how to say the L size shirt. So actually it should be 46. Okay, the reason why you cannot write 45 is because they got mentioned minimum, the minimum number of L size shirt which will be ordered. So minimum you kena order berapa? 46. 46, 45 tak boleh. Sebab kalau 45 tak cukup. Tak cukup. Alright. Minimum means the value you write here must be bigger. Minimum must be bigger or sama dengan this answer. Okay, so bigger sama dengan jawapan ni is what? 46 lah. Then what about 47? Okay, 47 is also bigger, but they want minimum. Minimum. Okay, so 46, 47, 48, 49 itu semua boleh lah. But since they want minimum, is 46 lah. Macam tu. So I hope you understand why sometimes I round off, sometimes I don't round off, and then in A also I round off, right? So I hope you understand my explanation why sometimes we round off, sometimes we don't round off. Okay, so I hope you understand, and yeah, I think that's all. Okay, so 10 marks for this. Okay, now we go into section C already. So section C, they will usually give us 4 questions and they will ask us to jawab 2 questions. But for this video, I will not do all 4 questions. I will just do 3 questions. Okay, I'll do 3 questions. Okay, but in exam, you will only choose 2. So I will choose 3 questions. I will do 3 questions. But the kinematic question I won't do. Okay. Okay, let's start. So this is the solution of triangle question. Okay, I can tell already because it's like got triangle. Okay. So okay, let's read the question first. Diagram 6 shows a building pyramid in a shape with the base QTS. So QTS is the base. So definitely this is a solution of triangle question, but it's a 3D question, right? You can see it's a 3D shape and QTS is the base. And here is 90 degree. And let me tell you, this would be 90 also. Okay, it must be 90 because it's even though it doesn't look 3D, but I think it's even though it doesn't look 90, but it's 90 lah because it's 3D that's why it doesn't look 90. Okay, tak apa, kita baca dulu. Given QT is 60 meter, let's label QT 60, okay. TS is 80, alright, 80. And then QS is 100, QS is 100, okay. Okay, definitely can use cosine rule in this triangle, right? Why I can recognize so fast? Like I haven't even finished reading, I already know can use cosine rule. Because cosine rule have only 2 cases only. Okay, I usually call my students to memorize it. Cosine rule is when will we use cosine rule? When they give us 2 sides and then 1 angle in between and ask us to find the remaining side. Ataupun bagi 3 side and then ask us to find any angle inside, right? So only these 2 cases sahaja yang boleh guna cosine rule. That's why I can recognize so fast kita boleh guna cosine rule dalam triangle yang bawah sini. Because they give us 3 sides, right? So if they want to find any of this angle inside this triangle, definitely cosine rule. Okay, tapi kita baca dulu. QS is 100 meter. Mana QS? Okay, sudah label. Vertex P is 90 meter vertically above T. So vertex P is this one vertically above T. So I was right. This is 90 degree, yeah. Because if it's vertically above, then it's 90 degree. But why it doesn't look like 90? Because it's 3D. Because it's 3D shape, that's why, right? But I will tell you this is not 90. Yang tu bukan. Because P is vertically above T, so only this and this is 90. So this is a right angle triangle. So right angle triangle, you might you can use Pythagoras theorem, or you can use Trigo to solve later. But we still don't know whether what they want yet, right? So let's keep reading first. A group of workers have to paint the incline wall PQS. So the painted area is PQS. So this one. So the red color is the painted one. Okay, but I will erase it for now. Okay. And then now we will try to solve A lah, right? So let's do A. So A says, number one, find the side length in meter for the following PS. Okay, memang everything is in meter. So like I don't have to worry about the unit. So let's find PS. So where is PS? It's this line, right? So how can we find the PS punya length, punya panjang? Okay, let's see. Can we use Pythagoras theorem? It's a right angle triangle, right? But in order to use Pythagoras theorem, we need to have the panjang here, right? If I have the panjang here, then only I can use the Pythagoras theorem. Okay, but we don't have the. We have lah. Vertex P is 90 meter vertically above T, right? So I forget to label this. Sorry, they got give us this information, right? P is 90 meter. So yeah, actually we can find PS easily. Just use Pythagoras theorem. Square root bracket square, right? And since PS is the longest side, it means you will take 90 square, 80 square, you will plus. Plus because you are finding the side yang paling panjang dalam right angle triangle. And then now you just press calculator. So what is 90 square plus 8 square? 80 square, 14500, and then you have to square root it, right? So let's see what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 120.42. Okay, and don't forget this is in meter. So that's the answer, right? And I will label in my diagram as well, because later maybe I need this for my next question, right? So it's better to update in the diagram. Okay, now let's do number two. Number two wants us to find PQ length. So the PQ length is this one. This one also very easy. Just use Pythagoras theorem also, because this is another right angle triangle. So you just use square root and then 60 square, 90 square, right? You don't even need to use the sine rule, cosine rule, because it's right angle triangle. That's why you can straight away do like this. But if it's not right angle triangle, then you want to consider sine rule or cosine rule. Macam tu lah. Okay, because the sine rule and the cosine rule formula, those formulas are for triangle yang tak ada right angle, yang bukan 90 degree. Okay, I'm pressing the calculator and my calculator give me 108.17. Okay, so 108.17 meter. Okay, so I will label here also 108.17. So 2 marks for this. Okay, not so bad. All right, let's do B now. Calculate the angle PSQ. Okay, where is PSQ? PSQ. Okay, it means I will look at this triangle. I will look at this triangle now, right? So if you look at this triangle, we have all three sides already, right? We have all three sides already. So if we have all three sides and we want to find the angle inside, which is the PSQ angle, which formula you will use? Cosine rule, right? You will use cosine rule. You will use cosine rule to find this angle, but you will use this triangle to find, okay? Because I mentioned already, right? Just now, I erased already just now. Okay, but anyways, you still remember, right? What I mentioned just now. If they have three sides, they give you three sides, and they want to find any angle inside, confirm use cosine rule, right? So let's write down the cosine rule formula. What is the cosine rule formula? A square equals B square plus C square minus 2BC cos A. Okay, cos A. And you need to know the B and C, it is terbalik tulis pun tak apa one. The B and C, even if you terbalik tulis tak apa. But yang paling penting, the A cannot silap tulis, because if the A silap tulis, the whole thing salah already. Okay, and there is one very fast way to know which one is the A. So how to know which side is the A? 100, 108.17 ataupun 120.42. Which one is the A? Okay, usually I teach my student like this. The one yang depan sudut is the A. Okay, the one yang depan sudut is A. So which one is the sudut you want to find out? This one, right? So depan sudut siapa? 108.17. Itu, that's the A, right? So you just write 108.17 square, and then equals to B square plus C square. It means 100 square plus 120.42 square. Or if you terbalikkan this, also can. Yang B dengan C terbalik tak apa one. And then minus 2BC, which is 100, and then 120.42, and then don't forget to cos the angle. Okay, the angle, I'll just call it theta for now, right? Okay, now we can try to use calculator. And when I teach my student, I always say, pindah the 100 square and the 120.42 square to the other side. It means I will press 108.17 square minus 100 square and then minus 120.42 square. Okay, I get negative 12800.9764. Okay, Okay, now I will write many decimal place, but at the end later I will round it off. Okay. Okay, and now what's left here is negative 2 times 100 times this one lah. So you get negative, okay, 2 times 100 times 120.42. So my calculator give me 24084. And then cos theta. And then now you can find cos theta. The answer will be what? All right, let's write nicely. Okay, I will press this one, divide this one. So I will press 12800.9764, divide answer. So my calculator give me 0.5315. The negative no need to write already because the negative behind negative is positive. So now you can find theta, just tekan shift cos answer, right? Shift cos answer. Okay, I get my answer 57 degree 54 minutes. Okay, or you can write in decimal point 57.89 degree, can also. But usually I write in degree minute, so I write 57 degree 54 minutes. Okay, you can write in point also can. If you write in point is 57.89 lah, up to you. Okay, so that's the answer lah. So that's it, right? So dot 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 angle PSQ is equivalent to 57 degree 54 minute. Okay, all right, I want to mention one thing. When you tekan shift cos, actually there's two answer. Okay, because add sugar to coffee, right? So it's actually first quadrant and fourth quadrant. But why I never write the fourth quadrant answer is because I know even if I change this reference angle to fourth quadrant, I will reject that answer, because how can the fourth quadrant angle exist inside the triangle? It's impossible, because fourth quadrant means your answer is more than 270 but less than 360, and it's not possible because dalam triangle all the sudut tambah is 180. So tak mungkin ada angle yang 200 lebih dalam triangle. It's just not possible. Okay, that is why I didn't do that. Okay, but I still think it's important to know that, right? Because some of you might get confused when you do the trigo chapter, right? Because when you do trigo chapter, you actually have to write all the answers, right? But this one we don't have to do that lah, because the triangle tak ada 200 lebih punya angle. Okay, all right. So this is your B answer, 2 marks. Now we do C. So they say by using Heron's formula, find the area of painted inclined wall. So let's talk about Heron's formula. What is Heron's formula? Heron's formula, the Heron's formula is like this: A equals S. Sorry, A equals square root, okay, square root, and then the formula is what? The Heron's formula is square root S bracket S minus A bracket S minus B bracket S minus C, where A, B, and C is the panjang, the side of the triangle. Okay, but what is S? S is the formula for to find S is take the A plus B plus C divide 2. This is the formula for S, right? So what I'm gonna do now, let's see what they want. They want the area of which triangle? The painted inclined wall. Okay, I remember they got mentioned in the Solan just now, right? Which one is painted? The PQS wall, which means the red color triangle lah. So the red color triangle, right? So how can I find the red color triangle punya area using Heron's formula? So first I need to find the S first, right? So my C, I will do it here. Okay, wait. Okay lah, I'll do it here lah. Okay, hopefully it's enough space lah. I'll do it here. So to get the S, it will be these three sides add together divide 2. So it's 108.17 plus 120.42 plus 100 divide 2. It means all the sides add together divide 2. And I'll press calculator and then see what I get lah. 108.17 plus 100 plus 120.42 and then divide 2. Okay, my calculator give me 164.295. So this is the S, but this is not the answer yet. The reason why I find S is because I want to find area later, right? Using this formula. So now I can find my area. So I'll write area equals, okay, now I will open the square root. So now I will use the formula, and the formula is S and then S minus A, right? So the S is 164.95, and then bracket S minus A, it means 164.95 minus A. Okay, A is one of the side lah, so you can choose any side. So let's say 100 and then bracket and then S minus B. So 164.95 minus another side, which is, let's take 108.17, and then another new bracket, S minus C, which is 164.95 minus the last side, 120.42. Okay, it means semua side kena ambil S tolak satu kali lah. Alright, so now we can press calculator. So I will just press everything here, but I will not press the square root first. Okay, I will press dalam dulu. So let's press 164. 9. Wait. It's actually, wait. Is it 164.95? I think I silap tulis. Wait. Wait. 108.17 plus 100 plus 120.42. Okay, sorry. It's actually 164.295. Okay. I think I pressed correctly also just now. It's just that I silap tulis. Okay, so sorry. So this one is 295. Okay, 295. Right. It means that this one is actually 0.295. This one is also got 2 here, and then this one also got uh 2 here, 295, and then this one also got 2 here, and then this one also ada 2 sini. Okay, 295. Okay, yeah, like that lah. Okay, so now I will press calculator. 164.295, and then open bracket, and then 164.295, 164.295 minus 100, and then close bracket, and then open bracket, 164.295, and then minus 108.17, and then close bracket, and then open bracket one more time, and then 164.295 minus 120.42, and then close bracket. Okay, I get a very big number. I get like square root 260.12077. But this one haven't square root, so let's square root it and see what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 5100.20. So 5100.20. So this is the answer lah. But you have to write meter square because this is area, right? So this is the answer. Okay, so this is the answer for C. Okay, so okay, I finished A, B, C. Now we do D lah. Okay, so D says what? Okay, the question D is down here. Okay, let's read. Sketch a triangle P prime Q prime S prime which has a different shape from triangle PQS such that PQ punya panjang kena maintain, PS panjang kena sama, angle PSQ kena sama. Okay, let's look at PQS triangle. Where is it? The red color triangle again, right? So I will copy and paste this red color triangle down here. Okay, so let's see. We have 100 cm, so this is the shorter side. Okay, so let's draw a short side. Okay, pendek. Make sure it's pendek, right? And then we have I think it looks like this. Okay, and then it looks like this. Okay, let's double confirm. Is it memang macam tu? Okay, this one has to be the longer side because it's 120.42. So I have to make sure this is like longer than this. So the way I draw it is like tak cantik already. So it has to be like maybe this one go like this, then this one, then this line go like this. Okay, like this. I think like this is perfect. Okay, is this good? Because if I don't how to say, don't follow the panjang, like for example, if it's panjang but I draw very pendek, then later my ambiguous case is very susah to locate later. So just make sure this one is the shortest and then this one is the longest. Okay, we need to make sure that then only we can draw. This one is the shortest, 100. This is the longest. Betul kan? Okay, you don't have to measure exactly lah. Just make sure dia yang paling pendek is paling pendek, yang paling panjang is paling panjang, right? Okay, now we can draw our ambiguous case near triangle. But let's read and see what they want. So they say P prime Q prime punya panjang kena sama, PS punya panjang kena sama, and angle PSQ kena sama, right? Okay, usually I advise students to tengok dia punya angle dulu, right? Because when you tengok dia punya angle, you can straight away know which line cannot move. So if they say angle PSQ kena sama, it means the angle here kena sama lah. Angle here kena sama. So if this angle mesti sama means this line and this line cannot move at all. Because if you move a little bit, this angle will change. So the only line that we can move is the PQ punya garisan, right? But when you move the PQ, it will be either Q yang move ataupun P yang move. Yeah, it's like either one, right? So which one? Okay, now we check for the panjang one. The panjang says what? PQ punya panjang kena sama, PS punya panjang kena sama. So we know this line and this line cannot move, but then they say PQ and which one? PQ and PS punya panjang kena sama. So PQ and PS kena sama. PQ and PS kena sama. So it means can I panjangkan this garisan? I can panjangkan, but it doesn't help because I think the ambiguous case for this will be this one. Okay, this line is shorter. right? So if I move up here, definitely if you can't panjangkan also, it's useless one, right? So actually it's not supposed to move there, it's supposed to move here, right? Until it will reach like this, okay, and then you will get an ambiguous case, right? Actually, the way they draw this diagram is like messed up already, because if you look at this, this is 120.42, so this should be the longest side, right? But if you use your ruler to measure this, this is shorter than this. That is why it's very hard to tengok your ambiguous case from this diagram. So I'm not gonna do it here. I'm gonna do it in my sendiri punya. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is take this line. Okay, take this line. Okay. And imagine you using a compass. Your compass cucuk dekat sini. Yang tajam punya cucuk sini. And then your pencil letak sini. And then you just go like this until it's here. Yeah, this is the answer. This is the answer, right? So let me do one more time. Uh, okay, so this one you will go like this until it's like this. Okay, yeah, this is the answer. Okay, so originally it's like this. Originally it's like this, but then you move there like this. Okay, so this line, let me fix it. This garisan, so it will look like this. Okay, all right, let's label it. So it's a PQS. This one is P. This one is Q, this one is S. But the Q becomes Q prime here, and then the P prime here, the S prime here, like this. Okay. So yeah, this is the ambiguous case, right? So I just want to give you some advice here. When we draw ambiguous case, it's very important to make sure the which side paling panjang, which side paling pendek. Because if like let's say this line is longer, but then when you draw, it's like you draw sama panjang. You draw these two lines sama panjang. Confirm very susah one. Confirm you can't draw the ambiguous case. That's why always look at the length and draw the ambiguous case. Okay. Alright, saya sudah siap. Part pertama dia suruh sketch kan. So yeah, this is the answer lah, sketch. And then the second part, they ask us to find the angle P prime, Q prime, S prime, means this angle lah. Alright, in order to find this angle, I think you can, because we know this side and this side sama. Because yeah, they should be same length, right? Because you are using compass to transfer the line here. You're moving this point to here, but you're using compass, so these two will be the radius, so they will same length. And do you have some information from this triangle? Okay, we have 80 degree, not 80 degree. What is this? What is the angle here just now? 57 degree, 54 minute, right? But that angle duduk dekat sini. So I don't think it will help us find this angle, but we can find this angle. Yeah, we can find this angle. The reason why is because we have 120.42, which is PS. Yeah, so this one is 120.42. And we also have which panjang? This panjang, just now I think here I also have, right? 100 is from Q to S. Yeah. And then the 108.17 is here, right? So I can actually find this angle easily, right? Because I know this angle. This angle how much? Let's see one more time. 57 degree, 54 minute. So let me tell you what I will do now. I will use sine rule. I will use sine rule to find this angle. And after I find this angle will be the same with this angle. And then I take 180 minus lah. Then I get this already, right? So how can I use sine rule? I use the big triangle. So it will be sine angle P prime Q S prime. Like this, sine P prime Q S prime. And I'm not using this triangle. I'm using the big one. The big one. So this one, the opposite will be 120.42, right? And then equals to, I'm using sine rule. So this one equals to the opposite pair, which is sine 57 degree 54 minute. Sine 57 degree 54 minute over the opposite 108.17. Okay, let's do it now. Sine angle P prime Q S prime equals to, okay, let's press sine 57 degree 54 minute, close bracket, divide 108.17 times 120.42. Okay, 0.9431. And then shift sign answer. So I get 70 degree 34 minutes. Okay. Or you can also write 70.57, right? So I'll just write in degree minute, 70 degree 34 minute. But for when you tekan shift sign, you should know that there's actually two answer. Okay, because if you consider quadrant, add sugar to coffee, is first quadrant and second quadrant, right? But I know the P prime Q S prime must be the first quadrant, because if you look at this must be a first quadrant. Okay, this cannot be second quadrant, right? Just look at this. Yeah, you use your mother to determine whether it's first quadrant or second quadrant, right? So this is first quadrant, right? And if this is first quadrant, and if this angle is 70 degree 34, means the other side here also it will be 70 degree 34, because this is an isosceles triangle. That's why it's the same. So now you can find the angle for P prime, Q prime, S prime. This is what the question asks you to find. So you just take 180 minus the 70 degree 34 minute, and then you get the answer already, right? So 180 minus answer, itulah jawapan dia. Okay, my calculator give me 109 point uh, 109.43, but you can write in degree minute 109 degree 26 minute, right? 109 degree 26 minute. Okay, so this is how I will do it lah. Okay, so hope you understand. So itulah jawapannya, right? Okay, sudah siap, 10 marks. Okay, next question, number 13. So I think this is a index number question, right? So let's read the question first. A type of liquid is formed by mixing three types of raw material K, L, and M in the ratio 5, 3, 4. So this is definitely the weightage. When we're doing index number and they give us ratio, this is the weightage. So the weightage for K is 5. So I should go here and write. Okay, should I draw a table? I'm a bit lazy, but okay lah, let's draw it lah. Okay, so let's draw a table lah. So we have KLM, right? So KLM, and then like this, like this, like this. Okay, so KLM. So they got give us weightage. So I'm just gonna write W here because it's weightage, right? 5, 3, 4. So 5, 3, 4. So these are all the weightage. Diagram 7 shows the price indices. Okay, price indices means the I. Okay, ataupun the price index. Okay, so diagram 7 shows the the price index of material for the year 2015 based on 2013. So the 140, 1051, these are all the price index. So if I want to label inside here, I'll write K10140, L110, M105. But since this is the price index, so I'll write I here. And it's 15 based on 13. So I'll write 15 based on 13 like this. Okay. Okay, done already. Now we can do A. So A question 1, should I do it here? Okay, let's do it here. So A question 1. If the price of 1 liter of raw material K for the year 2015 is 7 ringgit 60 cents, calculate corresponding price for the year 2013. So they are talking about material K. It means this question they got give you the keyword here, material K. So saya kena tengok K sahaja, right? If the question never mention any keyword KL, dia tak ada mention KL or M, then you take the composite index, right? But if the soalan got mentioned K, then you will tengok K saja lah. So that's why I write K here, right? Because this is the keyword. The keyword is K here. And then the price 2015 is 7.60. So usually price when we label, I will use Q. So it will be Q 2015 equals 7.60. And then it says calculate price in 2013. It means calculate the Q for 2013 lah. Okay, Q means price. Okay, or you want to use P also can. Yeah, P. You want to use P to represent price also can. Yeah. Okay, now we will use which formula to do this question? The first formula, the formula we will use is this formula, Q1 over Q0 times 100. Remember, when we are doing index number and when the soalan asks you to find price, confirm this formula one. Okay, this is the only formula yang boleh ada price. Okay, let's write down all the formulas. Okay, the second formula is the total of I times W divide total W. And there's another one more formula. The last one is the smiley face method, right? But if you want to find price, this is the formula that you will use. Okay, because this is the only formula that you can use to find price. Okay, so let's write down the formula. I equals to Q1 over Q0 times 100, right? But in this case, what will be your Q1? What will be your Q0? Mestilah Q15, Q atas, Q13 bawah. We will always put the latest year dekat atas. So 15 will be always atas. And then the I will match with the year 15 over 13, I guess. And the okay, and the Q15 I have this 7.60, right? And then the Q13, well, I want to find. So yeah, I'll just write Q13 lah. So in order to find the Q13, I need to have the I for 15, 13, right? But you cannot simply choose. You cannot simply choose from the I. You must take the K punya. Because the soalan got mention K ma. So of course you have to take the K punya, which is 140. The 110 and 105 cannot. Okay, walaupun that one also 15 over 13, but that one is like other ingredients, so cannot. I have to take K punya. But what if one day the soalan never mention any of this keyword? Then you take the composite index. Then you use the second formula. Okay, find the composite index, write it here. Okay, kalau dia tak cakap keyword lah, kalau dia tak cakap KLM, baru you buat macam ni. Okay, now I will continue. 7.6 over Q13. Pindah the 100 jadi bahagi, you get 1.4. So now you can find your Q13. you will switch place, right? It means yang ini bahagi jadi darab, darab jadi bahagi. So you press 7.6 divide 1.4, and then you get the answer. Okay, my calculator give me 5.428, which is 5.43. But I have to write RM because this is price. So RM 5.43. Okay. So I think done already. Yeah, that's the answer. Okay, now we do number 2. So number 2 says calculate the composite index. So definitely the second formula. Okay, for the raw material in the year 2015 using 2013 as the base year. So we will be using this formula. So I'll write down, I will do the working. Okay, where should I do it? I need space. I'll do it up here lah. Okay. So for question number 2, A2, I'll do it up here. So they want to find composite index for 15 based on 13. So I will draw a line here. So like this. And then I will use this formula, right? So the formula is take the index I darab dengan weightage. Okay, so I'll take 140 times 5, right? And then plus with the next one, 110 times 3, and then plus with the next one, 105 times 4, and then divide with total weightage, which is 5 plus 3 plus 4. So you get 12 dekat bawah, and then atas you use calculator lah. 140 times 5 plus 110 times 3 plus 105 times 4. Okay, I get 1450, and then the final step is to divide 12. So let's press. Okay, my calculator give me 120.833333. So 120.83, that's the answer. Okay, sudah siap. That's the question. That's the answer for number 2, right? So now we can do B. So B says what? Let's read. The composite index number for the raw material increased by 20% from the year 2015 to 2017. So the information here is what? Composite index. So let's write down composite index. So I bar and then 15 to 17. So means 17 atas, 15 bawah. Okay, the latest year always write atas. And they say from 15 to 17 increase 20%, means the composite index is 120. Okay, if increase 20% means you will take 100 plus. If decrease, you will take 100 minus. Okay, minus the percentage. Okay, now we can do number 1. Calculate the composite index number for raw material in the year 2017 based on 2013. Okay, how to do this question? 2017 based on 2013 punya composite index. It means 17 atas, 13 bawah. So this is what I want. This is the final answer. So how to find? They got give us 17 over 15 punya composite index, right? But how can I find 17 over 13 punya composite index? Okay. If you look at here, we have the 15, 13 punya composite index, which is 120.83. So let's write down this information beside. All right, we do it previously. The composite index for 15, 13 is 120.83, right? Okay, this is my previous question punya jawapan, right? So can we use these two information to help us? Or we have to find separately one by one for the I? Let's think about this. Okay, if they want to find the composite index for 17, 13, of course you can just do smiley face, right? Because we have these two composite index, just do smiley face. But what I'm concerned about here is if you do it like this, you will get satu jawapan yang tak accurate tau. Because if they want 17, 13, the most accurate way to do it is take the is to use this formula. It means you have to do smiley face 3 times. Instead of doing it 1 time like this, you have to do it 3 times to find the I 17, 13 for each one ingredient first. Then only you darab dengan weightage macam tu, right? That's the most accurate way actually. Okay, that's the paling betul punya cara. But for this question, I don't have any choice because I don't have the the price index for 17, 15. So that makes it impossible to find the I separately for every ingredient for 17 over 13. So I think the only way left is just do the smiley face one cara lah. But I want you to know if one day you have the option between doing smiley face sekali and doing smiley face banyak kali, you have to go for the banyak kali punya. Memang ini memang salah satu soalan yang how to say yang students selalu buat salah lah. Okay, it's like they will come out in exam and most students will get it wrong one. Okay, but anyways, let's come back here. So let's use the smiley face method. So here I'll write the tahun. So the paling tinggi punya tahun, I mean first tahun is 13. That's the oldest year. And then followed by 15, and then 17 is the latest year. And 120 is 17 or 15, so I'm gonna write it here. 120.83, that one is 15, 13, so that would be here. And then the only thing left is yang bawah sini lah. So since I'm finding yang bawah sini, I will take yang atas, darab atas, divide 100. So 120.83 times 120 divide 100. Remember the formula for the smiley face is always yang bawah punya, this garisan, this bawah punya garisan is always equals to atas times together divide 100. Okay, so now you press calculator, 120.83 times 1.2. Okay, my calculator give me 144.996. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, 144.996. Right. Okay, sudah siap. Now we continue with question number two. Okay, number 2 says what? The cost of raw material to produce one container of liquid in the year 2017, if the corresponding cost for the year 2013 is 600. So what is this 600? It's price, right? It's cost. Cost means price lah. So I will use Q to label, and it's Q for 13, right? And then it says calculate the cost in 2017. So the Q17, right? I already mentioned just now, when the soalan in index number asks you to find price, definitely the first formula, which is this one. I equals to price bahagi price divide times 100. So I equals to price bahagi price times 100. But which price you have to letak atas, which price you have to letak bawah? 17 atas, 13 bawah. Always put the latest year atas, right? And then what about the I? Okay, the I punya tahun have to match with this. So if this is 1713, the I here should be 1713 also, right? And what you put at the Q17? Well, the Q17 is what you want to find. So you just write Q17. And for the Q13, you 600, right? So can you see, if you want to find Q17, apa yang you kena ada? You kena ada jawapan for the I, right? Yeah, the I for 1713. Because if you don't have this, you cannot find the Q17. So do I have the I 1713? Okay, let me ask you. This question, the other mention keyword tak? The other mention K or L or M or not inside the soalan? Tak ada, right? They just say the cost of raw material. They never say it's material K, material L. Dia bukan macam soalan number A1 tadi, dia ada cakap material K. Tak, right? Just now got mentioned material K, but this question never mentioned. So whenever they never mention any of this keyword KLM, means you will take the composite index, right? And to be more specific, is the composite index for 1713, which is 144.996. Right, the jawapan yang you kira tadi. Okay, not this one, not this one. That one, the year is tak betul one. So be careful. Okay, so now you can find your Q17 easily. Just press calculator. So you will take 144.996 divide 100 times 600. Okay, my calculator give me 869.976, but this one is price. So you should write 2 decimal place, 869.98. And also put RM there because it's price. It's cost. Okay lah, cost and price lebih kurang sama. So that's the answer. Okay, betul ke? If the correspond, yeah, correct. Okay, all right. Now we do C. Last question. Let's read. If the price index of material L, oh, they got mentioned keyword here, L. So later don't take composite index because they got mentioned L. So I will write siap-siap the L first lah, because I takut nanti I lupa. So the price index of L for the year 2015 based on 2014 is 120. So the index number means the I lah, and then is 15 over 14 is 120. So this is the price index. And then it says calculate price index for 14 based on 13. Okay, definitely smiley face, because you see 3 years in one question already. 2015, 2014, 2013, right? So they want to find price index for 2014, 2013. Okay. And then it says state your interpretation based on the index number obtained. Okay, how to find I 14, 13? Actually, you already know you have to use the smiley face, right? But before you use smiley face, you need to have one more information for L, right? And if you look atas, you actually have the index number for L, which is 110. But this one is for what year? 1513. So I 1513 is 110. I 1513 is 110. And remember, you the reason why you take the L punya is because the soalan got mentioned L, right? And if the soalan tak ada mention any of this keyword KLM, baru you ambil dia punya composite index. Okay, this one you just take the I sahaja, right? So with this, we can do the smiley face to find the 14, 13 punya price index. So let's write down the year first. The oldest year here is 13, followed by 14, followed by 15. 120, I'll write here. 110, I'll write down here. And to get the 14, 13 here, I will use the formula lah. Okay, what's the formula? The formula is the bawah punya garisan, because this garisan paling panjang, tahu. So this garisan yang paling panjang is always equals to yang atas darab bahagi 100. So yang atas will be 120 multiply with this one. And this one is actually the I for 14, 13, right? You're trying to find this I14, 13, right? And then divide 100. So now you can find your I14, 13. You just pindah lah. 110 times 100 divide 120. Okay. So my calculator give me 91.67. Okay, 91.67. So this is the answer. But what they want to find, calculate price index for 14 based on 13. So yeah, I should have said this is the answer. But then they say state your interpretation based on the index number obtained. What does it mean by state your interpretation? Means they want you to describe what it means, what's the meaning behind this number. So what's the meaning? Okay, we all know index number is about what? It's about learning the change in price in percentage, right? So if your index number is more than 100, it means your price increase. But if your index number, price index is less than 100, it means decrease, right? So if you look at this, increase or decrease? Decrease lah, okay? But I want you to write how many percent. Okay, it's always better, is really good to write how many percent, right? So I'll write the decrease, state your interpret. I think I write price better lah. Okay, I think I write price. Okay, so the price, okay, decreases how many percent? Okay, if the price index is 100 means no change. If the price index is 100, it means the price didn't change at all. But if it's 91.67 means I sudah tolak berapa persen. I will take 100 minus 91.67 to get the difference. So let's press 100 minus 91.67. So I get 8.33. It means the price sudah jatuh sebanyak 8.33%. That's what it means, right? So the interpretation here is the price decreases 8.33%. Okay. Then what if when will you write increase? Okay, you will write increase when your price index is more than 100 lah. When it's more than 100, then you take the price index tolak 100 to know how many percent dia tolak. For example, if your I is 110, then this one is increase lah, increase 10%. Macam tu. Okay. But if it's less than 100, then you have to take 100 minus. Take 100 minus to get how many percent. Okay lah, I don't want to waste so much time. I think you can understand what I hope you can explain. I hope you can understand lah. So this is how you get 10 marks for the index number. Alright, number 14 I won't do. I already mentioned this is kinematics. Kinematics memang saya takkan buat. So now we are at the last question, right? So yeah, number 15. So this one have to use graph paper. This is the linear programming question, right? Okay, let's finish it. Last question. Let's go. Let's read. A company intends to send workers to attend two types of computer course, course A and course B. So I will write my working here. So number 15. So we have course A, computer course A, course B, right? So the number of participants for course A is X, and then number for course B is Y. So this one is number of participant, number of participants. Okay, number of participants. Okay. Okay, let me write nicely. Okay, number of participant. Number of participants. Okay, so X, Y represents bilangan orang. And then it says what? Uh, the fees for attending course A is 500 ringgit, course B is 400 ringgit. So and then they say the selection of participant is based on following constraint. So if satu orang have to pay 500 ringgit for course A, then if X orang, it will be 500X lah. And then for course B, satu orang is 400, right? So it will be 400Y here, right? And this one is the fees. So I'll just write fees here and put RM there like this. Okay. Okay, now we can look at 1, 2, 3. Okay, don't look at 1, 2, 3 first. We baca A dulu. So A says what? Write 3 inequalities other than X bigger 0, Y bigger 0, which satisfy above constraint. So I'll just write A here and then write 3 inequalities lah. The first one, the second one, and then the third one, right? Okay, now it's time to read the first one. So the first one says the total number of participant is at least 50. Okay, they never said participant yang course A or course B. Dia tak cakap A or B, right? I mean, because they want total lah. At least means bigger sama dengan, right? So what you write? Total bilangan participant at least 50. So bigger or equal 50. So you write X plus Y bigger or equal 50, right? Because they are talking about number of participants. That's why it's X plus Y. Okay. If they talk about price, RM, fees, then baru kita tengok yang 500X, 400Y. Okay, number 2. The number of participants for course B, which is Y, okay, which is Y, is not more than 3 times. Okay, not more than, what's the symbol? Not more than. tak boleh lebih. So smaller or equal lah, kurang sama dengan 3 times the number of x. So it means this one is y, this one is x. So y smaller sama dengan 3x. Okay. So y smaller sama dengan not more than 3x. Right. So quite simple. Huh? And for my last one, uh, let's look at the third one. So the third one is the maximum allocation for cost is RM 36,000. So you see the word RM already, right? And also this maximum is very important. This word, what is maximum? Maximum means selebih-lebihnya. It means tak boleh lebih daripada 36,000. Means the symbol must be kurang, kurang or sama dengan, right? Smaller or equals. And since this one is maximum allocation and it's in RM, right? So we cannot write x plus y anymore because it's RM. So it will be the 500x, 500x plus 400y. And it has to be kurang sama dengan 36,000. That's why they say maximum. That's why I have to kurang or sama dengan. Alright, kalau boleh kecilkan, we kecilkan. So this one can kecilkan. All these numbers can divide 100. So bahagi 100, bahagi 100, bahagi 100. It means everything divide 100. Okay? Alright, now we get 3 marks. Okay, for A. So now we do part B lah. Okay, part B says using a scale of 2 cm to 10 on both axes, construct and shade the region R which satisfy all the above constraint. Okay, they want us to draw graph, but before you draw graph, you need to make sure you have points first, right? So you have to cari some points for these lines before you draw the graph. So I'm gonna do it here. So what I will do now is I will let x plus y equals 50 and then bracket bracket cari 2 points at least, and then let y equals 3x, and then same thing cari 2 point, and then let 5x plus 4y equals 360, and then also cari 2 point. Okay, what I'm basically doing is I'm just changing the bigger smaller punya jadi equal. That's all. I'm just changing this one jadi equal, right? Because I want the garisan now. Okay, I'm changing to equal because I want the straight line equation. So now I have the straight line equation. Now it's time to find some points, right? You need to find at least 2 points. So usually we will just find x equals 0, y equals 0 because that's the easiest point to plot. So when x equals 0, when you sub x 0, you get y 50. When you sub y 0, your x will be 50. Okay, so it's done already. What happens if you sub x 0, y 0 here? Okay, if you sub x 0, 0 times 3 is 0, so y is 0 also. But if you sub y 0, you will get 0 divide 3 for x. It means you will get 0. So this one you will erase. Later you will cut. Later only because this one the point repeat already. So this one just leave it first. Later I'll come back to this. So let's go to the next one. We will sub x 0, y 0 here. So if you sub x 0, you will get y equals 90. Okay, because 360 divide 4 is 90. What if you sub y 0? It will be 360 divide 5, right? So press calculator lah. 360 divide 5, 72, right? 72. So yeah, these are all the points. So now we can go to the graph paper. Okay, but this question they never give me. This paper doesn't have graph paper, so I'll use another. I will pinjam another state paper lah. Okay, I will pinjam another state paper. But before that, some student might ask, "Hey sir, what about this point?" Okay, don't worry. That one later I will come back to the point. Okay, yang paling penting sekarang we can draw our axis already. 2 cm to 10 on both axes. And remember, this chapter linear programming semua mesti positive one. So kalau semua positive, your zero duduk mana? Dekat bottom left, right? Your 0 will be here, right? And then they say already said 2 cm to 10. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So this is your x. And then here will be 10, and hopefully I can go until 100. Okay. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So yeah, usually I ask my students to hafal. For this chapter, memang kita guna 8 kotak sini and then 10 kotak atas. So now we draw the axis. So this is how it looks like. Okay, and then sedikit smaller. All right, so done. This is my x-axis and my y-axis. So now for my first point, 0, 50, 50, 0. 50, 0 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's draw it. Okay. And don't forget to write the equation x plus y equals 50. Okay, that's my first line. So let's go back to the working. So first line done, x plus y equals 50. This one, right? 0, 50, 50, 0. Okay, the next one is y equals 3x, but the point, I only have one point only, 0, 0. Okay, let's plot it first. 0, 0, 0, 0. So 0, 0 must be here. Okay, another point how? Okay, the equation is y equals 3x, right? So you can ganti with any other points lah. Okay, let's ganti x with 20 maybe, or 50 also can. 50 cannot lah, because 50 times 3 is like 150. So you can ganti x 30 lah, because if you ganti x 30, 30 times 3 is 90. Then 30, 90 can plot here easily. Okay, and don't forget this one, you have to erase it. Okay, you cannot write, you cannot conteng here one. So the 30, 90 I'll write in the working here. Okay. And remember this point dia tak semestinya choose sama dengan saya tahu. Dia tak semestinya 30, 90. You want to put to 20, 60 also can. Okay, because if 20, 20 times 3 is 60, right? So it means you can choose whatever point you want. Just make sure the point you choose is like boleh plot dalam graph paper lah. If boleh plot, then can already. Okay. Alright. So let's draw the lines now. And after we draw the line, we have to write the equation. It's very important to write the equation, because later you have to lorate. You have to shade the region. So if you don't write the equation, you will forget which line, and it's very hard to shade. So this is y equals 3x. All right, finally, last line. Okay, what is the last garisan? 0, 90, 72, 0. Okay, 0, 90. 0, 90 is here. 72, 0, that's just 70, 71, 72 here lah. Okay, 72, 0, I think it's here, yeah. So let's draw again. Okay, something like this, 72, 0. 72. So it's like dua kotak kecil lah, right? Okay. Try to use pembaris panjang during exam. Okay, what is the equation? 5x plus 4y equals 360, right? Let me check. Yeah, okay. So now we have to shade. Because if you baca soalan, mesti dia akan suruh shade. You see, using a scale of 2 cm to 10, construct and shade the region R which satisfy all the above constraints. So you have to shade lah. And when we shade, we have to refer the inequality symbol. All these symbol, the bigger, smaller punya symbol. If it's bigger, I have to lorate atas garisan. If smaller, I have to lorate bawah garisan. So let's look at the first one. The first one is bigger, right? But you have to check from, we have to make sure y is positive. Then baru boleh tengok dari y. If y is negative, then you have to move it to the other side and then tengok from the other side. Okay, this one y sudah positive and dia bigger lah. So I have to lorate atas garisan. Tapi which garisan? There are so many garisan. Which garisan kena lorate atas? The x plus y 50 punya garisan. So your R could be here, can be here, can be here, can be here. Because this is your R garisan and it's bigger, so it's like above garisan, right? So one of these is the answer, but I don't know which one. I still have to check. Ada lagi dua inequality. So the next one is y sudah positive. So kita tengok dari y is smaller. Okay, means bawah garisan lah. But which garisan? There's so many garisan. The y equals 3x punya garisan lah, this one. So this one have to bawah this garisan. So bawah this garisan means what? Means definitely not here. Definitely not here. Definitely not here. Because bawah garisan means these two, either these two are lah. Okay, the final one, let's check. 5x plus 4y smaller 360. So y already positive. So you tengok dari y is smaller also. So bawah garisan also lah. But which garisan? The 5x plus 4y garisan. So this one. And they already said smaller. So now I know my shaded region lah. It's this one. It's this R, right? So now I know already. Now it's time to shade. And when you shade, I always advise to use ruler, because if you use ruler, it will look very kemas. Make sure all lines are parallel like this. Okay. Okay, done already lah. That's the answer. Okay. So this is how you get full mark for part B. So don't forget to erase the R here also. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, this is how you get 3 marks. Yeah, the graph, the part A is 3 marks, part B also 3 marks. Okay. Okay, now for part C is worth 4 marks. So let's finish it. Okay, let's do C down here. Okay, let's read. Use your graph constructed. Answer the following question. Number 1. Find the maximum number of cos A means x lah. Because number for cos A is x. Do you remember? I write up here. Yeah, see? Cos A is x. So number x means they want to find x maximum. If the number of cos B is 55. So what you're doing is, when y equals 55, you're finding the x maximum. Right? So quite easy. You just go to the graph, cari y 55, and then tarik satu dotted line lah. So pergi ke y axis, 55 is here, right? tarik satu dotted line, and the moment this line touches the shaded region, that's the, and if you tarik now, you will get the X minimum. But they don't want X minimum, they want maximum. Maximum means you have to tarik sampai the last contact point with the shaded region. The last contact point with shaded region. You will not keep going because there's no shaded region already. So the last contact point with shaded region is this one, right? And then baru you tarik bawah. So this one, so tarik bawah. Okay, and make sure you use ruler. Okay, so you tarik, 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 and then you will eventually reach the x-axis, and this is your answer. This is your answer for x maximum, 28 lah. Because student is 30, 29, 28. So that's the answer. So you just go there, go to your answer space, and then write 28, and then team, yeah, then finish already. Okay, last question, number 2. Find the minimum allocation for the course. Okay, don't find minimum allocation first. Write down the total allocation first. So what is the total allocation? You already know, they already give you in the soalan. The total allocation is, remember just now is 500x plus 400y, right? So that's the total allocation, right? So 500x plus 400y. But they want to find the minimum allocation. So how you do it is, you will use the sliding punya cara. Okay, I call it the sliding question lah. So this is how I do it. I will take the 500x plus 40y. I will write it again here. And then I will take all this equal to a number. And this number can be any number, but we have to choose the LCM. Oh my God, what happened? Okay, I have to write again. 500x plus 400y, and then 500x plus 400y, and then we have to choose a LCM to write here, right? What is LCM? LCM means lowest common multiple ataupun gandaan sepunya terkecil. So what is the gandaan sepunya terkecil for 500, 400? Okay, 500 times 2 is 1000, but 1000 can divide 400 or not? Let's press calculator. Actually cannot, because if I press, I get 2.5, means tak boleh lah. Then let's try with 500 times 3. 500 times 3 is 1500. Can I divide 400? Cannot also, because I get point. Then what about 500 times 4? 2000. And yeah, 2000 boleh bahagi 400. So the lowest common multiple for these two number is 2000. Because 2000 can divide by 500 and can divide by 400 at the same time. That's why 2000 is a good number. And then after I choose the LCM, I will plot this straight line inside the graph. But when I plot, I have to make sure I find points, right? So I'll take x equals 0, y equals 0. So when x equals 0, my y will be 2000 divided 400, which is 5. And then what if when my y 0? If my y 0, it will be 2000 divided 500, which is 4. Okay. But 0540 is a bit hard to plot, right? Because it's like, can plot also, but it's like very near to each other, the point. So how can we fix this? We can tambah satu kosong. Okay. Because when you tambah satu kosong, this will become 50, this will become 40, right? That is easy to plot already. Okay, but they want minimum. So let me check one more time. 0, 50, 40, 0. Okay lah, can lah. I think can, yeah. Yeah, boleh. Okay, so remember, this value actually you can write whatever number you want here. Whatever number you want here. But you have to make sure the number, you can even write 3. Yeah, you can write 3 also. Okay, but if you are smart, you will not write 3, because 3 divided 400, imagine how you want to plot this. That's why I say choose the LCM, the lowest common multiple, because if you choose the lowest common multiple, you will end up with a plot point yang easy untuk bahagi, right? And why I tambah satu kosong is because I want to make it like easier to plot lah. Okay. Okay, now let's go to the graph paper and plot 0, 50, 40, 0. And then after I plot, then I will start do the sliding. Okay, 0, 50 is here, 40, 0 is here. So I will join these two lines, but I have to use dotted line actually. Okay, I have to use dotted line, right? Okay, use ruler, don't be like me, please. Okay, my one is not even straight. Okay, let's use this. So it's like this, but it's dotted line. Okay, it's dotted line. So dotted line like this. Dotted line, dotted line, dotted line, dotted line, dotted line, dotted line, dotted line. Okay, okay, let's erase the original line. Something like this. And then don't forget to write the equation. What's the equation just now? 500x plus 400y equals 2000, is it? 2000 or 20,000? 20,000. 500x plus 400y equals 20,000. So the equation of this dotted line have to write also. So one more zeros here. Okay, now they want the minimum, right? Do you remember they want minimum? So remember, when you do the sliding, you have to make sure you slide until bucu. Because jawapan mesti berada dekat bucu. What is bucu? Bucu means you look at the shaded region. This is bucu, this is bucu, this is bucu, this is bucu. So got how many bucu? 4 bucu. And the answer will always be at the bucu, at this corner. Okay. But which corner? There's 4 corner. Which corner? Okay, if they say maximum, you will slide until the last bucu yang you jumpa, the last one, if they say maximum. But if they say minimum, you just slide until the first bucu. Right? And what do I mean by slide? Means you will put satu ruler dekat sini and align the ruler with this dotted line and another ruler down here, and then you push this ruler up here until you meet the first bucu. Okay, so if you do it yourself, you will realize that this bucu will sentuh this bucu first. Yeah, this and then what you do is you will draw a line that is parallel with the original line here. Okay, so remember this line and this line will be parallel to each other. Okay, that's why you do the sliding line to push up. So we will end up choosing this point for my working later, right? But if you butcher this point, it's like very hard to butcher, right? Because it's like 11, it's like 12.5. Okay, the coordinate is 12.5. And then the y coordinate is like 39, 38, like 37.5, right? But do you know x and y stands for what? Let's go back. X and y stands for what? It stands for participant, number of bilangan orang tau. Bilangan orang yang masuk course. So how can it be 0.5? Okay, like bilangan orang tak boleh 0.5. So what you have to do is you will not choose this bucu. You will choose another point that is near to this bucu, but it has to be inside the shaded region. So what I will do is I will choose uh 13 instead of 12.5. I will take 13. Okay, I'll take 13 because if I choose 13, then my point is inside the shaded region. But I will not choose 38. I will choose 37. You know why? Because 37 is actually smaller than 1338. Okay, if you look at atas yang ni point, this is 1338. Okay, let's make it bigger. So if you look at this point, this is 1338, right? But why I never choose this is because they want minimum. If they want minimum, you have to choose point yang paling bawah and paling kiri. Paling bawah and kiri. Okay, the point yang paling bawah and paling kiri. So that's why I end up choosing this point, right? Okay, walaupun saya cakap paling bawah paling kiri, it must be within the shaded region also. You cannot choose like 0, 0, cannot. Paling bawah paling kiri, but it has to be inside the shaded region, right? So that's why I cannot choose outside the shaded region lah. So the paling bawah paling kiri punya point yang dekat dengan sini is these 2 points only, right? So it's either this and this, but I will end up choosing this because this point is the minimum, and this point is 13, 11, and then it's 37, right? That's why I end up choosing this instead of yang 13, 38 because they want minimum, right? So that's why you will choose yang lebih bawah, lebih kiri punya point. But it has to be inside the shaded region lah, ataupun on the solid line. Boleh juga. That's why this point boleh ambil because it's on the solid line. Okay. What if they say maximum? Okay, if maximum, then you choose point yang paling atas and kanan lah. Maximum paling atas paling kanan, but if minimum paling bawah paling kiri. So now I have my answer already, 1337. Now the only thing left is to go to the working and just sub inside the equation. Then you get the minimum already. So they ask for minimum allocation. Now you can write minimum allocation is equals to, okay, the formula is 500x plus 400y. And the coordinate just now is 1337, right? Yeah, the x is 13, the y is 37. Let's check one more time. So yeah, x 13, y 37. So come back here and then press calculator and then we are done. Okay. So you get RM. Let's see what I get. 500 times 13 plus 400. Okay. My calculator give me 21300. So that's the answer. All right. Okay. Kertas soalan tamat. So that's all. All right. See you next video. Bye bye.